But yeah, so that's kind of the other thing there. But like I said, yeah, it's because there's so little value in it now. Like it just adds to the confusion. So yeah, we'll mention it as it comes up. But yeah, we won't focus on it today. So let me start up the streams, and so let me make sure those are going. They go full speed. Okay, looks like we're good there. So yeah, so like I said, we'll just kind of do this live. I don't know if anybody's got some initial thoughts, but yeah, we'll look up the forms as we go. So let's see. So yeah, so just googling it. So yeah, licensing under the Royal Mounted Canadian. So let's see. Let's see, Canadian residents. Like I said, they kind of yeah, you must pass a Canadian firearms safety course, right? So yeah, the topics, evolution of firearms. It's actually a reasonably good book, guys. And you actually get the book, and it is actually a nice book. It kind of covers like the kind of history of guns there, the different types of guns. You can find the PDF, also link that up on here, and of course, it's available in both French and English. I was kind of even actually reading the French one a little bit there, just to practice my French a while back, just so I kind of knew all these words in French too, right? But and we won't cover it today, but yeah, there is also a minor's license to borrow and use non-restricted firearms. The minor must be between 12 and 17. That's one I didn't look into. We can dive into that more if there's any interest in that. But of course, obviously, you probably have to have a parent or guardian that's, so you gotta get yours done first before you can get little Jimmy one too. So yep, I'm trying to. So yeah, find a qualified instructor in your area. So this will be the first link. So I'm going to start dropping these down into the bubble there, so people can kind of go along with me here. Let me open the browser here. So profile. So yeah, so because this will be the first, and even if you decide you don't want the license, like I said, it's just good. It's $80. It's a great weekend thing for you to go and do with the boys or the girls, or your parents, your friends. I went and did it with my brothers, right? Like my one brother, who I've mentioned before, was like kind of like, oh well, I don't know, but funny enough, I don't know where he is at that time, but actually, what later on, like when I originally was trying to get him to go to this, he's like, I don't really know if I care. I'm just like, come on, we're doing it for, just like for a birthday or something, right? Like a late birthday, early birthday, and I'll pay for it and everything, right? And then later on, actually, this was 2019, if you guys remember. Later on, as we got closer, he's like, oh yeah, no, we should probably definitely get that done because I heard that Trudeau's going to start cracking down on the handguns, right? They've been rumbling about this, guys, for a long time, right? All these things, they're not subtle about it. They let one little balloon out and everything. So yeah, we heard the rumblings back then. And of course, I'll say it out loud. That's why I'm a PPC voter and probably always will be in Canada, because that was my one issue, right? The PPC's always had a very strong and clear and best, right? Is it perfect? No. No, it's not maybe as far as I'd want to go, but even the US doesn't go as far as I'd want to go sometimes. But it is definitely the most clear, concise, and has been there for 5 years, right? So there is no denying that. So I will. So I'm let me see. Maybe make sure I put this.
Yeah. Yeah. Besides your shameless plug for the PPC, no, but this is something that that it's a good thing to have. It's a practical thing to have, just like having a driver's license to operate a motor vehicle, or to have that new boat. Well, it's not new so much new now, but there's a pleasure craft or boating license for smaller vessels. So it's best to get the stuff that's underneath your belt. And the thing is that you're not. This is not something where you have to dish out thousands upon thousands of dollars at one shot. I mean, all you do is you study up, you take the course, you do an exam. Yeah, you take the other. Well, when it came to the RPALs, you took the other course, took the exam. At least you got your paperwork in order to submit when you came to your application. So even if you didn't have the money, you're waiting for some money to come in, then you can go to the next step and spend the application fee. And they've gone, I don't know what it is currently, but the last time for a renewal, I'm not too sure, for a virgin applicant, it was like $100, and you could actually do it online. I mean, I'm from the era where you had to do everything by pen and paper and mail everything in, right? Because there was no internet as we know it, and the system wasn't set up to what it is not now, right? Where you can just submit your application in. But I don't know how it works when it comes to submitting your actual physical paperwork to say that you've got these courses underneath your belt.
Yeah, no, exactly. Now, and we'll try and dive into that and see if we can find it right. Because of course, yeah, I think only Quebec has exceptions and little extra things. I don't think any of the other provinces have that, as far as I know. Um, if anything, of course, no, the territories and when you're in rural Canada, there are special rules around that sometimes and stuff like that. Like if anything, it's easier maybe and stuff like that. I'm not speaking to that. I don't really know that. That's sort of a different thing. And of course, obviously, native rights and stuff like that is a third thing. Or but even like the one thing they'll bring up is unless you're like a police officer or something like that. But like even like secure like if you're going to get like a security guard job where you have to carry right you go and you get the normal pal. It's just easier, right? And they make you pay it out of pocket, right? Because if you can't do that much, right, you're probably not worth hiring. But like I said, I mean it's really something. I mean everybody has to find their own way to do it, but I mean really just even the course, just if you can get your liberal and your NDP or your just generally firearm skeptical people out there, or even more so people, and that's what we're really targeting here, people who you know are on our side, but like, but I just don't want one. Just get them to go there. It's a safe course, right? It's literally a little classroom that you go through the book. You don't even have to study beforehand, right? They'll give you the book that day. You can look through it, and usually, if you just pay attention, take notes, and we'll kind of point out. Maybe I'll try and point out some of the easy metrics there that you can easily pass the course, right? Like it's super easy, right? You go in there, you get to go in there and handle some like deactivated firearms, right? Like these have been completely safe and everything, right? I think they're plugged and everything, right? So they're there's no risk or anything, right? Like technically, yeah, you can, you know, take your kid. Like I said, like I think yeah, like if they have the one for like 12-year-olds, 17-year-olds, right? It's super safe and everything. So like I'd really encourage people to try and get your if you go and do this and you have somebody who's firearm skeptical there to go and get them shows like well and you can show it to them anyway. It's like well at least know what you're talking about there. And I mean that's maybe still too aggressive, but this is an irritation for me actually. This is one reason I wanted to bring this up way back, and I'm not going to make it too political here, but during the Kyle Rittenhouse thing, I remember some Canadian posted out, it's like, oh, it's just shocking to me that even up here in Canada I can just walk into a Walmart and buy a gun. It's like, no, you can't, buddy, and you can't even buy the bullets, not without your pal, right? So too many people don't know this, and like I said, this is the irritation, right? Is that the leftists? It's like, well, we got to do something. We got to do something. We got to do something.
Yeah, well, that's the problem. A lot of the leftists or the latte lifting lefties don't know what they're talking about. They're plagiarizing their talking points for what happens in the United States. We're two different sovereign countries. We have two different sets of laws altogether. And yeah, you're pointing out things that are actually factual and truthful um, when it comes to legally acquiring ammunition. Like, no, as of September, there's some states that are actually doing like New York State is doing a background check when you acquire ammunition. They've had that for a while in California, but we've had it ever since they brought in the Pol PAL system as a way of kind of diplomatically twisting your arm to get this. Because before in the past, when it was under the old FAC system, or the firearms acquisition certificate system that was implemented back in 1978 and went into the 90s until it got replaced with the new PAL poll system. You couldn't just walk in and buy a gun. You had to go through this process to get certified, to get checked out, background checks to buy your firearm. But there was no kind of document you had to prove to acquire ammunition, right? Which is now legally required in Canada, and it's been like that since the mid 90s, right? So yeah, there's a lot of this misinformation that's put out there because they're not doing their research, they're not doing their homework, and well, they don't really care to do their homework. They're just putting out a lot of stuff out there trying to make this thing worse than it actually is. So, but anyways, I'll just leave it at that.
So here's something. I mean, just like I said, I mean, if anybody got a question, like we'll go this methodically, but I'm just gonna say this now. So originally, like if you go to that link that I just barely dropped down the bubble about where to go and get these courses done, in most provinces, there was just one source for the courses, right? Like it's the CFO office or something like that. But it looks like New Brunswick still actually has two different ones, but Quebec had two different ones, right? There was it's pretty much like the what is it? The Federation of Hunters and Fishing, or Fishers, that you would go to get the long gun, and then there was like another one, like it was like the Federation of Shooting Sports to get the long gun. It looks like now it's just they've combined the two, and they probably combined the two because there was probably such low demand, because like it looks like this has been updated since February 2022 there, as this was all going out. And I actually, the last time I received a thing from, I'm about to find out what that was. It was what it was. It was because yeah, like I thought, like I think they had to close their doors, like literally. These guys were mostly volunteering, right? It's just about shooting sports, and yeah, I think the group that was handling, like, the other shooting sports, because yeah, it's yeah they just don't get the volume, and of course they're obviously members of both, but yeah, I'm just very curious about this because yeah, I didn't realize they combined the two. They're in Quebec, and they probably had to, because yeah. So that's interesting there. So yeah, so let's see. So yeah, you find an instructor, and like I said, like you can go and find the instructor. Now I'm going to try and see. So the safety course, I want to post the book up there, and it used to be easy to find this book. If somebody else can find it, but part of this is just like I said, these form. Well, so many of the government of Canada websites are just awful. Everybody probably knows that already, and this one's I think extra special too. And it does kind of cover, like, so if you go to that link, so I'll put the one here. So yeah, the somewhat the confusion, and it's intentional confusion, right? There is no hard and fast rule. The laws around storage are kind of intentionally vague. Some people overdo it, some people kind of underdo it. There's always debates on these things about which way to do it on that stuff that I'm aware of, and yeah, it can be somewhat sort of confusing there with that in that regard.
If you don't mind me, Zane, to interject here, when it comes to finding a qualified or certified instructor, um, yeah, there is these fishing games associations, or shooting clubs or what have you, but there's also some of these, what I've experienced, some of these commercial ranges. They also offer the courses as well as the examinations. Now you would have to go in and pre-book, and I mean, they don't have it like on Johnny on the spot delivery. It's like you'd have to register, and then these are the dates and times that we're offering these courses. So as when you're doing your preliminary research to find out a qualified course and instructor, go for the commercial shooting ranges, like the indoor ones or the outdoor ones, usually run by a fish and game association. But I also am aware of a small mom and pop gun shop, or boutique store that deals with firearms. They don't have a shooting range. I mean, they sell arms and ammunition and reloading supplies and accessories and whatnot. But they also offer the courses in a separate room in their shop, classroom area, and they were offering the courses depending if you wanted to take one or both, right? So that's just something to explore. And if there's any Americans that are in the room, this is also applicable to them. So let's say if you're going to travel from the continental US to Alaska, or if you wanted to come up here for a hunting trip and you wanted to make sure you had your pal, so you didn't get any grief from U.S. Well, not the U.S., but Canadian Border Services agencies. You don't need to be a citizen of Canada. Okay, you can apply for this as well, but it seems to me that the only testing and evaluation, if you're an American, is that you have to come up to Canada and get that stuff done. But after it's done, you take the course, you can still apply, even from the United States.
Yeah, no. So actually, you bring up something here. So when you look at this list of finding instructors here, some of them will have something fancy like the Alberta Hunter Education Instructors Association, and other ones like British Columbia and Yukon just says CFO office. So the ones that probably don't just say CFO office, um, you probably have to go, like, so at least in Quebec it has to, I believe there is no private option. You have to go through the Federation of Quebec of fishing and hunting and whatnot, right? Whereas, like, yeah, possibly, like, yeah, it looks like the ones where I see that, British Columbia, Yukon, Manitoba, none of it. um Northwest Territories, PEI, and Saskatchewan. It looks like those ones maybe there is a private option, right? Since it's not centralized. Because, like, yeah, for Ontario, it's Firearms Safety Education Services of Ontario. But I mentioned what it was for Quebec, and it looks like some of the other ones. So it that because in this regard, this is where it does differ by province. Great, obviously, is that yeah, some provinces have obviously like centralized it under a specific group, whereas other provinces seem to have left it open to private instruction. And yeah, that's I guess provincial jurisdiction, right? Because in some ways it's been placed under yeah like hunting and stuff like that. So I guess that's the one because at least as far as I know, there is no option outside of that group in Quebec, and likely the same in the other provinces that listed. So that's something to be aware of. So like if you're in one, because if you go to that list I posted up there and it just says CFO office, it's just going to take you to an email. Now you can just email them, but that probably indicates, and like I said, this is just deductive reasoning. That probably indicates that okay, I can just go and search for Alberta, PAL, training safety courses. Now, I'm not sure if this happens in Canada, but like make sure that if you do one of these safety courses that it's a certified PAL one because they might also just have general ones. I don't know if anybody runs that grift or anything like that, but make sure that it's a certified PAL, whatever. If you get one on there, then you can go and check with the CFO office of your province there. But yeah, so that's something to be aware of here. So like if you're one of those provinces, we'll just go here. I'll even just try it for the hell of it. So Alberta PAL training course, and we'll choose Red Deer. Let's see if there's one in Red Deer. I don't even know where Red Deer is. I just hear that on here. I know there's people from Red Deer. It sounds like it's a real place. I'm gonna believe you people when you tell me it's a real place. So here we go. PAL courses in Calgary. Foothills Firearm Training. So let's go look at their website. So like I said, I mean, I'm kind of just giving you guys the information here. You gotta do some of your own legwork. I'm trying to make it as easy as possible, but I'm not gonna tell you everywhere. But then you got to go and you're gonna look and see what their courses and their offerings are. I don't know your schedule, so yeah, it looks like there's options though, right? So yeah, you have Foothill Firearms Training. They're in Calgary. And one thing to notice too, though, and I mentioned this briefly too, this is even what I was debating because the number of courses that are offered in Montreal that are in English are kind of like that's why, like I said, I'd waited several months there with my brother because they don't offer them all the time. I was even debating you can just drive over the border and go and take the one from Ontario. It applies back. They're all accepted, right? So if you get a certified one in one province, it works in any province, right? That's for even the RPAL as well too. So that's one thing to be aware of. And yeah, if you guys, I'm sorry, I'm not looking. I'm staring at my screen. So if you guys want to jump in there. I'm not looking at hands.
All right. Okay. I know there's Sassy Gal and Savage want to speak. I just want to say this very quickly here. Yeah. I mean, what Zink's doing, yeah, he's typing up stuff on the computer and having it pop up. Don't hesitate to actually use your phone for its intended purpose to phone up people. Phone up the local, gun store in your community or what have you, because those people would give you the direction whether they offer it themselves or if they don't offer it themselves, they'll tell you who to approach locally. So let's say what Zink mentioned, like Red Deer. Okay, phone up a Red Deer gun shop. Go to the yellow pages, find out where the gun shops are, phone them up and just say, I'm just looking to take the, officially government sanctioned PAL course. Do you guys offer it there, or do you know anybody who does offer it locally? And a lot of them are friendly enough to give you that direction of where to go specifically, because not everything is on the internet. So just don't hesitate to use your, the phone book and to dial some merchants up in regards to that.
Hey, Zinc, I'm in Red Deer. It is a real place. It's really just a giant truck stop in between Edmonton and Calgary.
Well, I
Yep.
like you, Nick. So I'm going to believe that it's a real place just because you said so. I'm taking your word for it.
You have
Oh,
an
it's
admirer. You have an admirer in the crowd here. And is that your second alt account, or is that
Yeah,
just an admirer?
that's the streamer account.
no.
That's Alt Zinc because it used to be actually you used to be able to stream Spaces with an anon, right? Because I opened it up in a browser and the OBS software there. I need to put out the links, but anybody who probably follows me, you can go and you can find my Rumble, YouTube. It also crapped out there on the because I'm also streaming on Twitter Live there. But yeah, but now with the changes they made around July there, when everything went sideways here, you can no longer creep on a space anon. So yeah, I signed in an alt account there to handle that. So that's who that gentleman below is. So.
I was just making sure.
But no,
Yeah.
Mr. Nobody brings it. Once again, I'm probably the youngest guy in this room. Maybe not, but either way, I abhor phones, guys. So yeah, no, it almost I forget that these things exist, right? That it's like, oh, there's a phone number there. How do I handle this? So, but no, true enough. If you guys like phone numbers, then yeah, the phone numbers are there. I'm gonna Google, but yeah, it's an option.
Yeah, no, Zink, just to confirm, it is a real place, and it's the home of the Bud Haynes gun auction. So he lives in Red Deer. He has a lot of people coming from the surrounding communities, rural farmers, as well as people from Edmonton, St. Albert, Leduc, etc., or even Calgary, Clareholm, not Clareholm, Brooks, some of those other communities there, and they'll congregate in Red Deer and have the gun auction. But now the thing is that they also have gun auctions online that you can also participate in too, right? But yeah, Red Deer is a real place. It's just one of the smaller cities in Alberta.
See, I believed you guys at first, but now you're pushing really hard. You're really trying to sell me on it. So now I'm getting a
Oh,
little suspicious.
Zink,
I'm just saying.
Zink. I have family in Red Deer, Alberta. I don't
See,
speak
now
for
now
them.
you guys are running a psyop on me. This is all just a psyop
Yeah.
to convince me that
It's
Red
not
Deer
that small.
exists.
It's not that small. There's 100,000 people here. It's the third biggest city in Alberta behind Edmonton and Calgary. It's right up there with Medicine Hat and Lethbridge.
So you're saying those places are imaginary too? Okay, we're gonna move on from this, guys, because I'm. But yeah, no, whatever, guys. But yeah, no, I don't know whose hand was up there next, though. Like I said, I'm just throwing out names there, guys. I'm just trying to
It was
Google this.
Sassy, and
Sassy.
then Savage.
Just got a couple of questions for Zink. So I took my PAL course, the non-restricted, 2 years ago. I have not submitted my paperwork yet. So I'm wondering, is there an expiry date?
Nope, not as of now. Now, if they ever change the laws, but yeah, no, because I never did mine, because yeah, and that's somewhat the benefit here. Yeah, you can go and you can take it whenever. There is no rush until they change the laws again, but that'll be something anyway. But there's no indication of that, at least. Like I said, if you're paying attention to this stuff, and I can say that yeah, there's no indication of them changing that process. So yeah, no, if you took it 2 years ago, if you took it 5 years ago, right? I mean, I took mine almost 4 years ago, and I could still apply for it, right? So yeah, it's good, you know. Actually, one thing is Quebec gives you a nice little card of it. I actually keep that in my wallet.
And how far does the vetting from the RCMP go?
Indeterminate. So we'll get to that point here, but just while we're there, so yeah, you fill. I mean, and we'll reiterate this stuff. So what it is you'll fill out the form, and it'll ask you the reason you want your license, and you can say collecting, sports shooting, whatever. Do not put self defense. Do not put that. Do not put safety. Do not put self defense. Or I mean, the closest thing there is like if you're getting it for work, right? You're going to be a private security guard, and that's part of it. Not just that it's like, well, I'm a private security guard. I only carry a flashlight, but now I'm really interested, right? No, yeah, you can put for work purposes there, but you can just put, you know, collecting, right? Hobbyist, right? Sports, right? So like just and then the other big thing you'll do is you'll put down two references, right? They're going to call them and verify them, right? So make sure they're going to be people who are going to, no jokes, just very flat. Yep, he's a safe and reliable guy. And then they're going to ask you for anybody you've cohabitated, right? Any partners, right? And they define partner as a sexual partner you've cohabitated with in the last 5 years, right? So your spouse, your living girlfriend, your common law, whatever, and if you've had multiple in the last 5 years, then you have to put them all down, because then they're going to call them and confirm that you're not, whatever. So that's about the depth of that. They're going to do a criminal background check there. I don't know if there's anything that's, it's not necessarily instantly like whatever, but yeah, they're not going to, and you don't have to volunteer any information to them. You don't have to tell them about any sort of health crises you've had in the past, right? They don't have access to that information. They would have to have a subpoena to get it, at least as of right now, right? So you don't need to volunteer it, right? General advice in life, anytime you're dealing with the police, don't volunteer any information that they don't ask for, and or even when they do, right, under certain circumstances. So here you just answer the questions on the form. Don't volunteer anything extra. Don't have like I said, the people who they call, they might try and like give them a pump, and maybe Mr. Nobody can speak to, or, the questions they asked, his references there. It's been a few years, and who knows how regressive they are now. And it's probably different, right? Sometimes they decide to give him the fun names, but just tell him, yep, nope, he's a safe person. Yep, nope, he's a swelled guy or gal or whatever, and just keep it nice and tight, and so any interaction with the police should remain always.
So they don't dig into hospital records then?
I do not believe so. I'm pretty certain they don't, right? So, like I said, just don't volunteer any information like that. Don't let your references volunteer any information. Just and you can always just answer like, and I'm not telling you guys to lie or anything like that, but I have a terrible memory. Like I do not recall. Nope, I don't. Not that I remember, right? And you can even say it right. It's like don't be all like I do not recall. I do not recall, right? Like it's like not that I know of. Nope, not that I know of. Not that I know of, right? So you're or not that I can recall or anything, right? So I mean that's just people. Everybody has lapses of memory there, but yeah, but don't volunteer. I'm not saying to lie, but don't volunteer, don't overtalk, right? This is like I said, anytime you're dealing with government or even the tax man, right? It's like, oh yeah, no, like because they'll try and play that on you, right? Like they'll chat you up. It's like, oh well, what about this? And then so yeah, just keep it nice and tight, and you're a swell gal, and whatever else, right? Like yeah, but yeah, they can't dig into that stuff. Now, what the one thing here, and of course, different people have different feelings about this, but I encourage everybody, if you're above board person, right? A Canadian PAL owner is the safest person in Canada, even safer than cops. And here's why. Every 24 hours, you have a background check run on you. And all that background check is just checking, criminal records, right? Have you gotten pulled over for a DUI? Have you been involved in a domestic, right? Or anything that's worse than that? I mean, obviously, those are the most common, but, all those things, right? So those will run all the time, right? Even cops don't get that run on them, right? So the Canadian PAL, owner is, super safe, right? But yeah, the other things that will usually get you failed is like saying you have suicidal tendencies, or you have in the past, or something like that, like or any of those sorts of things, right? That might give a red flag and everything else like that. I'm not saying to lie, but I mean, actually, it's absolutely. I mean, who hasn't thought about that? But of course, you put it up there on the stuff, right? Like, there's even a certain game that you got to play went down here in the States now when I fill up my 4473, which is what I got to do to pick up a gun that I order online. And it's like, do you use recreational drugs? And it's like, well, absolutely not, guys. Nope, I am not a recreational drug user. That is not something I do.
Yeah, just to augment what Zink said, like years ago, I was used as a reference for somebody else to get their PAL. And no, I don't know what. No, this was at that time, at that era. I don't know what it is now, or how stringent or how investigative they are now. But my telephone interview, it wasn't in person. Telephone interview was about 3 minutes long. They're asking me, basic questions are, do you know who this person is? Are you aware that they made this application to get their PAL? And I said, yes, yes. I didn't volunteer anything. I just answered the questions directly. They may try to bait you by saying, well, do you have any concerns or, concerning this person about having a firearm? They'll word it that way. And I said, no, I have no concerns. I wouldn't have put my name down if I thought I had concerns over this particular individual. Right now, in the past, I have for the Chief Provincial Firearms Office, try to finding out what is the criteria in order to disqualify you. And they were very cagey. They weren't being straightforward with me. But to my understanding, is what they're looking for are like drug offenses, were you someone who was trafficking drugs or importing drugs? Do you have any acts, or have you ever been before the courts if over any form of violence? It doesn't matter if it's culpable homicide or a barroom brawl. Okay, so they look at any form of violence. Do you have any counterfeiting offenses when it comes to currency? Any kind of gang affiliations, because they're looking for any potential straw purchase buyer, someone who has a clean criminal record and who's acting as a proxy in order to acquire firearms legally to put it into the illicit market, right? So those are the kind of things they're looking for. Now, to speak about, let's say somebody who has, let's say, maybe, worst case scenario, a conviction when it comes to impaired driving. Impaired driving in Canada, now I'm not talking about the provincial one, but the actual federal 0.8%, criminally impaired. Okay. Being criminally impaired should not disqualify you when it comes to getting your PAL, because it's not a nonviolent crime. It is not one of the crimes that they're looking for to disqualify you on. And if they're using that, it's quite evidently there's something that's up, because that's not something that's supposed to disqualify you from getting your PAL. Because I recognize that there's people out there, if it wasn't for impaired driving or some sort of incident in their past, maybe it was something that happened like 10, 15 years ago, they probably wouldn't have a criminal record at all, right? So I just wanted to address that aspect when it comes to any kind of criminal history. But they're mostly concerned about drugs, violence, previous firearms offenses, stuff like that. That's what they're mostly focusing on when it comes to any potential criminal past.
That was very informative. Thank you.
Go ahead, Savage.
Hey guys, how's it going? I hope you can hear me. I'm kind of not in the best area right now, but I just wanted to say my husband and myself took the firearms course in January of this year in Stony Plain. It was cheap. It was a couple $100. It was 2 days long for the restricted and non-restricted. It was a great course. She was a great teacher, and we passed. I got a pretty high score. I'm pretty proud of it. But they had started the online. You could apply online to get your license. But I just want a little tip out there for everybody. It says you can take your own picture. Don't do that. We did that, and they sent everything back. And it's better to pay to get the picture done professionally. Just worth the extra few bucks. So, long story short, I got my license.
I'm sorry. Do you mean like a passport picture?
You need a.
Just that, like I said, a
It's
shoppers. Like go to
Okay.
shoppers.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Sorry.
that's
Sorry,
correct.
Savage.
Like,
and
yeah,
yeah,
sorry.
and
Oh, sorry.
so we had to redo everything and send it back with the proper picture, which we did. I got my license in April, and my husband got his in August. Like just got his license, like almost August 31st. That's the difference, and we did it exact same time. But also, I wanted to say, when we were there, she was telling us about a course for the youth, and our granddaughter's 14, and they had this camp in Athabasca. It's a like an outdoorsy youth camp. We sent our 14-year-old granddaughter there for a week for $250, I think it was, and she got her PAL license, her boat license, and her fishing license. So it's pretty awesome. Anyways, I just wanted to share that. So yeah, I'm here in Alberta. Went pretty good. There's lots of places to get your license here, and you can divvy it up over. You can do it on a weekend. You could do it over 4 days. Um, there's lots of options for sure.
Even you can do it like, yeah, like even like if you even are doing one, right? So if you're just doing the PAL, I know at least in Quebec and maybe Ontario too, there was options where like it was like 4 hours across 2 nights, right? Or something like that, right? So even the individual courses they'll split up for you there too. So actually, it's funny you mentioned that, because just as you were mentioning that, I'm looking at the apply for a firearms license, which I've popped up down in the bubble and popping up in the nest too, right? It's the second link that's going up there. Yeah, I guess you can do this online now. I don't think it was available. I mean, they must have. I don't know when they rolled it out, because yeah, it was not available online. Because once again, I probably would have gotten it done if it had been online. Because like, yeah, no, I mean, yeah, like, because yeah, in Quebec there's some extra thing, or maybe it was online at the time, but yeah, maybe not for the RPAL. I'm not sure. Yeah, maybe the RPAL. But of course, we're only talking about PAL now. So yeah, you can actually do this online. But yeah, what Savage said, and I think what I realized you were entering, it's not the same as a passport photo. So if you have an old passport photo, it's not the same dimensions and requirements. So you got to go into Shoppers. Shoppers has templates like even for like Indian ID cards and other countries, because all the students here. But you can just go in there and they'll have it. Bring in there's a piece of paper that comes on the paper form that you can print off and show it to them. Or if you go to like a normal photo place. But yeah, I know that Shoppers has templates for every card out there, American, Canadian, Djibouti, and whatever other place you can imagine.
Yeah.
I
No, I
believe
just
it's the 3.8 that we need.
Yeah. No, I just wanted to say that, yeah, the thing is that when it comes to these formats of the pictures, I mean, I got my picture done at London Drugs. On the paper form that they had, they actually gave the dimensions in millimeters of how large the picture has to be within these, within the dimensions or what have you. And if you approach them and say that your picture has to be within these dimensions, and you show it to them, they'll actually adjust the picture, the size of the picture to meet the criteria, because like the passport photo, the citizenship photo, the PAL photo, they're all different dimensions. And there's this one time I went into this photo studio that did passport photos, and before I actually got my photos taken, I asked the guy specifically, I know that there's different formats or different sizes. Can you actually facilitate this particular size? And I showed him the form, and he goes, "Oh yeah, that's for your FAC." Well, it wasn't FAC. It was like he was just using the old terminology. But yeah, he took my pictures, and he took multiple pictures, and he did whatever scaling he had to do, and he produced the physical pictures in front of me. He even stamped them with his photo stamp on the back of the picture, right? So if you're not too sure, always ask. I know that they can do it in London Drugs, and London Drugs is located in British Columbia, Alberta, Saskatchewan, Manitoba, and those in basically in Western Canada, right? So I'll just leave it at that.
Yeah, and Shoppers in Eastern Canada. Shoppers or Pharmaprix if you're in, which is Shoppers. It's the exact same thing. It's just called Pharmaprix in Quebec. That's where I got all my passports done. I know they had the things for, like I said, everything else. It's all preset in there, right? Like they have a little camera. They make it super easy for them. So, like, yeah, like you could go. I mean, support local, all that stuff, blah blah blah. But yeah, London Drug, Shoppers. I'm not sure if there's any other big chains out there that do this regularly, but they have like four. They have the presets. They have the whatever. So just quickly here, and then we'll go to Rafin just to cover it real quick. So to be eligible to apply online, be a first-time applicant. A first-time applicant is someone who has never had a valid firearms license, including minor's license, possession and acquisition license, possession only license, firearms acquisition certificate, be at least 18 years old, age, be a Canadian resident, not seeking a firearms license under the Aboriginal peoples, right? Like I said, we're not covering that here. Not be seeking a fee waiver, including for sustenance hunters or trappers. Like I said, that's for when you're up in the bush there, and not be seeking a photo waiver. Now you can actually go and like the only reason it said that it's not your first time because actually it's another form. You can go fill out another form to renew, so you can renew online too. But if you are eligible and want to apply online, you must have a valid email address, complete safety training requirements, have a digital license photo, right? So you can go and get that fancy license and then, scan it in, get a digital copy of it and everything. Have 2 pieces of government issued identification, right? Probably your healthcare card, or at least in Quebec, it's always your healthcare card and like your passport, right? So or something else like that. Have valid email addresses for your 2 references, your photo guarantor, which would be, Pharmaprix. I'm guessing Pharmaprix must like give you that stuff so they can email them or whatever, or the place that.
I just want to slip a caveat in there. In Ontario, you are not allowed to use your health card for identification purposes.
Okay, because in Quebec that's like all I ever used.
Yeah,
So
they
yeah,
won't accept it here.
there's weird things around some of this stuff. Yeah, like it varies. So there must be something else that I guess you guys just get an ID, right? They're like nobody just gets an ID in Quebec, right? Like if you don't have a driver's license, you always use your healthcare card. So that yeah, but once again, there's going to be little things like that. Yeah. What? Well, yeah. In Ontario, can you not use it as government issue? Well, let me see. 2 pieces of
No,
government
yeah.
issued identification, but that's by Ontario law. But since this is a federal form, I'm not sure. I'm not saying, but like,
Oh,
yeah,
yeah,
find
maybe.
something.
Okay, yeah, you could be right.
There's some weird things. It's even something we ran into last year. Like technically, there are like other forms, like actually your PAL license. Like a lot of people were crossing the border on their PAL license, right? When everybody was testing, like, oh guys, I'm going to try and cross the border without a vaccine card and let's see what happens, right? And then we were looked into it, and there's like even though they prefer passport, like between US and Canada, there's actually still, like, they're going to give you more of a hard time. It's just easier to have a passport, but you actually still can cross between the two countries without a passport under certain conditions, it seems. So we discovered that there was a whole bunch of cards that actually apply to that, and PAL is actually one of them. Um, so yeah, so that's one thing I forgot with this stuff. You also have to like have a photo guarantor, and we'll dive into that. It's just like the silly passport, our I don't know if any other country ever requires that, like this guarantor thing for their passports, like Canada does, and it's a pain, especially if you're applying for your passport outside of the country for the first time, like I did. You have to go to notary public and so on and so forth. It's a pain, but I don't even think. Do you even have references of our passport in the States? It's weird, guys. It's weird. It's awful. Have a credit card, Visa or Mastercard, right? So that's online. So then we'll go and we'll look at the form there too. But we'll go to Rafin first. Go ahead, Rafin.
Thanks, you guys. I was going to quickly say there's a few things that I don't know if you guys have touched on or talked about yet, but when you're going in for your certification, right? You guys have to remember that there is a psych eval on that. Okay, so the RCMP need to know whether or not you've had domestics, arguments, divorces, separations, and all the rest of it. Because just in case you're just a little bit deranged and you wish to have at her, they actually have to dial that one in. So there's all these other things. It's not to say that you can't get your PAL as a result of having a divorce or any of that sort of stuff. All that they need to know is that information so that you are aware when they are asking that you must put that down. There is no caveat to it. There is no argument. You must put that down. And then on top of it, I was just going to quickly say, once you do get certified, it's a 5-year time span that they give you, unless otherwise noted. It's a 5-year time span. And when you go and you renew, start to look at the renewal process 6 months before your actual expiry date, reasons for it, government, and as well as the fact that renewal is a process, you guys. So say, for example, and I'm just throwing this out, say, for example, you've moved in those 5 years. You cannot then go online and just automatically renew. You have to then go through the RCMP, get approval from the RCMP. You have to physically go in. You have to prove your evaluation. And no, you cannot mail it in. No, you cannot, any of those sort of things. They're making it incredibly hard to go through the renewal process. Not impossible, just a little bit harder for everybody to go through that. So it's all these things that you need to know when you're going through all this process. So if you move and you're within that 6 months before you have to renew, you got to bear this one in mind. So go in as early as possible and physically show up to an RCMP station and be able to go through this. If not, and you're right smack in the middle of your 5 years, you can go ahead and go online and give notice of moving. And that's the best time to give notice of moving if you have firearms and you have to move that. With a lot of people, they own the PAL certification, but they do not have firearms, and they just randomly forget that they should renew because they're like, oh, I don't have firearms. It's not like a big deal. But it becomes a big deal towards the end of your expiry date. So that's why I just all of a sudden, I really want to give people all of these heads ups because this is really important. Don't feel afraid to write down if you have gotten a divorce or separation or any of that stuff. Don't be afraid of that. Don't let it, block you from going and getting your PAL. Please don't let that do that, because ultimately it's not the biggest deal, and it's not like they won't give you anything or whatever. It's just a thing that you have to go through. And I think that was everything for now.
Yeah, the big thing here is domestics, right? That's where they check your conjugal partners. That's the term they use, conjugal, right? That is somebody you cohabitate with and share a bed with.
But also they actually check exes as well. So just bear that in mind. And I mean exes as in girlfriends and boyfriends, exes. So if it's 5 years time, or I think they pared it down to a
last
2-year
5 years
time now.
Okay, yeah. Maybe. So yeah, like I said, like no judgment, but yeah, if you got 10 people that fit that description in the last couple of years there, then you got to put them all down, right? No judgment, just telling you what it is there, right? Now, actually, Rafin, you bring this up, and I don't know, once again, Quebec's whatever, but I remember from our course. So if you had an RPAL, you had to update and you had guns because right, so no, like, I'll say this: if you had a pal, right, and you had a long gun, right, you actually had the pal and the long gun. If you move, you have to notify them within 30 days of moving, right? So up to 30 days after moving, right? Now, I don't know if this applies to all provinces, it was only Quebec, but from what I understand, it was the RCMP. So technically now, yeah, maybe you've forgotten, maybe they're a little forgiving there, but technically, yeah, if you move, you're supposed to notify them within 30 days after that. If you have an RPAL and then you actually have a restricted weapon, you have to notify them at least 30 days before. So that's another thing to know out there. Not that we're covering that here, and anybody who already has an RPAL already knows that. But yeah, so that's one thing. That was one reason why, even when I was looking at getting the RPAL, I just didn't know if I wanted to deal with actually possessing the handgun. Right? That's a different thing everybody can do. I was just going to get the license anyway and just get a long gun. But yeah, so you gotta and they have online forms. Yeah, you can go and fill that out. So like, yeah, and I'm pretty sure you can fill it out in advance. I don't know if there's like a maximum, right? Yeah, like you probably even tell them like, yeah, like 6 months before. It's like, oh, I'm gonna move, right? And but yeah, and if you end up not moving, right? So just put it on your moving list there, right? Along with flipping over the cable and the electricity and all that, right? You're just gonna go online and fill out that nice little form for the RCMP and send it off to them.
And
So
just a
yeah,
wee bit
so
extra, sorry, Zink, to interrupt, just one extra little thing on that one. In regards to when you actually have to move your firearms from point A to point B, you also acknowledge the fact that you already have to send in a notice to get permission to move your firearms from point A to point B if it is not going to a rifle range. So, and even then, it's a thing. But yeah, I just also want to say that. So they already have notice at the fact that you are moving from point A to point B, and that is only if you actually have firearms, any type of firearm. Only if you do not, and you are a PAL certified, it all I say to people is like you won't be giving notice, and so you might just forget. It might fall through the cracks. That's all. Thank you so much.
Okay. What you said in their Republic, that's applicable when it comes to restricted or legalized prohibited firearms. Okay. If all you have is a non-restricted firearm, whether it's your hunting rifle or your 22 single shot, you don't need to give notice of moving. What they're concerned about is anything that's restricted or prohibited, legalized prohibited firearms. If you're somebody who was grandfathered, under that Firearms Act at the time, right? So, but yeah, I just also want to say is just like Republic has also said, yeah, don't leave this to the last minute. Renew early, whether it's 3, 4, 6 months. This process is not as fluid or as efficient as renewing your driver's license or renewing your insurance or your car insurance or renewing your license plates to get your current tag. So the whole matter is that it's like the bureaucracy. They do anything and everything to make things difficult when it comes to any kind of firearms process in Canada. So I just want to say that as well.
but it's not as bad with, yeah, because I was trying to remember that, and luckily you corrected there, Mr. Nobody, because yeah, like, yeah, if you had a restricted, from what I remember, right, you had to actually register all the locations, right? You had to tell, like, if you went to two different gun ranges, you had to register those locations. You had to register where you store it or anywhere else you're going to support it, and then you had to go straight from point A to point B with that restricted, only the restricted firearm, right? You couldn't stop and visit your brother and high five each other and everything, right? You had to just go straight from home to the gun range and back home. Probably you can stop for gas, but don't linger.
Yeah, no, you're correct. Let's say you're going to some shooting range that's quite a distance away. They want you to go straight from A to B back to A. I mean, they'll show a little bit of grace if you have to refuel or what have you, or you have to stop over to use the washroom. But yeah, don't like make it a field day. Don't visit relatives. Don't make it if the commute is over a few days, that's fine. If it's legitimately over a couple of days, let's say you're going to a shooting range that's in another province, or because you're going to a shooting competition, they understand that. But but the thing is, they don't want you to have any kind of deviation where, oh, I'm going over here and then I'm going to go, spend a few days vacation and BS with my relatives because they're close by, right?
And also, just
Yeah,
one more caveat, I was just going to say really quickly, just because we're saying all this thing, don't think it's such a crazy amount of crazy, okay? Like, don't let it deter you. Please don't let it deter you. We're telling you the stuff that they teach in the firearms course. They will just teach this. Now, I'm going to say something that's hyper controversial because I like to be that way. But in the grand scheme of things, if you are going hunting and say, you're in your hunting party and you're like, oh crap, somebody forgot the chips for our barbecue or something like that. So you go in and you have a locked firearm, right? Trigger locked firearm in your vehicle in the back. And you happen to run, forget about it or whatever. And you run to the store and you go grab your chips and you come back. Now, I just want people to understand, it's not like RCMP are stopping you every step of the way. Okay. It's not like RCMP even know, right? Because we don't even have enough. So in the grand scheme of things, don't be afraid that the fact that, oh shit, right, it was there, right? Don't freak out. It's just understanding that if you get pulled over and to say it's a speeding ticket or a light was out in your vehicle or something like that, just be aware at the fact that you do have that firearm in the back and you do have to tell them, are you going to get a ticket? Probably not. Are they going to get pissed at you? No, they're not. Because as long as it's got that trigger lock, as long as it's safely in the back, and as long as there's no ammunition stuck inside of that gun, you're pretty much like, they'll be like, yeah, all right, so fair enough. Just get back to where you're going and don't do that again, right? So I just want to say that so that people like take it down 1,000 and don't feel overwhelmed.
Yeah, the main thing here, all the crazy things, these is restricted. And like I said, I'm not encouraging anybody right now to get restricted. I'm not discouraging it, but there's really very low value in it right now. If you don't already have those handguns, there's a handful of restricted long guns that you could still probably get, but I don't even know what they are. They're low value. It's probably just not worth it. So all the weirdness we're describing, all those extra things, are replying to the restricted, right? Yeah, you got to call them in advance, right? But at that point, you're doing sports shooting, right? You got buddies in, so you got all that sort of. The one thing too with the car thing is, yeah, just you got to cup. Now they are vague on something, but yeah, the simple thing just to say, and this is how you should always just transport your firearms in your car, right? Like even in the States, right? Yeah. Yeah. Well, I don't. Well, in the States, you don't got to put the trigger lock, but you put the trigger lock on in the States. But yeah, you unload it. You make sure there's nothing in the chamber. You pull the magazine out, and then you put the trigger lock on it. You put it in a nice little case, and you put it in the trunk, right? If you don't have a trunk, then you put a towel or a blanket over it, right? Because that is the one thing the cops will do. They'll, just as cops do, right? Anytime a cop, and even nice cops will tell you this as they walk in to grab their, soda from a 7-Eleven, right? They're, kind of peering what they can see in the back of anybody's car, right? Because if they see something, weird, like you left your baby back there, right? Or something, and so if they lean over, they look there and they see your firearm there. They might, but if you don't have a trunk, you can maybe argue stuff, but just toss a damn blanket over it, right? Just put a blanket over it if you don't have a trunk or your trunk's filthy, disgusting, dirty, and you can't put anything back there because, you're still storing a dead body back there. No, not judging, guys, but yeah, toss a blanket over it.
Yeah, no, that's a good thing. Like if you're in a hatchback where the trunk-ish area has been exposed, and if you have some like a long gun case, try to use some sort of camouflage, like a blanket or whatever, so it doesn't look, so obviously and overt that it's a gun case. Okay, and the stuff, like I don't want to discourage people or inadvertently spook people, but the stuff where going from A to B back to A, that's strictly for uh, restricted or legalized prohibited firearms. Okay, I'm not referring to the unrestricted stuff. So let's say, hypothetically speaking, you go to the Calgary gun show. Oh, you saw this really nice long gun. Okay, so you do the transfer there at the Calgary gun show. Oh, okay, I'm leaving Calgary on my way to, because so and so lives in Red Deer. Okay, but I'm going to stop at my brother-in-law's house in Airdrie, Alberta, and shoot the shit and blah blah blah, and stay there overnight before I go back to Red Deer. That's perfectly fine if it's a non-restricted firearm. It's just, it gets a little bit sketchy if you do that, if you do what I just said. If let's say you bought a handgun at the Calgary gun show on your way back to Red Deer. Okay, so I just want to make it clear that when it comes to the terminology, and that there's certain guns where more laws are applicable than other guns or other firearms. All right.
No, there is one thing to add to that. Now, I don't know if this differs by province. I don't think it does. But the example they gave in my training course, south of Montreal, there's a reserve down there, Kanawaki or whatever, right? People go down there to buy smokes, but there's also a gun shop down there, right? And of course, you probably get cheap firearms. If you go and you buy it, you gotta have a case for it, right? Either buy a case there, right? You can't just like leave it in the box or carry it out, whatever. You have to put it in a case, even a soft case, right? You can buy a $10 soft case probably at the gun range, because like they tell you like the cops just pretty much camp outside that gun shop, and if somebody walks out of there with it just sitting in the box, they come and they confiscate it, right? So you gotta, if you're buying that gun from the gun show or from whatever, you just gotta put it in the case, right? It's obviously a gun case, nobody's gonna mistake it. Once again, just sort of arbitrary silliness, because it says gun on the side, it says Winchester on the side of it, and everybody knows what's in there. So yeah, you gotta take it out, put it in the box, right? Then you can walk out, you still keep your box. I always keep my boxes, right? So you walk out with the box and then the gun in the case, and you put that in your car, right? And you head home. So yeah, if you go to the like a gun show, or if you're picking up a gun and they don't sell gun cases, yeah, just buy a little $5, $15, right? You can get really cheap soft cases and just toss them on there and walk it out there. So that's another thing to be aware of.
And technically,
It's
you
just like
don't need cases
uncovered
here.
liquor, right? Just think.
You don't need cases here, Zinc. In a non-registered case, you actually do not need cases at all. In fact, all you need, and this is Mr. No, this is what I'm talking about. Even if you're hunting, yeah, you have to make sure that if you're transporting that and going to your local, and this is a non-restricted, this is an everyday hunting rifle, it must have a lock of some sort on it. So if you don't have a trigger lock, then it's got to be a case or a cable that has a lock on it, correct? Because if it doesn't, as we've been pulled over by the RCMP before, and I've done my whole life with hunting, if you don't have that, you're in deep shit, regardless of whether or not it's restricted or non-restricted. So that being said,
So
all you need to
the
do
one thing
is
here
state,
is
yeah, I'm just saying that it has to, regardless of whatever, it does have to have that lock somewhere on it.
you need two
Okay.
forms of lock. And maybe Mr. Nobody will clarify this, but the trunk, in that case, maybe the trunk does
No,
count,
it's just
but it's
one
just
form of
easy.
lock, Zinc, for non-restricted.
Okay, I'm just going to interject here just to make sure the air is cleared over this issue. So for a non-restricted firearm, okay, so this would be your 22 rifle, your duck shotgun, or your center fire rifle to shoot deer with, okay. You have to have a locking immobilization device or some sort of mechanism where there's a lock on it. Okay, so it could be a trigger lock, all right, but a trigger lock is not going to work on a lever, because all you got to do is pull off the lever, and then the lock comes off, right? So so depending on the particular firearm, as long as it's non-restricted, you either use a trigger lock or a cable lock, or a gun case that you can actually lock it. All right. That's what you need to do in order to transport it. There's times in the past where I was in a store, I saw this used gun. Okay, fine and dandy. I bought it right there and then, and I said to the guy, is it possible that I can come back the next day? Because I've got some, I got a gun case at home or what have you. I could have bought a gun case there because it was Cabela's, right? And the whole point of the matter is, like, yeah, the transfer's fine. If you want to come back in a few days to pick it up, no big deal. Okay, but I wanted to make sure I had, the case for the long arm, and I had my padlock that went around the locking handle of the case, or the case may not have a lock, let's say like a gun sleeve, but you had some sort of locking immobilization device on the trigger guard, or a cable lock where, let's say, you put the cable through the action. So it wasn't so the thing is that the reason why you have the lock is that nobody can just instantaneously pick up the gun, put in ammo, and cycle the action and detonate it, right? That I mean, there's no one stopping them with coming in with wire cutters or cable cutters to cut around the cable lock, all right? But the thing is, it's just where you can't instantaneously load and detonate your firearm, that there's some sort of obstacle in the way when it comes to non-restricted, all right? Now, I know I'm trying to stay within the scope of the conversation, but when it comes to the restricted firearms, let's say handguns, those have to be double locked. So you have to have a locking that immobilizes the firearms itself. So let's say a cable lock or a trigger lock on your firearm, okay, as well as you put the firearm in a case, and then you have to have a lock on the case as well. All right, and that's applicable for anything that is restricted or the legalized prohibited firearms that were grandfathered for that particular user. All right, that's why you should be informed about the difference in laws. Usually the laws are the same, except when it comes to restricted, there's more laws that are applicable towards the handguns or guns that were deemed restricted by order in council or what have you. Okay, so if there's any kind of clarification or if somebody needs me to re-elaborate, I got no problems with it, because this is supposed to be like, a learning environment when it comes to this.
Yeah, no, for sure. Like I said, it was just the case. And I can't remember in his example, yeah, if it was a restricted or whatever. So yeah, if you buy a gun from a shop, though, yeah, if it's a long gun, well, and we're only talking about long guns, right? Even if you don't have a case for it, yeah, you pop open the box, you put a trigger lock on it, then you walk out with it, right? So like that's the main thing here. It's just that, like, yeah, if you got to have that locking mechanism on it if you're transporting it, right? So. But yeah, up there in the nest, though, I put the third link. Now this one links to all the forms. Now I'll lightly touch on it just because people have been curious about it. Like, you'll see the first one up there. It's the paper form, right? Because of course we went over the online form. You guys can go to that link. I think I linked it on there. But yeah, so these are the paper forms, and we'll go over deeper into the paper form. But the second one down from there, you'll see it's called SQ 3007. In-person filing for Quebec residents only. Use this form if you live in Quebec and are applying to get restricted and or prohibited firearms. You can download it from the Sûreté du Québec. The English form is only available from the French page under formulaire, right? And so that's the one where you then have to like walk it into the police station. They stamp it, and then but that's only for restricted, which yeah, once again, or prohibited. And we haven't really defined the prohibited. Well, Mr. Nobody, yeah, there's three classes, and you can find the links on it if you guys just want to explore the website. I don't want to dig in too much, but yeah, there's long guns. There's a very defined definition of those. There's restricted guns, which are pretty much all handguns or guns under a certain overall length, and some long guns that have been categorized that way for whatever reason. And then there's prohibited guns. And the prohibited guns, pretty much, yeah, like if you had one of these guns before 1994, so everybody who has these licenses are, probably pushing 70 now at least, right? So I mean, it's not even worth worrying about. But yeah, so
Well, I'm not 70, but I am grandfathered for some of those categorizations, right?
I said pushing 70. Are you getting close there?
No, no, no. I got in when I was young, so a lot of
Okay,
people
maybe.
would go out and liquor up and get stoned. But when I was 18, the first thing I did was get a gun. I didn't go into the bar and get liquored up. So I was kind of in tune to this, and I've been, grandfathered in for a long time when it comes to this stuff. And that's the whole idea with this grandfathering, is to address this gray area and let us slowly die off, right? So us
Exactly.
dinosaurs slowly turn into fossils. That's the purpose of the grandfathering thing. It's an appeasement thing when it comes to this stuff. So yeah, just to reiterate, is that there's like three basic classifications of firearms in Canada. We have the non-restricted, so it has to be a certain barrel length. Typically, it's a long gun. Your typical like 22 rifle, center fire hunting rifle, or your shotgun that you go duck hunting with, or let's say use for bear protection if you're out in the bush. Okay, so that's your unrestricted. You have your restricted. Okay, so the restricted mostly are handguns. So a handgun is something that is a firearm, and a firearm, legally speaking, in Canada, is something where it can discharge, has the capability of discharging a projectile at 152.4 meters per second, which is the metric equivalent of 500 feet per second. Okay, so where it's designed to be aimed and operated with one hand. So that's the legal definition of a handgun in Canada. I'm just going off the top of my head. I'm not reading off any kind of cheat sheet or using Google as my cheat sheet here. All right. So there's that criteria. Two, there's the other criteria where certain guns, whether they were like long guns or whatnot, they were deemed restricted by order in council, which is basically kind of like the Canadian version of an executive order. So they didn't go through Parliament, they didn't go through Senate, they didn't go through that process. They just made up a law at the snap of a finger behind closed doors and instantaneously proclaimed it. So basically, with those guns, you would have to look it up in the Criminal Code of Canada under the Firearms Act. They'll list out what guns were either restricted or prohibited by order in council. All right. Two, there's the other thing where it came in from legislation, and this would be applicable to certain handguns as well as certain long guns, where they're deemed to be prohibited. But just because they're prohibited, if you fulfill the criteria at the time, back in the early to mid 1990s, you could legally own them. So this would be owning a handgun that has a barrel length of 4 inches or less, or owning a handgun where the caliber was either 25 caliber or 32 caliber. Those are another criteria. And when it came to handguns, because that grandfathering came in the mid 1990s, as well as anything that they actually did go through the proper democratic process through the House of Commons, then in turn through the Senate, and through the first reading in the House of Commons, then they do their thing at the committee level, then it goes back for the second, third reading at the House of Commons, then it goes through the Senate, and then it gets the royal, proclamation or whatever it is. Okay, so those are the three ways, or the three. Pardon me. Those are the circumstances when it comes to deciding which guns are which in regards to unrestricted, restricted, and prohibited.
Yeah, no, and perfect. And like I said, guys, like I'm not discouraging anybody from it, but there's really no value. So we're pointing this stuff out just because, yeah, in the past it's been there, and sometimes, yeah, people get confused, like as even I have and whatnot throughout here. Yeah, just like what's restricted. It's not that bad with a long gun, right? A lot of the pain points come with the restricted. The long guns are pretty straightforward. Just really, it really is just basic safety on these things. So it's not as aggressive, right? The restricted ones are abusive. There's no arguing this. Restricted hand, when you could even get them, it was always an abusive process and continues to be. The long gun, I'd still argue it's a little bit unnecessary, but it is mostly built around just good sort of somewhat common sense, maybe with a hint of nefariousness, but for the most part, it shouldn't be too hard for anybody to do what it takes to do. Yeah, handle a long gun there. Now, one question there was a question there from Crazy Canadian, and I'll give my answer, but I'm pretty sure if I understand it right. So, does transportation of non-restricted have to be locked even when driving and hunting from location to location? Off highway, I know you cannot shoot from the road. I'm just asking about transportation off road. I mean, for the most part, I'm pretty sure it's just, yes. I mean, once again, common sense, right? Like, do you really need to leave it on, right? Just, unload it, right? And of course, we'll cover the safety thing, right? Prove it safe. You're gonna become used to those words. Prove it safe, right? Disarm the firearm, properly stow it, right, and transport it, right? Just it's good habit, right? So I mean, I'll let Mr. Nobody dive on there too. I've never done hunting, so.
Okay, Just to go by here, and like again, I don't have my cheat sheets, or I don't have Martin's Criminal Code of Canada in front of me. All right. Now, when it comes to stressing the non-restricted firearms, okay, you can transport legally, let's say a hunting rifle, right? If you, long as you immobilize it. So let's say you did have a trigger lock, or you did have a cable lock, but it got lost or whatever it was. Okay, worst case scenario, let's say if it was a bolt action rifle, you can take the bolt out of the rifle, put it in your little Ziploc bag, and not keep it with the gun. All right, that is a method of immobilizing the firearm. Nobody could just take the rifle, put ammunition, and detonate it because there's no bolt. So, or let's say you had a shotgun, same situation. I'm going to open up the shotgun, remove the bolt, put the rest of the bits back in. Then all of a sudden, it's temporarily non-functional again, where nobody can just grab the gun, grab ammo, load it up, and detonate. Okay, so but it is a good idea to put some sort of locking mechanism if it's a non-restricted firearm. So you either have the gun in a locked case, or you have a gun with a locking mechanism, whether it's a trigger lock or a cable lock, on the gun itself, and you can have the case unlocked. All right. So I just hope that clears the air when it comes to that, right? But with the restricted and prohibited, it's no. I want to stress it's double locked.
And once again, it's been implied, but you're not allowed to handgun hunt in Canada, right? You can do that here in the States, but yeah, you can't do handgun hunting up there. And it's legitimate, guys. I don't want anybody's opinion on this. Handgun hunting is legitimate. That's why we have the 44 Magnum. So I'm not going to get into arguments here, but yeah, you can't do it at all in Canada. So you're not going to be hunting with handguns. So yeah, this doesn't apply.
Yeah.
Now, I actually will follow up with this one because yeah, I mean, to a certain extent, there's common sense here, right? If you're getting into your pickup truck and driving to the next location, right, you're safe, right? Now, if you're out there in the bush and you're got an ATV, right? Well, you're on the bush, you're on the ground, right? You're not in the safety of your truck, right? If there's bears and moose about, then you're probably, so you probably don't have to put the trigger or the cable lock on out there, right? If you're out and about on the ATV, not on back road, I mean, not on like roads or whatever, but like actually in the field and stuff, right? Whoever can take that one, I don't care.
Yeah, I was going to say, yes, that does somewhat apply. Here's the thing. Caveat is the understanding of that anytime you're transporting, what Mr. No had just said, anytime you're transporting. So, for example, using examples of real life experience, being in the backwoods, okay, you still actually do have RCMP that roam on ATVs in the backwoods as well during hunting season. So, the caveat is simply this: use your discretion. Be smart about what you're doing. Don't roam around with a loaded rifle. Like, there's all sorts of things that you can do to kind of work that for yourself using common sense, taking a look around you. If you are literally, and forgive me for saying this type of thing, but if you're in the middle of buttfuck nowhere, honestly, going from point A to point B, so hunting camp to hunting camp, point A to point B, not going on any publicly serviced roads, so you're out in the backwoods. If you decide to not put any sort of locking mechanism on your rifle, that's your discretion. Okay, so that's the caveat. That's your discretion. You're using that discretion for yourself in the middle of what you're doing right on the ground. I'm not a person who tells people don't do something illegally or legally or otherwise. Just saying that that's something that you need to use your own common sense on the ground type idea. That's it.
I'll go to Joe here in a minute or somebody else, but the one thing I'll add to that, because you got, I mean, like I said, it comes down to common sense, right? If you're out there on your ATV and you're moving from point to point, right, it's essentially closer to being on your person. It's arguably on your person. Now, if you then leave it at the ATV and go wander 50 yards away, it's no longer on your person, right? So I mean, at that point, it kind of counts as being, transported, right? I mean, yeah, there are vagaries around this stuff and whatever, but yeah, I mean, common sense, right? Like if you're in a place where you've got black bears and everything, I'm not going to tell you to like unlock, completely, unload your gun and put the cable lock on, right? It's like, oh, hold on there, Mr. Black Bear, I gotta go. Right. Whereas if you're in your pickup truck going from place to place, the black bear is not going to get you there, right? It's not quite reasonable to think you're at an immediate danger. But yeah, if you're on the ATV scooting around, right? Yeah, I'm just gonna say it. I mean, because I'm not in Canada, I keep my shit loaded and ready to go, right? So, but if you go and you take a swim for 50 minutes, right, while the ATV's up there with your gun on it, yeah, probably lock it up and shit, right? Like, we and just make sure you can run up there real quick if the black bears are around, right? And you're whatever. Maybe you shouldn't be swimming near black bears anyway, right? So common sense does apply here. Luckily, with the long guns, common sense does seem to get you pretty far, right? With the handguns, nope, there's no common sense. It's arbitrary rules, and you're just being abused. But like I said, yeah. So I'll let Joe jump in there with whatever his thoughts are.
Yeah, I was just going to say that there's a lot of misconceptions. Now, I'm going to give a caveat to that, and that common sense should prevail. But actually, if you are in a pickup truck and you are in the truck, the gun does not have to have a trigger lock on it, as long as you are in control of the gun. Now, you step out of that, like you said earlier, I mean, believe it or not, you could actually throw a shotgun in a gun rack in the back window in Canada. Now, would I advise you to do that? No. You legally can do it. I guarantee you it would draw all kinds of heat, especially depending on where you are. But yes, like in an ATV, you do not have to have a trigger lock on it. Again, like you said, you walk away from it while you're in immediate possession of it. It's okay. Obviously, it cannot be loaded in either case, and I'll make sure that's clear. But you have the legal rights, or you are within your rights to have a firearm, in a pickup truck on the seat beside you. Better not be loaded, and you have to be completely in control of that firearm. Now, would I advise to do that? No. It's going to draw heat. Anyone that sees it is going to panic. Cops are going to be called, and it's shit you don't need to deal with. But you are within your rights. If you're on your property or whatever, and driving down the road from one spot to another, and you don't have ammunition in the gun or readily accessible, yes, no, it does not have to be locked. Second, you step out of that vehicle and it is not in your immediate possession, it does.
Exactly. There's even outside of firearms, there are like legal definitions for what is in your possession or what is in your control, right? Depending, and there's all sorts of things like this. Like, was the car in your possession? Was this object, right? Like, if you're sitting there and you're sitting at a table and something's in front of you and somebody snatches it, right? Is it in your possession? Like, there's whole depths to these things, and there's variants and there's case law and everything else. So yeah, like, and it does largely come down to common sense and stuff like that, right? So.
Go ahead, Sassy.
I'm just wondering, so we're talking about, the firearm possession and all that. I'm starting to wonder about hunting tags. And where I know if you go hunting somewhere, you have to have a tag. But if the animals are on your property, do you need a tag?
So I'll let somebody else answer. The one thing I will answer to this is it does vary by province, right? Hunting and fishing is provincial jurisdiction fully, right? I mean, outside of like federal regulations, like about protected species. But so in Quebec, actually in Quebec at least, the same that hunting and fishing licensing, right? That you have to go to do your long gun and now even your short gun. You have to like say you just want to go and do like bow hunting, you have to get a bow hunting license. And then if you want to do firearm hunting, you have to get the firearms license and then a firearm hunting license from Quebec, right? There's also a bunch of other things, right? And so there's a bunch of, now I don't think every province, obviously Quebec is Quebec and all that stuff. But yeah, so actually if you want to do both bow hunting and firearm hunting, you essentially have to have 3 licenses, right? You have to have your PAL, you have to have your bow hunting license, you have to, and that's not even the tag. That doesn't even get you the deer. That's just what you got to get the tag for the deer. Now, I'll let people speak to other provinces, but yeah, it's provincial is the answer.
If you don't mind me asking, Sassy, what province are you in if you wish to disclose that with me?
I'm in Eastern Ontario. And I
Okay.
actually have deer and wild turkeys that bed down on my property.
Okay. All right. Yeah, because to answer it from, like, I'm from Alberta. Okay, and like Zink said, is that the when it comes to harvesting wildlife, whether it's fishing, hunting, it the laws are different from province to province, from territory to territory. Okay, and when it comes to hunting, a lot of these provinces and territories, you have to take a separate course when it comes to the orientation, and take a separate exam when it comes to legally um, hunting North American big game. So I want to make sure I use the proper terminology here. Okay, so like North American big game would be your deer, your elk, your moose, stuff like that. When it comes to other animals that are not within that criteria, that would be your fox, your wolf, your gophers, basically your nuisance animals or your predatory animals. So it's like you don't need a firearms, pardon me, not a firearms. You don't need a hunting license to shoot the wolf or the fox that's trying to encroach upon the hen house that you may have on the property. Okay. When it comes to answering your question here, whether are you Aboriginal or are you like non-Aboriginal?
I believe she's non-Aboriginal.
I'm
We're
not
gonna say, yeah.
Aboriginal.
Yeah, because the reason why I need to ask that in regards to your race is that when it comes to Aboriginals that are treaty Indians, like if they have that treaty card, they basically have hunting season all throughout the year, like 365 days a year, and they can hunt anything. It doesn't matter what the gender is. It doesn't matter what the time of year it is. It doesn't matter what species it is. But when it comes to a non-Aboriginal person, when it comes to hunting and fishing, that's where a lot of the rules come in. Okay, um, so let's say you come across these deers that are on your property. If you're a treaty Indian, that wouldn't be so much of an issue. But if you're a non-treaty Aboriginal person, um, you may be, and if you shot a deer for sporting purposes, or if you wanted to harvest the meat or what have you, you could be encroaching upon that, because the deer, it's not like whether it's animals like deer or elk, it's not an approved farming facility for those animals. There's, even though they're on your property, they're still considered to be wildlife. So you probably do need to go for the certification, then apply for the applicable tags for those animals before you can shoot them, even though they are physically on your property. But again, I just want to stress, if it was like a wolf and you wanted to have a wolf hat, um, you could shoot that wolf without any kind of hunting license or tags, and you could shoot it, take it to the taxidermist, and and make a hat or a coat out of it. That's not a problem, right? Did I answer your question, or do you need some further
But
clarification?
you did answer my question, but in a roundabout way, what I'm trying to get at, if these
Okay.
animals come onto my property, nobody's going to rat me out. So, do I really need to apply for tags for my own property?
Well,
I,
the thing
So
is,
here's what I'll tell you in general, and you kind of hinted on this. This is across anywhere, especially when it comes to the does, right? When it comes to the does, and at certain times of the season, those does may have been tagged, and if they get tagged and they're known to be in certain areas, somebody might come snooping, just to be aware, right? This is across all of North America. Right, tagged in the sense that fish and game are like tracking them and all that, and they might even might even be a little GPS and stuff, because sometimes they're just doing studies. So just be aware that sometimes people are watching that specific deer.
I,
That's fair enough,
sorry.
because we have a lot of people who actually rent the land around us to go deer hunting. So I don't even know if those deers are tagged.
Yeah, like if let's say you shot a deer and it was the deer was a trophy deer, lots of points on the antlers or what have you, okay, and you try to take that to a taxidermist with no tags, you're going to be up shit creek without a paddle. Now I know what you're trying to say, that okay, my neighbors are not going to rat me out. Well, what you do, that's your business. But if you try to, take it to a taxidermist for whatever reason, they want to see tags. It doesn't matter if the animal was on your land or not. Now, let's say if it was game, pardon me, I'm not going to say game. Let's say it was an animal, and for instance, this was a real life situation. A guy accidentally ran over a bear cub. Okay, so you can't legally hunt bear cubs, but they had the deceased bear cub, and they took it to the fish and game office. Hey, this is the situation. It was an accident. It was no, it wasn't hunting or whatever. Is there any way that you can give me paperwork so I could take this to the taxidermist so I can get this bear processed at the taxidermist? Okay, because you were upfront about it and you didn't have, because they're not going to issue tags for you to hunt baby bear. Okay, but since you went to fishing game, you declared the situation, um, and you say that, can you give me the special paperwork over that? They will do that, and that person was able to take that baby cub and take it legally to a taxidermist. Taxidermist saw the paperwork and did the job in regards to the baby bear.
I 100% understand what you're explaining, but I'm going to be hunting, basically hunting on my own land, and I have somebody who's going to teach me how to um, slaughter the animal and put it in my freezer.
I would just say, I mean, get the tag and just cover your bases, right? It's going to cause you less problems. I mean, I don't know how much it costs, but just a thought.
I I'm aware
Well,
that
that's what I was going to suggest. Like, you know, on top of the pile, wouldn't it just be prudent in today's climate to get your hunting license, get your fishing license, learn the crossbow, and get a certain amount of tags? Like,
I mean,
it,
Can I
okay,
just jump in here? For Ontario, definitely you need your outdoors card, you need a hunter accreditation course completed, and then you need your tags even when you're hunting on your own property, unfortunately. And I just wanted to correct one thing for coyotes in Ontario specifically, there are wildlife management units that they are managed, and there's a limited season on coyotes in Ontario.
You know what? I have a huge problem with coyotes on my property, and that's one of the reasons we armed ourselves in the first place.
Hey, Sassy, check your
well,
DM.
well, get your proper hunting license and some tags, Sass. I mean, you're a farm owner, right? You're gonna run into those problems.
okay. I can understand, Sassy, that this is your land. I understand that, but when it comes to wildlife, they're assets of the crown. You're harvesting wildlife. Okay, so like I said, because you're a non-Aboriginal person, you don't have a treaty card. If you had that, that'd be a totally different story altogether. But because you're non-Aboriginal, and even though these animals are coming across your land, they're not your animals. They belong to the crown. It's not like if you had your own deer farm or your own elk farm on your property where those animals actually belong to you in the first place. So that's why, to prevent any kind of backlash or legal ramifications, that you make sure you have your, like in Alberta, they call it a win card. In Ontario, I don't know what it is, but to get that card as well as the appropriate tags for that particular game. Okay, so it's just to basically cover your bases, because again, you're harvesting something that belongs to the crown.
And Sassy, please go to OFA, okay? The Ontario Farmers Association, all right? They have all the details available for you in regards to what you can and cannot do, when you can and cannot do it, and who you need to go to, like the I think it's called MRN or MNR or whatever, which yeah, anyway, the OFA, they're the ones to sort of check as well.
So real quick here, I put it up in the nest. I'm trying to find the PDFs of the courses, and I can't find them. But maybe they've hidden them or they've changed them or whatever. But they've at least made some of this stuff. So it actually has a nice little infographic of it. So I'm just going to briefly. We've kind of covered this, but so that's what's up in the nest. And so it's storing, transporting, and displaying firearms. Right, storing firearms safely. Unlock, unload, and lock. And I'm going to cover this because this is part of the training course, right? But if it answers a bunch of the questions, right? So this is actually on the RCMP website, right? So storing firearms safely, unload and lock your firearms, store the ammunition separately or lock it up. It can be stored in the same locked container as the firearms, right? Because there has been some question around this, and maybe they actually are trying to clarify because they've been nebulous. Now, is this legal force? I don't know, but it's a rule of thumb, guys. So non-restricted firearms: attach a secure locking device such as a trigger lock or cable lock, or remove the bolt so the firearms cannot be fired, or lock the firearms in a cabinet, container, or room that is difficult to break into. Now, what we're talking about here is in the house, which we haven't covered yet, so we're just going to do that here, right? So you don't actually have to have a gun safe, right? But you can, lock it away. So yeah, in a cabinet, container, or room that is difficult to break into. So yeah, you can lock it, or you can affix it to the wall, right? So yeah, you don't need those five. Some people like those. I don't know if I'll ever get a gun safe. I just don't need that heavy kind of crap in my house where you actually have to. It's like moving a piano, moving a gun safe, guys. Like there's people who make money just doing that, right? Moving gun safes. So I'm not discouraging anybody, but some people are like, nope, you got to have the gun safe. And I think some people just like, it's like, well, what's in there? It's a secret, buddy. Right. So restricted and prohibited firearms, as we covered, right? Attach a secure locking device so the firearms cannot be fired, and lock them in a cabinet, container, or room that is difficult to break into, or lock the firearms in a vault, safe, or room that was built or modified specifically to store firearms safely. And then there's automatic firearms. You have to even remove the bolt and bolt carriers. So transporting firearms safely. Non-restricted firearms. Non-restricted firearms must be unloaded during transportation. Restricted and prohibited firearms. There's a checklist, guys. Unload the firearms and attach secure locking devices to the firearms, and lock the firearms in a sturdy, non-transparent container, and remove the bolts or carriers from any automatic weapons if removable, like leaving any class of firearm in an unattended vehicle, right? Important word there, unattended vehicle, kind of to Joe's point earlier. Locked non-restricted firearms and locked containers carrying restricted or prohibited firearms in the trunk or in a similar lockable compartment, right? I'm actually looking at something here because if the vehicle does not have a trunk or lockable compartment, put the firearms and firearm containers out of sight inside the vehicle and lock the vehicle, right? If you are in a remote wilderness area and cannot lock your non-restricted firearms inside your vehicle, unload them and put them out of sight. Attach a secure locking device to the firearms unless they are needed for predator control, right? But once again, the important words here are unattended vehicle, right? If you're off your ATV, right? If you're within, a few feet of it, it's an attended vehicle, right? Unattended, like I said, yeah, you strip nude and you wander 50 yards down to the river to skinny dip, right? Which is why we go to the forest anyway, right? We go to shoot things, to have campfires, and to be naked. And if you're not, you're doing it wrong. So displaying firearms safely, right? I won't go into this one, but yeah, it talks about how you can mount them, and so you can't have them, but you got to affix them to the wall, and then you got a cable going through there. So that's all there. It's in that thing, right? And it covers all that stuff. I'm trying to find the PDFs of it. I used to be able to find the PDF, and it's hidden there. I can find copies on other websites, but I want to find, because there's 4 ones of these PDFs. I think there's one for the restricted, one for the non-restricted, and then both French and English, or at least there was as of 4 years ago. So I'm trying to find those PDFs. But yeah, so that's the other one up there in the nest. I don't know if it was Monteleone or Rafen or who was next. But yeah, everybody up there in the nest, that kind of, I think, solves, kind of the discussions we were having. It's got nice little pictures too. Very nice little pictures.
Go ahead, Monteleone.
Whoever.
Hi, Zink. I've been listening for a little while. I'm not sure if you covered crossbows and the intensity of those things. And if you have, then no worries. But if you can talk a little bit about that, and do all these rules apply to crossbows and stuff?
Over a certain intensity, I believe, right? So yeah, if it's a certain pounds per force or whatever, right? I believe so. I don't do a whole lot with crossbows. Unfortunately, what's his name? Alan hasn't been on in a while, and he's he's into the crossbows. I don't know if anybody else is into crossbows can clarify on that stuff, because there are crossbows I know that you can easily buy like on Amazon even, or Cabela's without a license. But yeah, I think if like they're super intense, like if they do have like a certain of, you know, feet per second or whatever, then you gotta do it. So if anybody wants to jump in on that,
My crossbow is rated for 330 feet per second, and it's deadly.
The regs specify 495 feet per second is the upper limit for bows and crossbows that you can legally possess without a license.
My crossbow is 120. What is it, Dom? 420 feet per second.
Yeah, and the same goes for pellet guns, BB guns, airsoft. That seems to be, that's the magic number for anything that is not licensable. And you can certainly buy crossbows, bows, pellet guns that are quicker than that and have more muzzle velocity. But yeah, that's where the cutoff is.
Yeah, it's the same thing with some air guns. Some air guns in Canada are considered to be legally firearms, even though they don't use a propellant to help project the projectile out of the muzzle. But because certain air guns, even though they're using air as a propellant, they're able to shoot the projectile, yeah, at the minimum of 500 feet per second or more. Okay, so those are legally under the criminal code firearms, even though in actuality they're not firearms because they're not using a propellant. Okay, so when you go into, you know, the stores like Bass Pro or Cabela's, just as an example, I'm not trying to advocate one store over the other. You know, there's some air rifles that I've noticed where they said specifically on the box that this is only capable of 490 or 480 or whatever it is feet per second, so they can sell it off to anybody of age without going through the PAL certification process.
And this is why I went with crossbows originally, because you can fly under the radar with them.
Okay, well, let's remember that we're not doing this specifically to fly under the radar. We want to stay as legitimate as possible for if there ever comes the time where we have to, you know, shoot at any wild suburban turkeys.
well, both.
We have the
So
opportunity to do so.
yeah, I mean, there's certainly validity, and I was even looking at getting a crossbow for the exact same reason, right? It's not wrong. The important thing, and like I said, in general, it's just to get people, but everybody who doesn't, and I'm going to be very blatant in this, everybody who doesn't get their PAL is risking everybody who does have a PAL, right? You people are to blame for the reduction in fire. So that's why I'm helping you. That's why I'm being nice. That's why I'm trying to run these things, because you are hurting other people's firearm rights. Because if you don't use it, you lose it, and they try to whittle us away. And it's not scary, guys. That's what I really want to encourage here. Like I said, guys, I won't get on a motorcycle. I won't operate a skill saw, but I do not feel unsafe with guns in my closet or sitting on my bathroom counter where I clean them. Right now, kids are a different matter, right? Yeah, with kids, you got to be right. Like, luckily, my cat doesn't have thumbs, so I'm not worried about my cat. And I promise you, if my cat could figure out how to operate my firearms, I don't give a shit. I'm making YouTube videos, and I'm never talking to you people again because I'm going to be rich. So, you know, that's just something to be aware. But yeah, kids are a different matter there. But when it comes to guns, it's really hard to fuck up with guns, guys. You have to go out of your way. You have to be stupid. Kids are stupid, and they have thumbs, right? That's what it requires to fuck up with guns, is to be retarded, stupid, and even then really stupid and have thumbs, right? If you don't have those things, then you're not going to be screwed. Whereas, yeah, I know lots of people who've lost fingers to skill saws and motorcycles and other things like that. So that's what we're really trying to emphasize here is, right, go and get it, get comfortable with it, right? It's like, oh, I don't need it. And here's the other thing, and it's something I hear sometimes from women, my own mother. It's like, oh, well, I'm a woman. I'm not really interested in that. Guys, if I woke up as a woman tomorrow, the first thing I would do is start packing. every day, all day long, right? Like I'm a big guy. I'm not really actually worried about myself for the most part, and it's not even strength, right? I have big hands, and I'm not trying to be gross here, but if I want to get in a fight, I can just choke somebody out, right? 99.99% of the world's population, I can choke out, right? I'm a big guy. I'm not worried. I don't use it that way, but I'm just saying, whatever, right? If you are a smaller person, if you aren't as big as me, and if you don't have, that kind of reach or grip or whatever else, you should be carrying a gun, and even more so. And no, like I mean, or you should be comfortable with a gun because, of course, you can't carry it for self-defense. But I'm saying, don't be afraid of them. And this is more of a general thing, right? Like, be confident with them, right? If you're out in the bush, right? If you're out in the bush, right, you should have a gun, right? Bears, there's bears. So I mean, but more than anything, it's just they're going to keep taking it away. I mean, this is the really important part. They're going to keep taking it away. So you got to go apply for your PAL. You got to get used to it, and you got to encourage. Firearms built Canada, right? I mean, before that, the natives had bows, but guess what? Even the natives are like, man, these gun things are really great, right? And so natives have guns. The Voyageurs had guns. Everybody had guns, right? Canada and some of the great gun makers in history made guns, right? I like to bring it up, and I'm going to bring it up again, right? The M1 Garand, right? French Canadian guy invented that, right? The gun that won World War II, right? The gun that Patton called the greatest battle implement ever devised, right? The gun that's still like the official weapon of the United States, right? Like when they do like honor guards and crap, right? They're using those M1 Grands. There's actually a program here in the States where they take old ones and it's like the civilian firearm, but it's like a weird government program, but yeah, you can buy them still from the government and everything, right? And that was invented by a Canadian fella. So, guns are Canadian. Guns are our heritage, right? It's often a thing I bring up in these species. What is it to be a Canadian? Anything else? I'm gonna, it's nebulous, and sometimes we discuss it, but I'm gonna say that guns are Canadian, and not having a gun therefore is un-Canadian. And I'm not gonna mollycoddle anybody with this. I'm not gonna make it. It's like, no, you are un-Canadian if you don't have a gun. You are spitting on your ancestors, and every veteran and anybody else who died for Canada, and the people, native or non-native, who blazed the wilderness. You were spitting on them and everything else. So, not having a gun is un-Canadian, and I'll now calm down there.
Okay.
I
Yeah, no, I
will.
just
I will say though, um, being new to all of this, having a gun can be intimidating. And you know what? What this space has done to me is actually reinforced to give me confidence to own one, to actually submit my paperwork to the RCMP. And you know what? Let's go for it.
Yeah. No, I just want to stress to everybody here, like I'm somebody who got his driver's license, the practical exam, where you had to operate a motor vehicle in the public commons on the public roadways. And I'm someone who also got his motorcycle's license. So I had to do the practical exam on a real life motorcycle. Mind you, it was a closed course when they did the testing and evaluation for the practical exam. That process of getting your common everyday driver's license for a car or for a motorcycle is actually more dangerous than doing the practical exam for the certification in regards to getting a PAL in Canada, because most of the time they're using dummy guns, they're using dummy ammunition. You're not gonna have to worry about hurting yourself unless you drop the gun on your big toe, okay? Or that's basically when it comes to the safety aspect of it. It's not like a certification course where you have to do a live fire exercise like they have to do in some states of the union to get a concealed carry permit. But I don't want to go there because I want to keep this under the Canadian context, that this is a Canadian room. My dialogue is a lot different when I'm interacting with Americans, with and in American spaces, because the laws are a lot different than they are up here in Canada, right? So I just want to be mindful of my own dialogue when I talk about certain things. But I just want to encourage you. It's not dangerous, and yeah, there's other things out there. I'll tell you the most dangerous thing to be held hand is a chainsaw. Okay, it's really easy to have that thing kick back into your face or to kick back into your knee if you're not wearing and permanently handicap or disfigure yourself if you weren't wearing chainsaw pants or chaps, because it's happened to me.
I've seen the chain actually break and fly. So
Yeah.
The,
So
the,
actually,
And yet, just
the
to
man who
specify,
sold me my house actually died from a chainsaw accident, and it went in and split his head in half.
yeah.
and just
So
to quickly specify, guys, because it reminds me, some of the things I mentioned about the way I keep my guns. Of course, I'm not in Canada currently, so don't do what I do. Do not leave your gun on your kitchen counter there. But yeah, I'm in the U.S., and so just keep that in mind. There, there's other things I put up in there, the proper storage, and of course you can bring it out and properly clean it and put it away and all that stuff. But yeah. Mr. Nobody made a good point there. It's a very different situation down here. But still, it's not that hard, guys. If anything, I do it blatantly, right? Just because I'm not in Canada and I don't have to, so I'm rather reckless with it. But even then, even with that recklessness, right, these are not scary things, guys, right? Like, unless my cat grows thumbs.
If I may, there's
So,
since I've been waiting just a wee bit here, I was just going to quickly say, or not so quickly. Number one, when we talk about like tools, because that's what a firearm is, right? And Zinc, thank you so much for bringing that up. Canada was founded off of hunting and trapping. That is quite literally what it was. But firearms are tools. Your car is a tool. Your mobile phone is a tool. It takes just one idiot to make that tool into a weapon. So, for example, you have lots of people that live here in Canada that have licenses or even drive without a license. These things called a vehicle. Sorry, just had to get something called a vehicle. Now, this vehicle is just a tool. It's just a boom boom that takes you from point A to point B. All depending on the projection, how it's aimed, and who's the idiot behind said projection, then dictates whether or not that person's stays alive or no. So that's with everything. And now you can see that if there are people in the space listening at the bottom there that may or may not be on a conservative end or otherwise, and they want to be like, oh, these conservatives, they're all about this. I want you to understand that what we're putting down is this. Canada has a ton of checks and balances when it comes to firearms. We don't need more gun laws. We do not need more, okay? The more you get the government in play, the worse it gets for your peoples of your country. Ask anybody, like myself, who have lived elsewhere on the globe under dictatorships and communism, okay? That is a really bad thing. So, Canada has amazing checks and balances when it comes down to your firearms. In fact, more so than the lovely vehicles that I just talked about. All right? So, vehicles, again, anything that can get up to a certain speed of projection, I could do a potato gun and kill somebody just as much as I can take a firearm and kill somebody, or I can take a car and kill somebody. And if I aim right and have enough velocity behind it or strength behind it, I can aim my cell phone and kill somebody. So you see, I know that sounds a little funny, but that's the reality. I'm sorry, unalive. I don't know why we're changing the dialogue on that one.
Okay.
But that's the whole point behind this, that people learn that we have really, really good laws here in Canada, really good laws. And so feel safe when you're going about learning about these firearms. Understand that, just like anything else, as a tool, that you are responsible when you get licensed and in the utilization.
Okay. I just want to politely push back here. When it comes to Canada and its gun laws, we don't sincerely need any more gun laws. What we need is more enforcement in regards to the antisocial criminal behavior in using firearms for nefarious purposes. Okay. We have laws when it comes to importing firearms into Canada. There's a number of people who illegally import them for nefarious endeavors. That's where the focus should be on, is enforcing the pre-existing laws that we already have. There was a lot of crap about, oh, we need yellow flag laws or we need red flag laws. No, that's already pre-existing in Canada. So a lot of these people who preach about how we need yellow and red flag laws in Canada either A, don't know what they're talking about, so they're plagiarizing the talking points from the US, depending on what state has or does not have them, okay? And they're not doing their research, and basically it's a bunch of fear mongering that does not need to exist. Now, as Republic was saying, is that these are tools, okay? Just like a golf club is used as a sporting tool to hit a ball, just like a baseball bat is used as a sporting tool to hit a ball. They can also be used, depending on who's using it, for nefarious purposes. But that's the person, not the actual object. Now, when it comes to motor vehicles, there was that van attack a few years ago in Toronto. Okay. Vans, cars, motorcycles, whatever, they're tools to help transport people and or cargo from A to B to C to D. That particular individual took the tool of a white van, white conventional panel cargo van, and deliberately drove it on the sidewalk, not on the roadway. Okay, so it wasn't just running pedestrians over on a crosswalk, but deliberately took that tool and weaponized it by driving that van and hitting a bunch of innocent people, where there was a number of fatalities and critical injured people who, and there's laws in regards to getting licensing and, utilizing motor vehicles in the public commons. So those laws already exist, but that didn't stop this person from going on this dastardly deed of unnecessarily driving over people on a public sidewalk. So I just want to make you clear on that. Okay. When it comes to gun laws in Canada, yes, we have a number of them, but in my opinion, in my view, a lot of these laws were focused on the legitimate, lawful, peaceful use of firearms, not so much on the illicit use, because there's no legitimate reason, in my opinion, to have a handgun that has that's 32 caliber to be prohibited in Canada. There's no legitimate reason where a handgun that has a barrel length 4 inches or less should be considered to be prohibited in Canada. Okay, so I don't necessarily agree with the Canadian gun laws, because all I know, in my opinion, in my view, that quite a number of these laws were not intended to keep people safe. It was to make things more restrictive, more out of reach for the common person who wanted to go through the proper process and procedure into legally acquiring these firearms for legal and legitimate and peaceful purposes.
And I was going to quickly say, do you know what the most dangerous weapon is out there? It's a fully loaded child in diapers. Let me tell you. I'll tell you, if you hand that one over and they're ready to pop, that is a very dangerous weapon indeed, my friends.
On spaces, the most dangerous weapon is a fully loaded boomer, right? I'm not going to name any names. There's lots of them out there. You get a boomer on here, it's after 7 p.m. wherever they are. There's 6 cups in, right? That's the most dangerous weapon on spaces. So I'm going to get back to kind of a little bit of dryness here, because I'm just trying to answer any questions as we go along here. But really quickly, Sassy Girl, if you want to go ahead, and then I'm going to jump back to the process.
I just want to, I've been pushing you at this, that I'm very timid around guns. So how do you build up your confidence? Because when I pull that trigger, I close my eyes and I lose
Don't do,
all sight
Jesus
of it.
Christ, don't do that.
No, it happened. So
Yeah,
I'm gonna be very honest with
practice
you. So when I moved down here to Idaho and I went into fire a gun, I hadn't fired a gun in a long time. I'm not gonna even say how long. A long time. You go into the firing range, and this is a fire range that's graded up to handle 50 BMG, right? One of those big guns that can shoot through very, like a Hummer's windshield type thing, right? But nobody was finding that, luckily. But yeah, people can fire some pretty big things in there, right? You walk in there, and it's natural to flinch, guys. There's no reason to be embarrassed, right? It's a natural sort of inclination, right? Any cop, any soldier, anybody who's been on the gun range will tell you it's natural. You sort of get used to it, and if you haven't been for a while, it comes back, right? It's natural, right? But of course, you put on the ear protection because that's the main thing. It's not even just that it's a big noise; it'll blow your fucking eardrums. I don't want to swear, but it will, right? So don't be smart. Put your ear protection on, and it's not even embarrassing to double up, right? Some people put when I fire the 44 Magnum, and I'll get to that in a second. When I fire the 44 Magnum, I actually do usually stick in the little orange things, and I put on my ear cuffs because that thing barks. But I'll get that. So I went in there. I was firing 9mm, guys. And yeah, like you just get used to it, right? You get used to holding it open, right? 9mm can be a little bit intimidating. 22, not so much, right? It's a little bit be the first time, but you'll get used to 22. And I mean, the real answer is you fire. Keep a firm grip on things. This is the important thing, right? You can close your eyes, right? You can blink, right? Like, don't keep your eyes closed, but blinking is not unusual. Don't feel bad about that. But it all comes down to just keeping your hands on the gun, keeping your finger where you know it is, not reacting, right? Sometimes hot brass sneaks down your shirt, right? Immediately get your finger out of that trigger, and then you can chase that bit of brass out of there before it burns you. And sometimes it's too late, and you're gonna get a little bit burned. Even brass coming out of a 22 will, if it sits on skin for a couple seconds, will burn. But yeah, like, because there was a video on here a while back where, like, yeah, some guy, you can see it because I've been in the same position, right? He fires the gun, it bounces off the cubicle wall, goes down his shirt, right? And you usually should button up your shirt. I don't always button it up, and it happens, right? Goes down his shirt, and then he starts like shifting around, but he doesn't get his finger out of the fucking hole. Get your finger out of the fucking hole, right? And of course, he's doing it, and then boop, he gets a misfire. I don't think anybody gets injured, but he looks like a fool, and he's probably banned from that range for life and everything for being a dumbass. But just it's basic things. I mean, just hold the gun at first, right? Get used to holding it and stuff like that. That's the important thing, right? And they sell them, right? You can go and you can buy them for $60, whatever your preferred brand is, Glock or whatever. These little training ones, and the professionals use them, right? It gives you a chance to practice the grip, right? If you get your grip down, if you get all that sorted out, everything else just comes out of it, right? You can close your eyes, you can blink, right? Because like I said, so even after I got used to that, guys, when I go in and I fire my 44 Magnum, and I can only ever fire maybe 18 rounds out of the thing, I still have a hard time keeping my eyes open. It just, like, the first time I did, I actually got a bullseye, and then every time after that, like, I've had a hard time, and that's why I do it, right? Is to get used to that one. And it's a 44 Magnum snub nose. My hand hurts after I use it. I'm not embarrassed to say that, right? And I try to keep my eyes open. I'm getting better at it, but it's like I said, it's not bad. Don't worry about that.
Hey,
Okay.
Zinc, can I, like, woman to woman for a second?
I'm not a woman, but
I
I'm
know.
very flattered.
I'm feeling your feminine energy right about now. And sorry, Mr. No, I just wanted to quickly, like, answer Sassy, just like woman to woman here. If you're afraid of firearms, the best course of action that you can do, besides go and get your pal, besides getting comfortable and asking all the questions that you need to ask while you're in that course, is now I know this is so controversial with people, and I don't know why, because I think it's absolutely horseshit because the military does this. So I'm just going to say it because this is what I had to do. But dry fire, make it such a muscle memory, okay, that you get so used to working with that weapon, handling that weapon under dry fire conditions, which is no ammunition whatsoever. Learn to take apart that weapon, put it back together, dry fire before you even get to the range. Now, understand, once you're at the range, okay, now you're going to get the kaboom, and you're going to get that feedback. All right, so those are the two kind of shocking things that you're going to receive, but it's going to be such muscle memory that odds are you're not going to be closing your eyes anymore, because you're so used to that muscle memory that, yeah, you'll definitely blink. For sure, you're going to blink, but you're not going to close your eyes anymore because it's muscle memory, because you've dry fired it like a bazillion times that your eyes just stay kind of open and it will stay on target. So just think about that one. Take a look at that. That's how I got my serious muscle memory. I can pull anywhere, anytime, and be able to focus and drive that firearm wherever I need it to go through strictly muscle memory. And then try your best, because it is very expensive. Let's be honest, it is expensive for bullets up here. Freedom seeds, people. It's very expensive up here in Canada. So just bear in mind that when you do go, you know, you got to kind of save up a little bit to get that extra feedback slash boom boom pew pew power registered in your brain. But other than that, thank you for letting me speak, Mr. No. I appreciate that.
Okay.
Well, thank
Yeah,
you,
I just want.
Republic.
Yeah,
Sorry,
I
I
just.
just head in. Thank you, Republic, for that information, because I didn't even know you could actually dry fire. So you know what? The next time my friend brings his guns over, I'm actually going to ask him, how can I dry fire and get comfortable?
The one thing I will specify here, and it's something I had to learn, right? Depending on the type of gun, there's different ways you have to dry fire it, right? Like especially 22s or rim fires, right? You can actually peen, and I'm not going to go into what peening is. It's not being dirty, guys, but you can peen a lot. You don't want to peen. You know, that's a bad thing to peen everywhere, right? So you don't want to do that. But you read the manual, and it'll tell you how the preferred way of dry firing it is. Some of them it's the safety on, so then it doesn't peen. Other ones you get the dummy rounds, and it's like a little like red thing in there, and whatever. Other ones you can just dry fire, right? Like my Beretta, I can dry fire that. Like honestly, guys, if you were in my spaces when I was in spaces the first couple of months after I moved here, there was nothing in this apartment except my cot and my gun. I would just be standing there, you know, dry firing it, right? You make sure it's fully unloaded, but I'd just be standing there dry firing while I'm running spaces and then cleaning it and everything else. So like there's lots of things. There's even these things you can get for certain ones where it's a little it's shaped like a bullet kind of, and it goes inside the gun, and then it actually has a little laser that shoots, so every time it hits that round, so it's like the dummy round, but the little laser comes out, and that way you can actually even see where your thing's going. And then you can even get like fancy systems. I haven't bought any of that yet, but like you can get fancy systems that like allow you to like actually acknowledge it and everything, right? So you can just be sitting there doing it now. Yeah, you can do all of that, right? And so you can get now, of course, like I said, you can't get a handgun right now. Yeah, you can borrow one from your friend, but like, you know, with a long gun, you know, you've got to, it's easier to have a good grip on the long gun, right? You kind of brace it against your shoulder, right? There's kind of 3 points of contact there, right? So yeah, but you can practice that. And when it comes to, yeah, the 22s, you can work your way up. And actually, this is even all right. The first one I bought here was a 9mm. I took it one weekend, and I ended up shooting, I think, about $300 of ammunition there. I'm like, that's a bit. So I went. I bought a really cheap 22, right? And one day I just decided I wanted to really push 1,000 rounds through that. So it still cost me less than $100, right? And after that, like I was even just like, nope. I just decided that day I'm going to push 1,000 rounds through it. But so I mean, yeah, like 22s have that value, and a lot of even maybe I'm not sure about long guns, maybe show, but even a lot of handguns, you can actually get barrel conversions where you can, like, you know, like the Beretta has a barrel conversion where you can actually go and put 22 in it. That way you can still be holding the Beretta, but then be firing 22 out of it for practice and stance, because it's you know, it's posture, it's all those things, right? Like it's 90% of the battle, right? It's that whole thing where they did the study where, you know, somebody's sitting there like shooting hoops for 4 hours, and then somebody else just sitting there thinking about shooting hoops and watching other people shoot hoops. You can do a lot, guys, without actually physically doing anything, right? It's all mental and so on and so forth, right? So there's lots of options there to work your way up. Now, one Republic, I mean, yeah, like, you know, get just, you know, like, also like just get used to like the loud noises, right? Like watch, you know, like watch some loud boomy shows and stuff like that, right? Like they talk about now, they get weird about it, but like, you know, it's probably a little bit, you know, if you come, and I think everybody in here is older, but if you come from the generation that's used to playing, you know, Call of Duty with your headphones blasted up there and all that stuff. Now you're not getting the kickback, you're not getting the barrel
Recoil.
flare. Yeah, but you're
muzzle flash.
Yeah. But even the military actually does have them play video games, right? Because it just gets them used to some of it, right? Some of it is a lot of it, right? So if you're a little worried about it, like, yeah, go borrow some kids' video games and play them for a bit, right? Just to get used to the idea of a gun, even.
Okay, I just want to chime in here quickly, UK, for what you ask about, you know, having this apprehension when it comes to handling firearms. I'm glad that you did mention it. There is no shame. Okay, it's the same thing about learning how to drive a conventional car. I mean, when I was learning how to drive, yeah, I had the apprehension, you know, and all of a sudden I'm sitting, I have the brake pedal, I've got the throttle, I've got the steering wheel, shift, everything there. I'm the one who's in control, and a lot of it is just fear of the unknown. The more that you get subjugate yourself to it, you legitimately build your confidence and your self-esteem in handling it. Okay, as well as when it comes to handling firearms, whether it be handguns or long guns or whatever. As long as you use safe practices, whether it's at the range or whether it's at home, okay? Handling the firearm, when you pick it up, you don't put your finger on the trigger. When I see people do that, I know right away they don't know how to handle firearms. There's a little band that goes around the trigger. It's called the trigger guard. It's there for a reason. You put your finger on the trigger guard, and then you do what you have to do with the firearm to load it or unload it before you put it on target. And then when you do your aim, then you put your finger on the trigger. Okay, so a lot of it is having somebody showing you the proper safe practices of pointing your firearm, of actually handling the firearm in your hand, okay, or in your hand or up your arm or up on your shoulder. All right, when it comes to also alleviating any kind of apprehension, start off small and work your way up. If anybody's going to hand you, hey, try out this 458 Magnum, well, that's an elephant gun. And for the common person to use that, it's like you see these things on these YouTube videos where they do it as a joke. And the thing is, it is no joke. You're actually, it's like giving somebody who only got their driver's license for a car, then all of a sudden you expect them to climb mountains and come down mountains with a semi trailer. They're not ready for that. So you have to start off low and work your way up. So in that case, it's like try with a 22 rim fire. Okay, that's pretty anemic. All right, mind you, I mean you could hurt somebody. I'm not trying to discount that, but you start off with a 22 rim fire. Try to go for something that's low in a center fire, like a 243, or a 270, or a 308. You slowly migrate up, and then you go, and if you wanted to work up your way to a 300 Win Mag, there's also 300 Magnum, 375 Holland and Holland, 416 Rigby before you get to that stage, right? So don't start off at the top, because that's where the fear does come in. You always want to start off at the bottom. Two, another way of alleviating firearm anxiety is like what Zink mentioned about doubling up on ear protection, especially if you're in an indoor range, because when you're doing any kind of detonation in an indoor range, the sound of the detonation reverberates off the walls. So you're going to have this kind of like echo where the sound doesn't dissipate, it bounces back and forth on the walls, so it kind of like sounds louder than it is. When you go to an outdoor range, there is no walls, there is none of those kinds of barriers where you have a ceiling. So when you detonate a firearm, regardless of whether it's a 22 rim fire or something larger, medium size or larger size, that sound is going to start at the point of origin of detonation and disperse out. It's not going to be bouncing back at you when you have reverberation. Okay, so another thing with dry fire exercising, that was also mentioned. That's another way to build up legitimate esteem and confidence in firearms handling. There is these snap caps that you can get for center fire firearms. Usually it's a package of 2. Sometimes if it's a handgun cartridge, it's a package of 6 or 5. And what it is, it's dummy ammunition. There's usually a brass cap where the primer is. There's an internal spring, and it's not authentic, real live ammunition. I mean, the entire cartridge, for the most part, is made out of plastic, but it gives you the familiarity of loading the firearm, unloading the firearm, cycling the firearm, and that's really the safest way to dry fire your firearm. And that's something that you can do at home. You don't need to go to the range to do it. You can do that at home or at your friend's place if they have guns over there, to get the familiarity of squeezing the trigger, when it comes to pointing the firearm, etc., etc. Okay, so it's a lot easier to do dry fire exercises or familiarity when it's a center fire. When it comes to a rim fire, that's where it gets sketchy. Like Zink mentioned about peening, where you can actually do damage to your firearm if it's a rim fire. Okay, in that particular situation, there do make snap caps that are meant for rim fires. What I've done in the past is that I would take empty 22 shell casings that were previously detonated, and depending on the firearm, like it's a lot easier to do with a revolver than it is with a semi-auto. Okay, is put those casings back in that were previously detonated, and then do your dry fire practice off of that. Okay, so I just want to throw some ideas to you when it comes to alleviating any kind of anxiety. And I'm glad that you brought up the topic, because a lot of people don't are too afraid, or they're too embarrassed, or they're just not man enough to admit it. But I'm just trying to give you some strategies in order to build up a legitimate sense of confidence in handling these things. Because eventually it will get to the point where it's just like tying your shoelaces or making a cup of coffee. It's no big deal.
I mean, absolutely. I mean, and to reinforce it, I'm a jumpy guy. I'm jumpy people. And I don't even like driving, right? So I mean, that's the important thing. And part of the reason I like that, the reason I shoot that 44 Magnum is because it hurts. And the other thing too, it's not just the caliber, it's also the gun. Like I mentioned with that one, it's a snub nose, right? Actually, a heavier gun is more stable, right? So that's the reason I got my Beretta. It's heavier than the Glock, and so and that's why that one is so painful, right? If it had a big old barrel off it, yeah, it'd be heavier, but it would recoil far less, and my hand would not ache after I shoot it as much, right? But up in the nest there, I posted it because you can buy the snap caps on Amazon, right? You can buy cleaning. So there's certain things for guns you can buy. You can't buy guns, obviously, but you can buy the snap caps. That's where I've seen those little lasers, even, right? Like you put it in the round and you fire that, and it works like the snap cap, but then it actually shoots a little laser out the front of it, right? I'm not saying to buy that specific one. There might be a better price or better brand. That shows you just the different shapes, right? They come in the shape of shotgun shells there, and the different handgun rounds, and even looks like they got one in a big old caliber there. So they got them in all sorts of shapes and sizes there, and yeah, you can fire those. You can get the little lasers and everything to put in there. So there's lots of different things you can do with that stuff.
I just want to jump in and want to say thank you to Mr. Nobody, because you literally gave me the confidence I needed to go on to get this done.
Well, you're welcome, Sassy Gal. If I'm making sure, hopefully that's who I'm addressing. I'm just like, this stuff that we're talking. It is real. It's not a bunch of BS, and I'm glad that you have enough fortitude to actually mention it, because a lot of people won't mention it because they're embarrassed, or they're ashamed, or whatever. They're, I don't know, too timid, or whatever it is, or effeminate, whatever the word term is, or what have you. And I'm just trying to relate from my experience with my initial exposure to firearms in regards to other people's experiences, because a lot of people, they do eventually get a driver's license, or they get their initial one to operate a car. But eventually, that if they want to drive a dump truck, or a bus, or a semi tractor trailer, they're going to have to go through driver's training again, go through another examination, both practical and written, again, to be certified for that that larger vehicle, right? Because the whole idea is that you learn how to drive, or you learn how to operate a gun um, using something that's a lot smaller, or a lot more manageable, and then you work your way up to something where it's more advanced. Okay, it's like you get a motorcycle, you get a cheapy motorcycle, it could be a Kawasaki or what have you. You don't The people who automatically go for the high performance Japanese bikes, or they automatically go for a Harley Davidson Fat Boy, is because they're trying to satisfy their ego, and they're not at that stage because they don't have the legitimate experience with the smaller motorcycles or the smaller cars in order to be up at that stage when it comes to handling those other vehicles that take more experience and more proficiency. And there's a lot of people who like to make these shortcuts. And I'm just trying to tell you, this is the best way to do it. Just another point I wanted to mention that I just remembered is there's a number of these shooting ranges, commercial shooting ranges. Um, like I know that this is getting back into handguns again. They have like kind of a handgun renting program. Now you can't just rent them out and take them out of the store, but it gives people exposure off the street. You don't need any kind of certification. There's no licenses required. You're there with an instructor at all times, 1-to-1, and that can give you exposure to, hey, I want to shoot a 22 rimfire. Oh, I want to shoot a 38 special. Oh, I want to shoot a 9mm Luger. Oh, I want to shoot a 40 Smith and Wesson. Oh, okay, I want to, eventually make your way up to, let's say, a 44 Magnum. If you don't feel comfortable with, let's say you feel comfortable with the 38 special or 9mm Luger, but you don't feel comfortable with the 40 Smith and Wesson at that point in time, that's fine. You know what your limit is, right? And that that you maybe don't want to progress any further at that point in time. So I'm just trying to give you these strategies. Nobody told me this. This is stuff that I had to figure out, and I'm just trying to give people legitimate guidance and how to address this issue of anxiety in regards to firearms handling.
You know what is much appreciated, because I have anxiety when it comes to the guns. I've shot. What guns did I shoot, Dom?
22, 308.
I've shot at 32.
22.
At 22.
308.
At 308.
12 gauge.
At 12 gauge.
And you always shoot your stupid cross.
But my husband says I always hit my targets, but it literally I close my eyes when I pull the trigger.
Yeah, I can understand, you're closing your eyes or you're flinching or what have you. I'm not saying shoot all those guns in one day. Stick with a 22 rim fire. If you can, there's nothing wrong with getting, you're talking about a Canadian gun, like Zank mentioned about the M1 Garand. Well, what to me, the number one Canadian gun is your single shot Cooey. Okay. Cooey 22 single shot. That's to me the all Canadian gun, because that's usually the first gun that a youth is introduced to. And there's no shame in adults using those kinds of guns when it comes to hunting or predator control or target shooting or learning safe firearms practices. Okay. And when you mentioned about the 12 gauge, like there's different loads, like try a 12 gauge with bird shot before you go with, let's say, a 2, then like a one with buckshot. Then there's like 2 3/4 inch with Magnum before you go with a 3-inch shell. So there's even increments within 12 gauge, or if it's within your resources or wherewithal, try a 410 first, try a 20 gauge first, or a 16 before you venture to a 12 or a 10. Then like the common one that's still in manufacture is the 10 gauge, right? So it's just, like I said, start off slow and low and slowly migrate your way up to that level, and you should be okay.
And
Thank you so much for that information, and I will take it to heart.
And for the most part, don't let it, I mean, gun guys like to talk about guns, right? They're very eager to give tips and stuff. And I mean, just like anything, right? They'll tell you what they want to do, and always ask for a second opinion and stuff. But for the most part, people are very supportive in this, and people are constantly training. Even experts go to other experts to train on other things, right? Like there's gun courses that they offer, like for advanced stuff, and even like the super advanced stuff, like like going and like doing like the little like obstacle courses like you see on TV and stuff like that. But even just simple stuff like just getting your draw time down. Now this is more of an American thing with your draw time there for reasons, but just even stuff like that, right? And these are guys who are professional cops and whatever else stuff, like even they go and they sometimes get extra training because they really want to get there and stuff like that. So there's never a limit to it. It's just like any actual martial art, right? Like even somebody who's a black belt and very advanced in one type of fighting, they'll go and they'll learn another type of fighting, right? They'll go and study with this guy who does this weird thing and all that stuff, right? So I mean, there's always some everybody can always go up a level, but you don't even need to go that high, right? So like, there's no reason to ever like worry about this stuff. But real quick, so I got the form, right? Like I talked about the online form, everybody can look at it, but I'm just going to go down the form because the form has a bunch of information. We've kind of touched on some of it, but I'm just going to kind of go down it. So, you know, the fee does change, right? Like I think they up it by like 50 cents or something every year. So I don't even know what it is. It's probably like $84 now, something. So yeah, the fee to apply for a firearms license will be changing annually. Please refer to Section J, fees, for the applicable fee associated. So yeah, make sure you get the right fee because it's going to tell you as of, whatever day cut off, it's going to go up 50 cents, right? So once again, just another reason for them to mess with you. It's not hard, right? But just make sure, you check what the fee is for when you're putting it in there and when you're sending it in. Because, if it goes up 50 cents and it's going to sit there, it's like, oh, yeah, you got to send us your credit card and, get it. So, like, yeah, just be aware of that. Yeah, use this form if you're an individual aged 18 and over, right? There are forms for, like I said, the ones you can get for kids so that they can use your firearm and stuff like that. So processing a firearms license application involves a variety of background checks. In some cases, an in-depth investigation are conducted. Don't be worried about that, right? They're not, like I said, they don't have access to, it's just that they might like call this stuff, right? They can't like go and like check like medical records or what you did in junior high and stuff like that. Like, unless like there's like subpoena or something like that, right? But I don't think anybody here has that stuff, right? They got a lot of these to process, and while they can be somewhat tedious, they still have a high volume of these to process. Yeah, so there's a minimum 28-day waiting period for all applicants who do not presently hold. 28 days would be great, right? As most of us have heard, it's 6 months sometime now, right? There, whatever. A PAL is valid for 5 years. The application must be signed within 6 months of mailing, right? So like, just like you can do the training years before and then not send it in, but yeah, just make sure that the date on the form, right? You don't fill out the form and then send it in like 8 months later. Sometimes it happens, right? You leave it there just like, yeah, don't date the form until you're ready, but then do remember to date it. So yeah, you have to do the safety training. If you need additional space, list all information requested on a separate sheet of paper, right? So like I said, there will be a section in there to add multiple partners if you've had them, no judgment, but yeah, if you need to fill it out, then you can add it to extra space there. Maybe it's just easier to do it online. Maybe there's a little checkbox you can click to fill it in. So that's the stuff. And so it covers kind of the stuff we've covered here. So, the license issued to you and fees are based on the firearms you currently possess and the firearms you intend to acquire and possess, or the class of firearms license you wish to obtain for target practice or for employment. In general, you cannot request possession and acquisition of prohibited firearms unless you already lawfully possess the prohibited firearms. So only old fellas got that. If you are applying, or younger old fellas like Mr. Nobody, if you are applying for a license to acquire a prohibited handgun manufactured before 1946, so I guess there is something for that. Like, yeah, like if it's like, like an antique and stuff like that. We won't dive into that, but there are like other weird things, right? For people who are engaged, like, written, like, for like, historical purposes, so on and so forth. So as we just specified, but I'll read the actual definitions for this because a non-restricted firearm, which is all we're really encouraging right now. Non-restricted firearm is an ordinary rifle, shotgun, or combination gun that is not described below as being restricted or prohibited, right? So it's a big category there. So what is a restricted firearm? A handgun that is not a prohibited firearm, a semi-automatic, center fire rifle, or shotgun with a barrel length less than 470 millimeters, 18.5 inches, that is not prohibited. A rifle or shotgun that can fire when its overall length is reduced by folding, telescoping, or some other means to less than 660 millimeters, 26 inches. Any firearm prescribed as restricted, including some long guns. So there's an important thing here. So yeah, there's some exceptions here around rimfire. Now, rimfire, for anybody who doesn't know, that's 22. There's a few other rimfires out there, but 99% of all the rimfire out there, that's what 22, right? There's also like 22 Winchester, and there's 17 and blah blah blah. But so there are some weird things. Like I know that there's some guns like you can actually have larger magazines on some 22s and stuff like that. So there are some special rules, and we can dive into that later, but just be aware of that. Like sometimes you'll be like, oh, how does that have a big magazine on it? I thought only you could only have, so many rounds in Canada. Well, it's a 22, right? It's made to look like German sports guns. They make these ones that look like old World War II, like machine guns, but they're just, 22s with, semi-automatic 22s. So that's something to be aware of. A prohibited firearm is, a bunch of stuff that's prohibited that doesn't fall into that. And if you're an old fella, you can have that if you already had it. And then there's some stuff about Aboriginals peoples, right? There's different things there. Proof of identity. So what do you need? Examples of other types of identification you may use to identify are federal, provincial, territorial, or municipal employee identification card, passport, birth certificate, citizenship certificate, permanent resident document, right? So I'm sure most people have those things. If you don't, you should probably, So you put in your, it's a very, dry thing, right? Because actually non-residents of Canada can even get it. If you're a non-resident of Canada, you must obtain a letter of good conduct issued by your local or state police, right? If you have been a resident of Canada for less than 5 years, you must obtain a letter. So so actually even non-citizens can acquire a PAL, right? So that's something we sometimes forget here. So the fees, let's see what the fees are. So the fees effective March 31st, 2023. Oh, sorry, guys. I actually forgot. Yeah, no, that was for restricted. The non-restricted fees are only $65 instead of being $87 here. So it's actually cheaper than I said. So if it's about $80 for the training, $65 for this, and then $20 for the photo, right? You're under $180 even probably. So it's not too terribly expensive. Like I said, I'm trying to move through this quickly. I guess if you guys have any relevant things, but I just want to try and get through this because. So, like I said, just so you're aware of these things. So, the photo guarantor. A photo guarantor is a person who confirms that the photograph you supply accurately identifies you. Your photo guarantor must have known you for at least 1 year and must be 18 years old. Your spouse or your common law or conjugal partner or one of your references can be your guarantor, right? So, you just got to get somebody to guarantee. I think there's a part on the form where they'll sign it. They'll sign it and say, yes, the photo I see here. They put something on the back of it. Then it has the instructions for that's it. It is. So I don't know how it works off the online form, but what it is you have to put a little label on the back of it, and it has the name of the applicant, the name of the guarantor, and the signature of the guarantor. And so that has to go on the back of the photo there, one of the photos, because you sent them 2 photos, and I think you put it on the back of one of them, but you'll see that in the form. So that's just something to be aware of. You have to have somebody, but it could be somebody who you're already sending in as a reference there, right? So then, of course, you have the form. It's in English or French, right? You can get either one. And then, I've never had a firearms license before. I have had, there's even options like I have a minor's license and I request a PAL, right? So this is what they would fill out, but it'll probably go quicker if you were a minor who had a minor's license and now you're filling out the PAL, right? So then you'll have the check boxes, right? If you are licensed, indicate the class of firearms you now possess, right? Non-restricted, restricted, prohibited, or I do not possess any firearms. Probably if you're listening to this, you do not possess any firearms. Indicate the class of firearms you wish to acquire and possess in the next 5 years, right? Non-restricted, restricted, or prohibited, right? Nobody's going to be able to really put it prohibited in here, and there's really no reason to do restricted, so you're just going to click non-restricted. It's multi-select actually for all of those, right? So you're just going to choose non-restricted for that second question, right? You don't currently possess it, but that's probably what you're going to get. Are you applying under the Aboriginal? Probably not. If you're in here, usually Aboriginals, if they explain that to themselves and to their own, so you probably already know what your rules are there if you apply for that. If you are not a resident of Canada, in which province or territory will you be using your firearms the most when in Canada? So this is like Mr. Nobody said, you can actually apply for this if you're, a hunter who goes up to Canada from the U.S. quite often. And usually you hunt in Manitoba, but maybe sometimes you go to Saskatchewan, right? So then you put in your usual things: last name, first name, middle name. I know it sounds dry, guys, but I'm just trying to see if there's anything here that is worth discussing the intricacies of. Have you ever had changed your name, including by marriage, right? So, for the ladies who've changed their name, or even the guys, right? Yeah, you can put that in there. Date of birth, place of birth, country of birth. If you were born outside of Canada, what year were you admitted to Canada? Gender, eye color, height. Because it goes on there, right? It's because they identify. So you got to put your eye color, height. You don't got to put your weight. So don't worry about that. So eye color. They don't even ask for hair because hair color can change, right? Eye color doesn't change. Height doesn't really change too much, right? Over time it does, but yeah. Not within 5 years, not too terribly, right? You put your daytime number, your evening phone number, email if applicable, right? I'd say to probably put an email in there, right? Like you don't have to, but it probably makes things easier. There's a way you can check the status of this all online too. There was somewhere where it gives you a link and you can look it up. Proof of identity, right? So you have your, you know, yeah, you have like which identification thing you're using. Because you send two of them, but then like you got to like for some reason put in the type of. So I guess with the higher rankings, so probably your passport. This is where you'll put in your passport, right? Since that's the higher ranking one, it's federal. It's just that it's probably easiest to choose your passport as your form there, right? Because yeah, some of the, I think technically you could use like because they just require two, and so even though Ontario doesn't allow it, you might be able to. You might have another form if you have your driver's license. You're right. There's a ranking of what's better, things, and for the most part a passport's usually better. Your home address, your mailing address, typical stuff there. Personal history, so let's see, this is maybe what's interesting to this. New Canadian residents and non-residents refer to the information sheet. If you answer yes to any of the questions in this section, you must provide details on a separate page. But that's the thing, nothing's necessarily an instant disqualification even. It's just, yeah, they're going to ask questions, they're going to kind of dig into it and all that stuff. So just it's a $65 form. Maybe that's hard for some people, but for maybe many people, it's worth, just like I said, even if you just do the training, it's still an interesting thing to know. Add your name to the top of each page you attach. If details are not provided, your application not be processed. A yes answer does not mean your application will be refused, but it may lead to further examination. If you have been granted a record suspension or pardon for any offense listed in box 16A, you are not required to disclose the offense, right? So if you have been pardoned or it's been expunged or whatever is obviously being applied there, because there's sometimes on government forms when even though it's like, yeah, it's been expunged, but this is super special, right? It's like top secret clearance. So you still got to tell us, what you ate for lunch that day. So once again, like you only have to just, hopefully it's no on all these, but even if it's yes, you might still be fine. Have you ever been charged, convicted, or granted a discharge for an offense under the Criminal Code of the Youth Criminal Justice Act where violence was used, right? Threatened or attempted, right? Involving the misuse, possession, or storage of a firearm, or involved trafficking or importing drugs or controlled substances, right? So not just any criminal thing, but whatever. Have you ever been subject to a peace bond protection order or under an order under Section 810 of the Criminal Code? I don't know what that is, but obviously, yeah, like have you had a protection order, right? Once again, the main thing here is most they're the above board reason for a lot of this stuff is domestic violence and stuff like that. So that's the focus here usually.
Yeah, sorry to interject here, Hank. Yeah, as far as the 810 thing that you're mentioning, unless your name's Carla Homolka, don't worry about it. Okay, sorry, continue, Zink.
Yeah, for sure. Like I said, it's probably something really obscure. You're gonna know if you're under that list, right? So that's you're gonna know what that is. So I'm not gonna look it up. Yeah, but to Mr. Nobody's point, have you or any member of your household ever been prohibited from possessing any firearm? So obviously you're anybody in your household, right? Because that's the thing, right? Because obviously, like I said, if we take this on good faith, which we will for now, right? Oh yeah, am I being convinced by somebody to get this so that they can have access to it, right? So hopefully you're not in that situation. There's legitimate reasons to be, no judgment, right? But yeah, so just something to be aware of too. Have you ever threatened or attempted suicide, or have you ever suffered from or been diagnosed or treated by a medical practitioner for depression, alcohol, drug abuse, so all that stuff, right? That's a confusing question. I'll just say you can decide how you want to do that, right? I mean, that's a hard one. Sometimes you don't remember things, but I don't know. Have you ever threatened or attempted suicide, but did you really mean it? And that's an important thing. Or have you ever suffered from or been diagnosed or treated by a medical practitioner for depression, alcohol, drug? Once again, this is one of those things like, was it valid? Were you really depressed when they did that? I don't know, guys. Like, I've had all sorts of weird pills put in me. I don't even know what they've given it to me for, right? I mean, it was so long ago. Just saying. It's up to you, but just a thought. Do you know if you've ever been reported to the police or social services for violence, threatened or attempted violence, or other conflict to your home or elsewhere, right? Pretty straightforward there. During the past 2 years, have you experienced a divorce, a separation, a breakdown of a significant relationship, job loss, or bankruptcy, right? So, like I said, not just a breakup, right? A divorce or separation, right? Because there's obviously legal things there. A breakdown of a significant relationship. Breakdown isn't just a breakup, right? So let's be very clear there, right? Breakdown, job loss, or bankruptcy, right? Breakdown, like job loss. I mean, what does job loss mean, right? Have I gotten a new job or bankruptcy? Like, I don't like this one's a weird one, guys.
Any kind of job loss, whether you're laid off or you're terminated with cause or what have you, okay, they want to know about it. Like it's to me, they're looking for dirt. Okay, I mean, there's people who get laid off from their job by no fault of their own, but you have to put it on there, and they may or may not ask questions when it comes to that kind of stuff, right? Because sometimes when you suffer a job loss, it is, you're getting laid off because why they ask you. Well, it was a shortage of work. I mean, it was nothing against it. I didn't have any kind of adversarial or ill will towards my employer, but I got laid off, right? That's if they ask. But unfortunately, that this is where they're putting the anal probe and asking a lot of these invasive questions in regards to job loss. So I just want to, just to put that out there. Sorry for interrupting, Zink. I'll let you get on.
No, it's a weird one. I can't remember, like, cause yeah, that's just a weird one. I guess since they can easily look that up or something like that. Like, is it job loss? It's a hard question, right? Like, you're like, oh well, I was out for a week, but I went back. I don't know. Like, it's discretion, right? Like, how do you define that, right? Like, that's not a legal term, right? Job loss. I mean, that there is interpretation. I'm not encouraging anybody. Like, I'm just even thinking how I would answer that. Like, did I lose my job there? Did I already know? Like, I mean, it's weird. It's weird, right? Because I mean, there's even other situations where, like, yeah, if you're working like multiple part-time jobs, and yeah, you get laid off one because it's a seasonal job, right? Like if you're doing like seasonal work, right? Christmas time is that job loss. So I mean, discretion there and whatnot, right? Like it's probably like obvious ones where like you're fired, and yeah, they could say, well, whatever. But like, yeah, it's a hard one. I don't know how I'd answer that.
Well, a number of people lost their jobs because of COVID, right? Because of that circumstance there. So even though you may have lost your job because of the layoff or what have you, if they do inquire about it, just be honest and be upfront about these were the circumstances. I got laid off because of the COVID thing. That's understandable. Like there's certain reasons why people lose their jobs, and there's nothing, nefarious or shady or checkered about it. I mean, there's a lot of people who lose their jobs, or the work, it was contractual, it was seasonal, or you took a temporary position because somebody was on maternity leave. Like, these
Yeah,
are,
no, for
legitimate
sure.
reasons why of when it comes to job loss.
Here's what my advice would be. There's reasons. Maybe I never finished my forms, but if you have one of these where you have to add an addendum, personally, me, just because, yeah, you can attach sheets, but can somebody read your handwriting? You're going to type it up. This is a case where if you do have to answer yes to any of these questions and be honest, right, whatever, I would personally just do it online, right? It's going to be easier, at least from my point of view, right? If I was to handle this, like, and I had to answer yes on any of these, it's probably easier to do it on the online form rather than having to write it out or type it up and attach it to the form and stuff like that. That's just my thought on that. If you do have to put yes on any of these, I would think that it's probably going to be easier to handle that online. Um, just a thought there, right? Like I said, guys, don't get intimidated by this, right? Worst thing, you're out $60, right? I mean, that's all I'm just saying. Like, yeah, just like fill it out. But like personally, like, yeah, if I had to answer yes on one of those, I'd probably just do it online. There's going to be a little box I can put it in there. I can explain it, and it's going to be easier than attaching a little piece of paper to this. But if you want to do paper, right? Like I said, I don't even like calling phone numbers. So conjugal status. You must answer both questions 17A and B, or your license will be delayed. Do you currently have a spouse, common law, or other conjugal partner? Right. And I think the definition of a conjugal partner is somebody I think you have to sort of live with
No,
them.
it's somebody that
Okay.
you're sleeping with. Conjugal is usually
But it's the term conjugal partner, so it's a bit vague, right? If it's a one night stand, I don't know if that like quite counts there.
Well, I think they mean long-standing girlfriend or
Yeah,
you
exactly.
know what I mean.
Yeah, so I
Yeah.
mean, like, yeah, something where you guys were a bit more, right? So once again, some of this is vague. Like, so I mean, you can use your discretion. Was that a partner? Was that a one night stand, or even a 2 night stand? Right? Is that a conjugal partner? No. But yeah, just be aware of it, guys. Yeah, and then if yes, you must complete section E. Or then there's the second part of that. Within the last 2 years, have you lived in a conjugal relationship other than with the person you may have referred to? Have you lived in a conjugal? If you live. Do you oh wait, so yeah, do you currently have one, or in the last 2 years have you had one, right? So anybody who applies in that one, so yes, then you got to put in. So luckily, yeah, it's only 2 years now. I think it used to be 5, right? But you know, maybe they were getting like fucking mild long lists here, and they're just like, nope, that's too long, right? It's just calling 15 people because like I said, no judgment, guys, but it's just like oh well, we got to call them all. It's like, well, let's roll back to 2 years. And then there's going to be certain people out there. It's like, just give us 4 months there, buddy. That's all we can handle, right? But information about current conjugal partner, right? Last name, first name, middle name, date of birth, signature of current spouse or conjugal partner, right? Blah blah blah. So information about former conjugal partner, and then you're going to have to put a bit more information because you got to know where they are and all that stuff. Where they're currently located and all that. Safety training certification. Have you passed the Canadian firearm safety course? Yes, no. If yes, please indicate the province where the course was passed, the year completed, and attach proof, right? So province, year, proof attached, right? So of course, and then it asks the same thing for the restricted, and then you can, if you did it, then you fill the same thing. Safety training. Have you been certified by chief firearms officers meeting the safety training requirements, or have you successfully completed a course approved by the Attorney General of Manitoba or Quebec prior to 1995? So that's kind of, once again, that prohibited, right? There's always 3 classes. So that's an old guy. You're going to probably put no there. So once again, like I said, simplest version of this form, you say yes on number 20. You just did the safety course. You did no on restricted, and no on that third one, which is, kind of grandfathered in there. References. So yeah, a reference is anyone who has known you for at least 3 years and is at least 18-year-olds. However, he or she cannot be your current conjugal partner, right? So just to reiterate, the guarantor can even be another person who qualifies under those, right? I think they only have to know you for 1 year. They can sign it. That's the photo guarantor, right? Then you have your conjugal partner. Then you have your reference. Your guarantor of your photo can be the same as your reference or the same as your conjugal partner, but the references have to be different from your conjugal partner. So you have to have at least 3 people involved in this, at least. So yeah, they put your references, last name, first name, where they live, and then they'll sign for it. They're going to possibly get called. I don't know if there's an email. I think it's always a call. Yeah, there's no option for email there. Maybe the online one, maybe they had email. I can't remember, but it's phone numbers here, right? So then you have that again. Then you have the photo guarantor, right? They got to sign the back of the picture, but then they also have to sign this too, right? So you're going to have 3 other people signing this at least, right? Or if you have a conjugal partner there. If not, then yeah, you just got to have the photo guarantor, which can be one of your references, can be your conjugal partner there, right? So then you got the fees, right? And like I said, yeah, for the non-restricted, it's only, well, we're past, yeah, we're in 2023 now, so it's $65. Obviously, they update the form every 2 years. So, and it seems to roll over in March 31st. It's about $2 difference. So probably next year after March, it'll probably be $66. Not a huge jump, right? So if you're not ready, like, don't feel like it's like, oh, I got to get it in now. I'm going to lose out on that $2, right? And yeah, you can put your, let's see, you can do pay with check, Visa, MasterCard, Amex, certified check, or money order. And if you do it with credit card, you can put the credit card number in there, name appearing on the credit card, do that. And then applicant declaration, you sign it, you date it, right? That's where you're saying, like, make sure when we finally get this, it's not like 6 months out of date there. So yeah, like I said, dry, it's just basic stuff, right? Yeah, like, I mean, answer honestly on those things. But like I said, maybe it's just easier to answer that online if you got those extra spaces, or if you have more than one conjugal partner, you need to put it there. They probably have a little checkbox that you can fill that in. Probably makes it a little bit easier. So, like I said, not a horrible process or anything else like that, And yeah, like if you fall into one of those things, like I mean, in all honesty, have you ever been treated for depression? I don't know. I don't know. That's a Can I prove that? I don't know. I'm not saying to lie, guys, but I'm just saying, like, what does any of this mean? This gets into a bigger problem in both the U.S. and Canada with the way it's like, they. I knew a guy. There was a guy here on Spaces. He's not on here anymore. He was a guy from New Jersey, and yeah, he'd some states like I forget what in Britain, because I always just see it on British TV. Section 8, right? Pretty much, you get committed to a facility there, and then after that, like at least in New Jersey, you can never possess a gun, right? It's like, but then his point, like, like, yeah, but were you put there for good reasons or whatever, and then it just becomes you get locked into a whole Kafka-esque bureaucracy and stuff like that. So I mean, yeah, go ahead, sassy girl.
So I was arrested in, I believe it was 93, for a random phone call charge. I actually said, you know what, whatever happened in the past, I said, my husband's going to come after you. I actually got arrested. I had to go get fingerprinted for just a random stupid comment. Is that going to affect me getting my pal?
Were you charged with it?
I was charged. I was fingerprinted. I had to go to court.
Did
And
the
it
judge
was,
throw it out, or did
yeah,
Well,
they threw it out.
the problem is, it does say, have you ever been charged, convicted, or granted discharge for an offense under the Criminal Code of Canada where violence was used, threatened, or attempted? I mean, just, I guess the reality here, because it is checkable, just be honest, explain it. It was a number of years ago. You can explain it, right? Like, don't, just say, it was a, youthful mistake. Like, don't like go into it. Just say it was a youthful mistake a number of years ago. I've had no problems since then, probably, and because that is information they very easily have access to, obviously.
Yeah. I just want to quickly chime in here. Because you were charged, right? They can easily go through CPIC and see it, right?
Exactly.
So the thing is that when you're dealing with that application, when you're dealing with filling out that application, be honest about it, okay? And if they do a follow-up investigation on you, you can explain to them that the charges were withdrawn or they were stayed, there was no conviction, etc., etc. They're going to take in consideration, if this was done in 93, a lot of time has passed, okay? But because it was this, violence, and like I stressed before, it doesn't matter if it's a barroom brawl or culpable homicide from one end to the other, or whether it was, threatened or what have you. They look at violence more so than, let's say, if you were actually convicted of shoplifting baby food, okay, or convicted of impaired driving where nobody was harmed, or even if there was any harm involved. So I would just answer the question honestly. And like Zink mentioned, don't overly volunteer. You maybe ask questions about it and just to be truthful. Um, and just to what Zink mentioned when it comes to filling out the stuff online, what I suggest is that you look at the form on paper. If there's any of these things where you answer yes to and you have to provide a brief explanation, what I suggest is that you go on your word processor or Microsoft Word, type the stuff in there. So when you're actually doing the application online, you have it all prepared, all ready to go, all saved, and then you're going to simply cut and paste the stuff that you've written on your word processor and put it into the box for submission. Okay. But yeah, okay, I'm just going to leave it at that so we can continue on.
No, I actually want to expand on it. It's a good point to save that, because the important thing here, like I said, if this was me, and this is not legal advice, but if I was in that situation, I would say, yes, I was charged. The charges were withdrawn. It was, I don't even know if I would just say I was charged. The charges were withdrawn. If that's the case, right? because then if they're going to ask, they can go look into it, right? I wouldn't even equivocate on it. I wouldn't even just say, oh, it was a youthful mistake, right? Don't give too much. Just like state the facts. I was charged in 1993. The charges were withdrawn, right? You can give the exact, I was charged with threatening violence in 93, or if that's what it was, right? Whatever the charge was, they were withdrawn, and then just leave it at that. But copy that and remember that, because now if you did add in for more information, because to Mr. Nobody's point there, right? They're going to pump you for information. It's like, well, now did you put this? It's like, oh, I can't remember what I put on that firearm, right? So even if you're doing the written version of this form, guys, yeah, if you have to provide any information to this, first of all, yeah, have your story straight. Not that I'm saying that you're lying, but yeah, like it's like, oh, did I add that little detail, right? Because they might actually go and look this up, ask that detail, and then kind of like, ideally there's so many forms they're going to get through it, but sometimes these people like to think, these are RCMP people, right? They all want to think they're deep investigators there and stuff. So they might, just for fun, because that's what they do, try and like, check the consistency. So yeah, have that saved, whether you send in the online form or whatever. If you have to answer any additional information here, just make sure that's there. That way you know it very well and everything else. And if it comes up, you can go and check it later on. But of course, the shorter the better, right? I mean, provide all relevant information. They can go and look at the records, right? It was so long ago and everything else. They can go and look at the records. They have the court transcripts. They have all that stuff, right?
Exactly. It probably would have been uttering threats anyway.
Yeah, I mean, get the exact terminology. Make sure that when you put it in there, don't say that you did whatever. Just say, I was charged, right? Like, you probably have that paperwork. It's like, I was charged for this, it withdrawn, right? Like, try to copy and paste that, the exact terminology. Keep it nice and tight. I don't know if is there a public website in Canada where you can look up where people have been charged with stuff or whatever? I mean, in Ontario at least. Some states have this. Some places have this, right? Where you can go and just like look up anybody's charges.
Well,
I was charged in Quebec.
Isn't that when you get a
Okay, it was
police
in
check?
Quebec.
But I don't
Yeah.
think you can actually do it yourself. I think you actually have to go and have.
Okay, some
the
states
police
have
do
this.
it.
Yeah, some states have this. So yeah, if it's in Quebec, then yeah, then even more so, put it there in French, and then the guy's like, "Well, what does this mean?" And I don't know, or maybe put like, but don't try to translate. Actually, don't translate even more so, because right, like we were talking about in the other space today with some of the court proceedings there, right? There's little differences in terms there, right? And actually, and I'm not going to make it political, but this is the problem. Like when people bring up like the People's Party of Canada, right? Like in English, it's kind of a mixed bag there, right? People's should mean a good thing, but of course, People's Party has become corrupted. But actually, in French, it actually sounds really good, right? Parti Populaire of Canada, right? Like it's much more. It carries more of that populist. It's not completely missing there in English. And of course, the reason it was chosen was because the acronym works well, right? Because the adjective goes in different places, and so this is always a difficulty when you're trying to do something in both languages and trying to maintain the acronym, right? Because the word order changes. But yeah, there's those little differences. So I would just put whatever the charge was in French, unless they gave it to you in English. But even then, I don't think it's official. They might have translated the charge, but the actual charge in Quebec is going to be in French, since that's the only official language there, right? They might translate it, but that's not actually the official charge in Quebec. So I would put it in French, whatever that is. It's probably pretty clear to whomever what it means. But yeah, just put the exact French charge there.
Well, the one saving grace is that I've had to be vetted to once I moved to Ontario, and I've had to have a police background check. I haven't been nailed on it, right? So I'm thinking that charges were dismissed.
That's the tricky thing here, because they were dismissed, but it's even just since you were charged, right? That's why they say charged, convicted, or granted a discharge, right? Like pretty much if it was more than arrest. It doesn't seem like they're concerned about an arrest, but if you actually were charged, then they want that included here, right? And so it's probably not going to hurt anything. They're going to know it anyway, so you dump it on there. Super simple. In 1993, I was charged with this, and it was discharged. Or was it discharged? Was it dropped? Was it drawn? I guess go and look at the court order, try to get the exact term, but keep it tight like that. Don't explain it. Don't put any information there. And even if you're talking to them on the phone, it's like, oh, it was just a misunderstanding. I don't remember. It was a long time ago. It was a different time. Blah blah blah. I don't know how to answer that really, right? But I mean, hopefully they won't even call. They'll just go look it up. It's like, yep, this was so long ago. This was forever ago.
Yeah. The only thing I can maybe suggest here is try to do a Freedom of Information Request Act in regards to the law enforcement agency that was involved. And when it comes to that kind of stuff, when it comes to your own personal information, at least here in Alberta, I can apply for that information at no charge, and they have to provide everything what the police have on me. And the thing is that yeah, there's a different. I mean, there's charge, and then there's a difference between charge and withdrawal, and charged and where the charges were stayed or versus a conviction. So even though you were charged, I mean, there's a lot of people where the charges are withdrawn or stayed or for whatever reason. And you also got to take in consideration that with the police, they want to charge you with everything they can because they know that the more stuff they can charge you with, that's the more bargaining chips that the Crown Council has in regards to your case as you're being processed. So the police don't really want to charge you on one single thing because the court case is based on that one particular charge. They want to
So
charge you on multiple things.
I hate legal stuff, so I'm not gonna let this go too long. The main thing here to say, right, like I don't want to make this overly burdensome on here, right? We're just trying to fill out a form. It was a minor thing. I wouldn't like take the time to do for they're going to look it up if they're going to look it up. I would just try to put to the best of your recollection in the tightest possible way what you were charged with, that it was withdrawn or dropped or whatever, and then leave it at that. Like, because if they're going to look it up, they're going to look it up anyway, right? Let them do that legwork, right? Like they're going to do it anyway. So don't worry about it. Like I said, I would do bare minimum on that and all that stuff. So real quick before, because I see Lechuga and Vado there. Very specifically, we're talking about. There's a question here, so like if you guys want to keep it constrained, I don't want to get into like the difference of legal terms, right? Because of course this is Canada too, and that's another thing. But yeah, when you're applying for a Canadian firearms license, there is a question, Section C, where if you answer yes to any of them, you have to provide additional information and explain it. So the things that will cause that are: have you ever been charged, convicted, or granted a discharge for an offense under the Criminal Code or Youth Criminal Justice Act where violence was used, threatened, or attempted, involving the misuse, possession, or storage of a firearm, or involving trafficking or importing drugs or controlled substances? The other part is: have you ever been subject to a peace bond, protection order, or under Section 810 of the Criminal Code, which, to Mr. Nobody's point, there is an extremely obscure part that really only applies to maybe one person in the world. Have you or any member of your household ever been prohibited from possessing any firearm? Right, because they don't obviously want straw sales here. Have you ever threatened or attempted suicide, or have you ever suffered from or been diagnosed or treated by a medical practitioner for depression, alcohol, drug, or substance abuse, behavioral problems, or emotional problems? Do you know if you have ever been reported to the police or social services for violence, threatened or attempted violence, or other conflict in your home or elsewhere? During the past 2 years, have you experienced a divorce, a separation, a breakdown of significant relationship, job loss, or bankruptcy? So yeah. So I mean, I don't know who was up here first. I think it was Lechuga.
Yeah, Lechuga first.
Yeah, thank you. From what I understand, what you're talking about here is this is going to get a weapon. Is that going to be issued by, excuse my ignorance, by your province or the state?
So the way it works in Canada, right? Yeah, this form, you do it. You do. This is just for possession. This is just for the license to then be able to go buy a gun or bullets, right? So what it is you go and you do the training course, and then you fill out this form and you submit it actually to the RCMP, which is I'm guessing you understand. The RCMP has very broad jurisdiction in the U.S., right? It's somewhere between the FBI, the U.S. Marshals, and it even acts as the provincial police in most of the provinces.
Well, what you're reading here is basically
red flag laws.
Well, not just that, but it's a release of liability from the state or your province is why they're asking all these questions, because if they grant you this, you go through all the proper channels and you were honest on your application and bam, you wind up doing something, that state or the province is not liable because They went by the information in the background, and you were deemed to be okay. A lot of that has so that you can't sue the parents or whoever it is if you use that gun recklessly. That's what this whole thing is basically boils down to, is liability.
I don't even think it's that. Normally, like if it was, but in Canada, in these cases, like I said, the entire reason I'm running this course and everything else is because it's the slippery slope, right? They're trying to make it more difficult. They're trying to do whatever. Like, I don't even know if you could sue over those things. That it's an abusive process. There's no other way to get around it. Now, you can see where they can claim reasonable behind this is like, oh yeah, have you ever had a violence offense? Have you ever been involved in a domestic, right? Because of course most crimes are domestic, right? The person knows the other person. We all know that stuff. And so that's the excuse here, but it really like I don't even know if they could liability, right? There was none of that stuff before. Now it's really just about just trying to find any excuse to like and to discourage people, which is what we're trying to do here. It's like, yes, even if you answer yes to any of these things, don't be discouraged. But they're trying to make people right. It's like, oh, I have to drum up that thing that happened, right? Oh yeah, when I was committed, or you know. Like even just the one here, job loss, right? Job loss. What does that even like? We were talking about this earlier, right? Just job loss. Like does that count if I have like multiple part-time jobs and I get laid off for a seasonal one, right? Because that it was already like it's really just to like confuse people and everything else, right? This is an abusive process. There is no valid reasoning here. But I do get your point there, Lechuga. Like, if this wasn't Canada, I would almost have that good faith. But no. If you float around there, Mister Nobody knows what I'm talking about. This is, and this is just even for the long guns. Like, and then you get into the restricted guns. If you even have those anymore, and it's even more abusive. It's bad. It's bad.
Yeah, hey, if I can jump in, Zink, I'll stay on point. When you're filling these things out, and I know it's Canada specific, but when you fill these things out, even if it's expunged down to like disturbing the peace or whatever, if you put it down, or even like on any, you go in for a job where they do a background check, once you put something in like that, keep your application, keep all your dates the same. And if maybe later you discover, oh, it was July of 2003 that I worked for, Fat Boys Foods or whatever, then change it. But once you do these applications, particular background checks, keep it all uniform. And for God's sake, move to America where you got more freedom, if that's your last resort. Just kidding.
Well, that was actually the point Mr. Nobody made, and I followed up on that. Yeah, if you have to, whether you do the paper version, you do the online version, right, and you add one of these addendums, and you very tightly explain it, right. You don't want to give excess information there. Just the basic facts, right. If they're going to investigate, they're going to investigate, right. And you don't want to, give them extra things. It's like, well, I was, blah blah blah, whatever. There, right. To copy that and to save that in a document somewhere. Now, obviously, ideally, it's so tight that it's easily rememberable. But just so you have a paper copy of exactly what you sit in there, because to the point that I made earlier, they might start to because of course they have access to it, or even if they don't, they might ask like questions like, "Oh, was it this? Oh yeah, exactly, right." And play the whole
and Zink
game.
Also, if you in a future less specific, we can talk about how these laws and even the accusation down here would prohibit. And I'm not saying all cops are bad, all are good, but one accusation based on the Lautenberg Amendment, which was put in because they chose to do the Bush versus Gore case before the Supreme Court, and not that Bob Torcelli, who was caught lying, cheating, blah blah blah. Because of that Lautenberg Amendment, you can just be accused of it and not be able to get a firearm. Not even, but anyway, for a different space.
Yeah, see, that's a whole other. One of these days, I'll just say it here that I really think somebody needs to constitutionally challenge that whole. It's not constitutional to prohibit somebody who's served their time and is out free now to not possess a firearm. That is an abuse. Just like they smacked it down for voting laws, you should get back your rights. If you can go out on the streets, you should get back your rights. And it's constitutionally protected, right? Like, are they prohibiting them from getting a driver's license? No. Well, guess what? A driver's license isn't actually. I'm not going to get into that, but right to possess arms.
or taking away a driver's license for a man who's behind on child support. It's like, okay.
Well, that's
how's that man's right?
yeah.
Different
There's
discussion.
deeper things, but that's not in the Second Amendment of the Constitution, right? So, I mean, I agree with you on that. What I'm saying, like, to be playing with the one that is there, and it's just because, like, oh, but so you're defending felons? It's like, if they're not safe, they shouldn't be out, right? Yet the system breaks down, and if they're not safe, they're going to get the gun anyway. So it's stupid. All you're doing is maligning guys who maybe are trying to turn around their life, and that's why, yeah, like I completely oppose. I sometimes wish I had a felony so that I could chase that up to the Supreme Court, but I don't. I'm unfortunately too pure. Just lesser charges, maybe. I don't know. I'm not going to say, guys, but I don't have a felony. And I totally never use recreational drugs, just to be clear. The Americans know what I'm talking about there.
Or you didn't know inhale.
Well, I inhaled, but I didn't enjoy it. So therefore, it was not recreational. But yeah, so we just went through the whole dumb form there. So the one thing I also did paste up there, did I put over there in the nest yet? No, not yet. So I did finally find it, and like I said, guys, it's actually a reasonably good little book. I actually liked reading it. I actually even read the one in French. So up in the nest, I've posted both the French and the English manuals. Looks like they're still up to date there. And they're actually like nice little books. Like they actually even just cover like the history of firearms, different firearms, and all that stuff, right? So like let's see, and they got some pretty good pictures in there too. I am fond of pictures and diagrams because there's going to be it's a weird test. There's going to be some really obscure, and there's rules of thumbs with these things, and I've already forgotten them. But like they'll usually cover it because like it's like, oh, what is the velocity of this one? Like it's not super hard, guys. It's not a lot of that stuff, but they're going to ask like some weird ones, like, but it's like rules of thumb about like what is the velocity? Because the main thing that they want to test you on is that you understand the kind of the power of your weapon and to know where the backstop is, right? It's like, well, I put a piece of cardboard back there and then it just went right through, right? So there are questions like those are some of the more tedious questions you have to deal with. But yeah, so I mean, the main thing here, like, and if anybody wants to go and look at these forms, we won't cover too much on it. But like I said, they're not bad, right? So you got the vital four acts, right? This is 90% of what they're gonna really grill you on there, right? Assume every firearm is loaded, right? Regard any firearm as a potential danger. Control the muzzle direction at all times. Identify the safest available muzzle direction. Keep the firearm pointed in the safest available direction. The muzzle of a firearm should not be pointed towards yourself or any other person, right? Trigger finger must be kept off the trigger and out of the trigger guard. Do not put your finger on the trigger or inside the trigger guard when you pick up a firearm, right? Like Mr. Nobody made this point earlier, but yeah, just to reiterate, right? See that the firearm is unloaded. Prove it's safe, and you're gonna get used to proving it safe. Do not handle the firearm unless you can properly prove it's safe. Check to see that both chamber and magazine are empty. Do this every time you handle a firearm for any reason. Pass or accept only open and unloaded firearms. It is essential rule to adopt. Prove it safe pointers. Prove it safe. Now, they somehow make this acronym also work in French, so I might go look at that in a second here. But P, point the firearm in the safest available direction. R, remove all ammunition. O, observe the chambers. V, verify the feeding path. E, examine the bore for obstructions visually or with a rod. Now, it's the R, O, and V that kind of get tricky because it depends really on the type of gun you're dealing with there, right? And it's all kind of, so like, and they will cover that, right? What it means to remove all the ammunition from, a lever action versus a, semi-automatic with a magazine versus, a bolt action, right? Those are different sort of concerns there, right? And then, yeah, observing the chamber, right? You're going to look where the little bullet, usually goes into the barrel there, right? And then verify the feeding path, right? Then that means different things there, right? Removing ammunition and verifying the feeding path can kind of be the same thing, right? Like with a lever action, right? Like if you're removing it all, then you check that there is nothing in there, and some of these kind of go together. And then yeah, with all this, examine the bore. So once you've kind of visually examined all those other parts, you're actually supposed to actually hold the gun upright and look down the bore, right? Which should be safe because at that point, right, there should be no bullets anywhere else. But the main thing, the reason they want you to do that, make sure you don't got like a misfire in there, right? Like a bullet jamming it up, because like later on when you go to do this, right, you know, you might cause some problems there, right? So that's really the core there, and they make it big fingers and everything, and that's really what they're going to do, and that's what the practical is going to be about, right? Because there's a written and a practical to this. What they're going to do, and I'm trying to remember this exactly right. For the long gun, they have you go over there. You know, they want you. It's like, okay, he's going to tell you, like, you know, pick up your firearm. So you pick it up, making sure to keep your finger out of the damn trigger guard. That's the most important thing. If you're going to practice anything at home, and the first thing, you know, that they're going to really watch for is where that damn finger goes, right? Just keep it out there, like hold it out. Just don't let it go in there. You want it to go in there, but just don't let it go in there, right? Practice with your kid's Nerf gun or something, right? Picking it up, you know, you pick it up, you point in the right direction, right? Because that's really what it is, right? You keep the finger out there, and then they're going to have you prove it safe. Now they're going to show you exactly what that means for the different firearms that day, right? If it's a bolt action, right? Yeah, you just open the bolts, the bullet pop, you know, the round pops out. You lean it over so it lands on the table there. You don't want just like flying out, right? You look into the chamber, because in this case, the chamber, the feed path, there is no well, there might be a magazine, but I'm just thinking like the most simple, you know, single fire bolt action, right? You look there, it's all there. The bullet's out of there. There's no bullet in there, and then you're going to hold that gun up, right? And you're going to look down the barrel, right? So pretty straightforward. If they're nice, they're ideally just going to do it to you on a single action, on a single, you know, single round bolt action rifle there. Ideally, that'll be easy. Sometimes what they do have you do too is identifying different rounds, and this isn't hard, right? Because they're going to teach you in the class, right? Pretty much, they're going to have a couple of different casings on the table there, and except for the 22, but the 22 is going to be very distinctive, right? You're going to look at it; it's not going to have a little nipple in the middle. It's not going to be a center fire, right? It's just going to have a rim. It's just going to be plain. It's going to be very small, and you're just going to know that that's a rim fire, right? It's not going to have a marking on it because they're too small to have a marking, and they're not going to mess with you and put like, you know, 17 WMR or something on there. It's just going to be 22 long rifle. If you want to get the exact term, everything, whenever people usually say 22, they mean 22 long rifle. There is also 22 long and 22 short, but usually it's 22 long rifle. That's what everybody calls a 22. So that's the exception. Otherwise, you're going to pick up those center fire rounds, and it's going to tell you exactly what it is, right? Like, here, I'll actually go, because I don't have any on me, but I'll go into my closet here. So let's see. What does it say on my 9mm? So if I look at the bottom of this, here's the exact imprint on here, right? It says SIG. Oh, no, wait. Oh, wait. No, wait. I put this in the wrong box. But yeah, no, this is a SIG 380 auto, right? So it just says 380 auto. That's a different round, right, than what we commonly call 9mm is actually 9mm Luger. They're actually both 9mm, but you're just going to say, they're going to hand you that shell casing. You're just going to say, read it off. You're just going to say it's a 380 auto, right? You don't even need to read the brand there. So now I'm looking at my 9mm, right? This is a 9mm Luger, right? You got the brand up there. That's a Hornady. Usually it's going to be the brand name at the top there, but then it's going to say 9mm Luger, right? So that's it. It's really simple. Can you read? So I mean, that is the prerequisite here. Can you read, right? I can't remember if they want you to identify. They might have you identify what kind of round the rifle takes, and it's going to be printed on the side of the barrel, right? They're not going to give you some old grandpa gun, right? So here, I'm looking at my Smith and Wesson. What does it say on the side of my Smith and Wesson? Well, in very big letters, it says 44 Magnum. There's no sort of ambiguity there. Here, let me look at one of my 9s. I'm just doing it because I mean it's in.
Now you're just fucking bragging.
Yeah, I am.
Fucking American.
But yeah, so here it says Beretta USA Corp, and it's on the other side. It's kind of in a weird place on this one, but 9x19, right? So there's some of these have different things because there's a lot of them that are, and this is where you will get into. There's some that sound a lot alike because actually that 380 auto I mentioned is sometimes called 9mm. What is it, like Kurtz or something like that? Because it is 9mm, yeah, but it's not the same as 9x19.
Yeah.
Luger.
Yeah, no, 380 auto is like, they have the exact same bullet diameter. They're both 355. Okay, bullet weights are different, but 380 auto is also known as 9mm Kurtz or 9mm short or 9x17 versus 9mm Luger, which is 9x19 or something like 38 Super, which I believe is 9x21. just going off the top of my head. So they all have the same bullet diameter, but the cartridge cases are longer to hold a higher capacity of propellant, just to state the obvious.
And the bullet may be, different dimensions as well too. It's just the diameter. Yeah, most of these markings are mostly concerned with the diameter. So, and yeah, you're going to get both imperial. So that's why, 380 auto is the same as is 9mm. It's not what usually we call that one 380 auto, but they are both 9mm. But yeah, and you're going to fall into this with like there's certain very common diameters, but then they vary. Like what is it, 7.62? There's a bunch of 7.62s out there, right? And
yeah, like when it comes to like North American, like the 7.62, like the 308 Winchester or 30-06 Springfield, the bullet diameter is going to be exactly the same. It's going to be decimal 308. It's just when it comes to bullet weights, that's going to be different, or bullet styles, that could be different, but the diameter is still the same, whether it's a 308 or a 30-06 or a 300 Winchester Magnum.
Exactly. So I mean, I think I'll see if there's any examples in the book, but pretty much like I said, for the practical test, they just want to make sure you can, pick it up without being a dumbass, keeping your finger out, keeping it pointed in a safe direction, right? Not just like letting the barrel, right? And then they're going to ask you a question, right? So you keep it right. You can turn your head, guys. You don't have to turn your body, right? You turn your head, you keep the gun pointed in a safe direction. You turn your head, you look around, right? So it's pretty simple, right? Like, but of course, nerves. I mean, that's why I'm trying to. It sounds simple, but then you're nervous. Like some people are just nervous. Like if you call anything a test, people get nervous, right? So, but it's straightforward, right? You pick it up, then they'll tell you to clear it, right? And like I said, they'll show you how to clear the different ones they're going to use that day, and hopefully they don't give you one too hard, right? If it's what do you call it? They might even have you like load like a dummy round into it and then clear it or something like that. But they'll have shown you that in the day, which ones they'll use and everything like that. So it'll be pretty straightforward. So you pick it up, you load it, you unload it, right? You prove it's safe, you put it back down. They're going to have, they might even ask you when you pick it up to identify what kind of, what the caliber is, right? So you're still holding it, you kind of rotate it a little bit to either side, then you find that marking. It's like, oh, it's a 308, right? And you tell them that, that's what they're going to want to know. You put it down, everything else. And then, they're going to have you identify the different, calibers there, and don't worry about like saying the right term, right? Because you'll say like everybody. There's one that's like 30-06, and most people call it 30-06, right? It's old timey language, right? But if you say 30-0, something like that, I don't think they're going to get too caught up. It's like just so long as you know how to pick up a bullet and identify it from its casing, right? Even if it has no idea, and they're only going to have a 22 up there. That's going to be the only time you don't have a real identifier on there, but it's 22 rimfire, right? You can just say or you can even be all, specific. It's like, well, it's a rimfire, and I believe it's 22 long rifle, right? Get all fancy and shit, right? But it's pretty straightforward, right? As far as the written test, like I'm trying to remember exactly what's on there. There is a bunch of stuff about, it's everything else, right? Storage and stuff like that, which you got to know anyway. Like I said, there's going to be some weird ones about like, about bullet velocities. It's not too bad and everything. And usually I forget what the rule of thumb is there, but they give you a rule of thumb for that stuff. And so it's not terrible. And like I said, it's a simple little book, and it's got, big diagrams, right? It's very clear. And then it even just shows you, like here, it tells you the evolution of firearms. I'm not going to read it all, but it shows you a cannon. It's got a nice basic concept of a cannon, and it gives you the terminology, right? So like if you don't know what the muzzle is, right, it's the hole at the end of the barrel, right? We like to use fancy French old timey terms. It's the hole at the end of the barrel, right? What is the muzzle? It's the hole at the end of the barrel, right? And that applies to all of these, right? Every gun essentially has a hole at the end of something, right? Otherwise, you don't really have a gun, right? Well, you have those weird ones where like maybe just is firing out of the casing, but yeah, every gun has a hole. Go ahead, whoever. Something trying to talk. I didn't hear.
I just wonder if you could elaborate, because it's been a while since I've taken the course, and with me, I'm reluctant on saying certain things because I took it at a different time, a different era. Okay. when you take these courses, can you please disclose to us what's the minimum passing grade? As well, when it comes to the written examination, can you please describe to us what the format is on the written examination?
Okay, so it's been a bit there. I can't remember the exact thing. I think there are instant fails, right? So for the practical, right, just like with a driving test, there's instant fails, right? So if you turn and you point that barrel at the guy, he's probably you might finish it off just like driver's tests. I've heard people, right? They do the rest and then it's like nope, you screwed up, right? So it's pretty straightforward like that, right? Like I think maybe like if you're a little chunky on something, but I mean for the most part, yeah. Like what's the instant fail, right? Yeah, picking it up and putting your finger in the trigger guard. I don't even know if there's ever a point where you need to put your finger in during the test. I'm trying to remember like if they like have you pretend to fire, right? They just want you to more or less go through the whole sequence, right? You identify the firearm, you identify the caliber, you put a round in it, you pick it up, you point it. I don't even know if you pretend to shoot it. You then prove it's safe, right? You empty all the ammunition. You confirm the chamber, right? And I think they almost want you to talk it out as you say it out loud, right? You kind of like, I'm looking here, and then you go and you look down the barrel, and then you put it down, pointed still in a safe direction. That's the important thing too, right? Even when you put it down, you still point in a safe direction. It's all about muscle memory, even when everything else. So then unless you're packing it up and you got to turn it sideways to put it in your case because whatever, but most part, right? So I mean that's the practical, right? So I think yeah, like that's just yeah, don't be a cowboy, just just go through it, right? And like I said, this is almost like where like I would say like even with your kid's Nerf gun, right? Like go and kind of practice these things out and everything else if you're inconfident, right? Like if and like I said, it's nothing bad. Like some people get nervous on tests and everything like that. I'm just even when I'm not nervous about a test, I'm just so nerved because I know I'm being watched and stuff like that. So I'm saying this with total discretion, And then on the written test, it's multiple choice. It's multiple choice. There's usually a few different forms of it. Like there's the blue, the green, the red. I can't remember what it is. So there's going to be a few different variations. Now, if you fail one part of the test, I think you got to go. I can't remember if you got to go and retake the whole course and everything else, or if you just got to come in and redo the test. I do know the one thing you can't do is like if you failed the green form, you can't retake the green form, right? So, and if you so maximally you could only ever try this 4 times. Now, I'm not trying to get anybody worried, but yeah. So I mean, if you fail it 4 times, are you just retarded? Possibly, but yeah, there's really no recourse after that until they reassign the forms. But yeah, they have a few variations there and stuff like that, and they'll usually tell you that one's harder than another. Supposedly the one I had was the hardest, and I aced it, at least on the restricted. I can't remember what I did on the long form, but not bragging. But I'm just saying, like, but yeah, there's a minimum. I think it's something like 80%, 70 or 80%. It's not like 90%. It says it in this book. I'm pretty sure somewhere. It says it in one of the links that I put out there. It does specify that, but it's not unusually high, right? You have a few misses on there, easily enough, right?
Yeah, because because when I took it, like I said, it was at a different time, and I don't want to confuse anybody with inadvertently giving any kind of obsolete information. Because to my understanding, the minimum pass mark on both the practical exam as well as the written exam is 80%. So, you know. They're not looking for 100%, but the threshold is higher. It's not like you can squeak by on a 50% or 75%. They want at least a minimum 80% in order for you to qualify as a pass. Now, I just got one question for you, Zink. When you took the practical examination, did they do the exercise where you had to demonstrate in front of um, the test person how to safely cross over a fence with a firearm?
Mm, I don't think so.
I
Now
had
maybe
to
they
do
did.
it here in Ontario. I had to do it here.
I'm trying to remember that one if they did that because
Yeah, because
mine was indoors. It wasn't outdoors, so it was indoor. And I'm trying to remember. I don't think they did it for the. did they? No, I'm trying to. They didn't do it for the restricted, for the handguns, obviously, but did they do it for the long gun? I don't think so. I remember the guy being seated the whole time, and I'm guessing that probably would have required the examiner to stand up, right?
Yeah. No, it's just the reason why I'm asking here is that when I did my examination for the practical, I mean, it was indoors. The fence wasn't like a real fence, like it wasn't like 4 feet high or whatever. They had a mock fence that was probably about 8 inches high that somebody made out of, 2x2s, okay, and then for a fence line, they just made it out of string. It wasn't like bob wire, but you had to approach the fence with the firearm. You had to do certain motions with the firearm before you physically crossed over the fence, and then you had to retrieve your firearm from underneath the fence, and then go through the motions of reloading the firearm before you ventured onwards. Right?
I know it's
That's
covered in the book. I don't know if I don't think my examiner. Yeah, I don't remember anything like that. All I remember doing in both tests was he was sitting to my side there. There was like a little table there. The one was in the hallway of like a community center, right? Like the long gun one. The other one, it was actually at a gun range, so they had like like you were actually, I think they're on kind of like a range of some sort, and so you could actually look down range, right? But I don't remember anything other than just like standing there in front of that little table, picking up the gun, putting it down, identifying bullets, stuff like that. Like I don't remember like any sort of actual like acrobatics, but it is covered in the book. I do remember seeing that in the book, and I think they even covered it in the course. But yeah, they didn't at least they didn't examine me on it. Might have even been on the written test or something to some extent.
okay. One quick question here: when you were doing the written examination, you said the format was multiple choice. Were all the questions multiple choice when you took the exam?
I'm pretty certain. It was all multiple choice. I don't, and
Okay.
I think it was only single multiple choice, right? Like not like you could check 3 of the 4 boxes. You could only choose one box. Although maybe one of the boxes was like all of the above, but there was never like choose 3. Or I don't think so. I think it was almost like it could be like like bubbles. I think it was bubbles.
Yeah.
Multiple choice type thing.
Okay. Yeah, it's like you're giving like 4 to 5 possible responses, and you got to pick one out of the responses that's what would be the qualifying answer. And that could be all of the above or none of the above, but that was the format that you were subject to, okay? Because the reason why I was asking, pardon me, when I took my practical exam, uh, not practical, the written exam. It was in 3 components. The first component was multiple choice based on 2 possible responses. It was true or false. And then the second part of the written exam, they gave you a diagram of a particular firearm. So in my case, on my version of the exam, it was a rifle, and it was fill in the blanks. Now, they did provide the answers for you to fill in the blanks, but what they did is that, let's say there was 8 blanks that you had to fill, they gave you 11 or 12 possible words to fill in the blanks. So you knew right away that 4 out of the 12 possible words that you could use to fill in the blanks were red herrings, that they weren't applicable for that particular diagram. Okay. And then the third part, when I did my written, it was multiple choice. It was something like 4 or 5 possible responses, and then you had to pick out one, right? So this is, at my time, at my era, when I took it, and I just wanted to find out what it is more currently when it comes to the current version of the written exam.
Can I just jump in here? I took my exam 2 years ago, and it's multiple choice. And if you cannot answer a question properly, all you had to do is raise your hand, and the instructor would come over and coach you into responding to the question properly.
Okay. So there
That
has been some
may
format changes.
that may
Okay.
that may depend on the instructor, right? Maybe to some extent they will, but yeah. But I mean, it's basic. Yeah, if you've been in schools that done multiple choice, right? Yeah, basic multiple choice, strategies, right? It's like, okay, this answer is retarded. This one's whatever. This one's whatever. You know, and so, and I don't think they're like too tricky on a lot of them, right? It's not like one, two, like they're not all of the above, none of the above, like all the time. Like some do that all the time just to throw you off, right? Like they're not terribly tricky, right? Like it's usually pretty obvious that it's not going to be two. And then, of course, yeah, if it's all of the above and two of them sound right and you're not sure on the third one, but this is just the basic deductive reasoning, guys, right? Logically, if you know that two of them are right and that a third one you're not sure, and then the only fourth option is all of the above, then you know that one and two are inherently true. Then because you can't only pick one of those, they're both true, so therefore three must be true too, right? This is just logical induction and everything else, right? Like that. Now when it gets tricky, and like I don't think it had any of these, it's like, A, B, C, A and B, C or D, none of the above, right? Like none of that on there, right? Like it's usually you can get away with just sheer deductive reasoning and stuff like that, right? So it's not the most tedious test I've ever taken, right? It was. Now here's actually an interesting one. No, because I'm looking at the French one, right? Because of course they changed the whole like the first part, right? Where like in English it's called acts, right? The four vital acts, like assume every firearm. But for the prove, that one they call TPTO in French, right? So whatever. But they keep the prove acronym for French and English, and even though because in French prove has an extra U there, and because actually, if anything, it's better in French here for this one. Because yeah, like it's very weird. Like remove all, like observe the chamber, right? Like there, it says open the chamber, right? Because that's the important thing is you open the chamber, right? It works in both, but it's more of an action verb, right? You open the chamber, ouvre, right? Ouvre, the mechanism, right? Like so, it's very, and then of course otherwise it's all the same, right? Pointe, retire, right? Remove, all the ammunition, open the mechanism or observe the chamber, right? But like I said, to me it makes more sense, right? You can open the mechanism, verify, because it's observe the chamber, verify the feed path. Well, it's the same thing, right? You're looking down the holes, you see the chamber, you see the feed path, right? That's why it's actually makes more sense in French. And my French is terrible, guys, but in this case, I can tell you actually. And then, yeah, you examine the barrel there, right? Examine the bore.
Yeah, the breech end, because a barrel has two holes, like you just
Yeah.
mentioned prior. The hole where the projectile leaves is the muzzle, and the hole where the cartridge enters is the breech, right? So yeah, there's two holes for one barrel. Just to
Modern
state the
ones, like
obvious.
modern ones. But even ancient, right? Because like a cannon technically only has the one hole. Yeah, it has the little tiny hole where you light the match. But yeah, modern guns, are breech guns. Yeah, so you
Yeah.
usually have two ends, but all of them have at least one hole at the end where the bullet comes out, right?
Okay. I'm gonna say this as if it's a modern firearm that takes smokeless powder, yeah, there's going to be the two holes. When it comes to what is referred to as a primitive firearm or a black powder firearm, they may not necessarily be two distinctive holes where a projectile can go in. Like, for instance, a muzzle loading cannon or a muzzle loading rifle. Okay, where there's only one major hole to stick in your powder, your patch, and the projectile, and then you have to ram it all in or what have you. And if there's a secondary hole at the back, it's usually a flash hole. So if it's something like a flintlock, that's where you put the powder externally and you have the flint to spark it. And then, or if it's one of these percussion caps, then you put the percussion cap in, and then you have the hammer to smash the percussion cap, where the detonation of that percussion cap ignites the propellant that you put inside the muzzle loader.
Exactly. So actually, like I said, actually that's what I was going to go on to. Like it shows like the evolution of guns, all the different types of guns, and all that stuff. And because actually it doesn't seem like it, and they cover it, and they might even have a test question for it, because there are people who still use the black powder rifles, so they get an extended hunting season. So if people really want to go hunting, right? Because usually you're never actually firing 2 shots of that deer, right? He's already run away if you miss the first one, right? Um, so the black powder rifle, like black, and I think actually in Canada you might still actually be able. Now you have to have it certified, but I think you might still be able to like get the black powder rifle kits and actually build black. There are certain special things around black powder rifles, like even in Utah, like my dentist, who is also like my second cousin or whatever, like he would go black rifle hunting, because even if you're not scaring the deer, usually by the time you get around to the normal hunting season, the deer are less confident, they're more skittish, right? It's You're getting more of the dumb deer out there during black hunting rifle season. So there are advantages to it. So it is still relevant information, right? Because it is more difficult. You got to really know what you're doing, but you kind of get an extra kind of jump on the hunting season there. So there is value in it.
Yeah, no, you're very correct. Depending on what jurisdiction you are, when it comes to hunting season, usually the hunting season starts sooner when you're using primitive devices, whether it be black powder and or crossbow or conventional bow. So they get an easier jump start sooner than someone who's just only going to go in there with a center fire rifle to hunt North American game. Okay. Two, sometimes it has to do with the particular zoning, because there is sporadic human population within that zoning area. So what they do is that they prohibit center fire rifles because they have more of a reach, but you're welcome to hunt in that specific geographical area if you're using black powder, or you're using bow or crossbow, or you're using modern shotgun with slugs only, because the distance of the projectile traveling out of it, let's say a slug from a 12 gauge shotgun, is nowhere near the reach of a center fire rifle. So yeah, there is some advantages on going into more of the traditional or more primitive forms or primitive devices when it comes to harvesting wildlife.
And so the one thing to know about these two is that they're not like completely old timey, right? They don't look old timey. And actually, I realize once again, it's one of those terms where people sometimes use the right, just like where people call magazines clips. Technically, you shouldn't call them black powder rifles anymore. They're muzzle loading rifles, because technically it doesn't necessarily. It could, I think, doesn't have to be like real black powder. It's kind of the same, but technically, yeah, it's that they're muzzle loading, rifles. That they're is the technical definition now, I think, right? They might still be black powder too, but I'm not sure on that part. But it's the muzzle loading that defines them clearly.
Well, yeah, you're for the most part, like about 95% of what you just said, I would agree with. It's just like I know that you cannot do handgun hunting legal in Canada, but if you wanted to go to do handgun hunting in the United States, you're using a cap and ball revolver. Well, that's not muzzle loading because you're actually loading the cylinder from the other end of the breech, right? So that's why I always use the term black powder. I mean, yeah, you can use muzzle loader, and there is modern day construction of muzzle loaders specifically to coincide with an earlier hunting season. And even companies like Hornady, they come up with, projectiles meant for black powder long arms. And depending on what jurisdiction you're in, there's usually a minimum bullet diameter in order to hunt North American big game. In some places, it's 44 caliber. In other places, it's 50 caliber in order to hunt big game.
Yeah, no, exactly. So actually, I get down here because actually it's the second after they go through the history there, and we'll go back to the history real quick. There's something I want to point out. But module 2, which is page 37, if you guys are looking, I could stream this out, but people will look it up, and I have the links in there. But muzzle loaders, right? So types of black powder, right? And it goes with the different coarseness of grains and all that stuff. because like there's the highest granule, and I think they might have asked this, like the highest grade of granule is only to be used for priming, right? That's what goes in the little pan. It doesn't go down the barrel with the bullet. It goes in the little pan next to the bullet, because otherwise you're gonna blow your thing up, because it's extremely fine and it's very powerful, right? Because that's what's going to be there to light the rest of it, right? That's essentially like it's the priming powder. But it does sound that there's a big little note down here, and this is what I was kind of getting at. Because of advancements in technology, some firearms are manufactured to handle either smokeless, black powder, or black powder substitutes. It is emphasized that all individuals follow the manufacturer's instructions regarding powder types and safe load. So the point I wanted to make is, I think if you have a muzzle loading firearm that takes smokeless, you're allowed to go hunting during that, what they call black powder season, because it's the muzzle loading that makes it difficult, right? Regardless of whether or not the powder is smokeless or black powder substitutes, right? Because the other problem with black powder is it's corrosive, and it's what's the other word? It gums up the barrel, right? Like I used to read historical fiction, and you were supposed to, like, after you were done like firing after a few rounds, you're supposed to like get a boiling pot of coffee. But if you were in a big battle, they would actually piss down the barrel of their guns to clear out that excess powder and stuff. So they get gummed up rather quickly. Whereas, as our friend Votto can testify to, with smokeless powder, even though you should clean them quite often, right there, we no longer have corrosive powders like they did pre Cold War, and even the smokeless powders, right? Yeah, they're much tidier than black powder was, so they're not corrosive these days.
Yeah, no, you're correct. Like, I mean, with smokeless powder, for the most part, none of it is corrosive. Like, that's modern manufactured smokeless powder. Um, Now, initially, when smokeless powder came out, let's say in the old cartridges like 45 Colt or 30-30, or 45-70. Yeah, those were originally black powder cartridges, and then as time went by, they used smokeless powder as a substitute. But some of that smokeless powder was still corrosive. But modern made ammunition for those particular firearms, they're non-corrosive. And if the only thing you have to look out for or be concerned with would be military surplus ammunition, because the powder may not necessarily be corrosive. Chances are it's not, but it's the primer that leads to the hyperscopic elements that is left behind on your gun, which would foster corrosion. So that's what you need to be concerned about there, more so on the primer than the actual gunpowder itself in this era.
Exactly. Yeah. No. It's for those like World War II. Like, you sometimes still having, like, yeah. Sometimes when I look at vintage ones, right, you can see some of the pitting. Like, that's always when you're looking at something, like, because anybody who's followed me long enough, I'm still trying to get one of those Lee Enfields that were made at Long Branch there in Toronto. And yeah, one of the big questions is, what's the state of the barreling, right? How sharp is it? Perfectly sharp? Probably not. It's still an 80-year-old gun. But yeah, how bad is the pitting on them and stuff? So actually, I just wanted to go back. So if anybody is looking, like on page 34, it talks about what I was saying, right? It shows you the different sort of calibers there, right? Like, yeah, like, and I actually went and even grabbed like another one. So like I have a Winchester 22 here. It just has the Winchester W on it. I have another one that has the C on it for whatever they're, I can't remember the name of the brand, but so yeah, like, and then it shows you, yeah, like with the center fire, right? Usually it's pretty clear, right? Some of them printed along the top, the bottom, right? You have like, here it shows a 12 gauge shotgun. I don't have any shotgun shells myself, but yeah, it says Winchester across the top, and then this little picture, and it says 12 on one side of it, and then it says GA, which is gauge, on the other side, and then it has AA on it, which was what Mr. Nobody. There's different shots that you can have inside of a shotgun there, right? So that's the shot load that you'll see on a shotgun shell, right? So I don't remember if they had us look at shotgun shells. So that might be another one, right? So if they do want to get really particular, right, and they're going to ask you about a shotgun shell, they might ask you about the shot type in there, and that's what that extra information is going to be there. So that's another thing. Like I said, it's a nice little, like, because like, yeah, it covers like all, like, it just shows like what we're talking about here, right? But in a very quick way, right? It shows you like the evolution of these things. You have a cannon, Then you have a matchlock, right, which is, old timey thing where you had this long string, which was a match or wick, and then it was always stayed lit, and then you'd flip up. And then later on, you got the weird wheel locks, which were kind of like almost like giant lighters. And then later on, you got, the classic flintlock that they used pretty much up until they had cap percussion caps, and then they actually do cover the percussion caps, and then you get into the modern firearms, right, with where you're not, because I think that, those are all muzzle loading ones. The percussion caps were kind of at the half. You do have breech loading with percussion caps and stuff like that, I think. Yeah, like Mr. Nobody was saying. And then later on, you got, cartridged, rounds there. I'm just looking because if anybody else has any other questions or any other thoughts, because like I said, sometimes I like to look at like the terms, like because I'm looking at the French one here. So so in English, that hole at the front is called the muzzle. In French, it's bouche du canon, the mouth of the cannon, right? And then the what do you have? You have the bore, which is the inside of the barrel, right? The hollow bit in there, the bore. And in French, that's âme du canon, right? You have the ball or projectile, and then in French, luckily, that's bullet. What else do you have? You have the wadding, which is like it was just like a piece of cloth that was down there at the bottom to hold the powder back, right? So that's how both the old black powder ones and the cannons work, right? You put the powder in, then you put the wadding in. Well, usually you would put the ball in with it and you'd push it down there because the wadding would be kind of help it to get down there too, right? So there was a little piece of like cloth or paper down there. And that in French is called the bourre. The bourre. My French accent's hard. Then you have the ignition port, right? That little hole where you light it with the priming powder. It's the lumière in French. And then in both French and English, when you get to the matchlocks, like the thing that was like, it was almost kind of like a backwards hammer that would hold it. It's the serpentine. So, and then what's the word? Yeah, the word in French for trigger is détente. Détente. That's trigger. Oh, that's a fun one. So, where is it? Let me see. So so like the hammer on the old flintlocks in English, this is where it means to cock, right? Because you'd actually cock it back, right? It wasn't called the hammer, it's called the cock. But in French, it's called chien. It's the dog, because they kind of look like the little head of an animal. So in English, we call it a cock. In French, it's the chien, le chien. And I guess the ramrod in French is called baguette. The ramrod is called baguette in French. What else do we have here? Yeah, so in the percussion cap ones, right, the ones that had percussion caps, right, the percussion cap would go on the nipple, or in French, the cheminée, right? But nipple. That's the technical term, guys. The nipple. I don't know if anybody else has questions here. Now I'm just rambling, so.
I'm just basically going to say the people who are going on the nipples right now are the leftists, and have at her, all you lefties.
No, well, no, that's the proper term when it comes to loading onto your percussion cap, is that there'd be a nipple with a little hole in it where the flame from the percussion cap would go through, then eventually ignite the base charge of the muzzle loader or of the percussion cap revolver, right? So it is the proper terminology, even though some people may see it as a double entendre.
Yeah, because I mean, in both cases, the percussion cap and the primer, right? So like, what you have is you have something that's highly ignitable to ignite the main charge, right? Because that's what you see. Like, if you've ever seen like reenactments where they're using like old like flintlock or powder locks, right? Like there's almost a delay. It takes a bit longer for that powder, right? So they almost gonna have to hold it there for an extra split second while it really ignites it, right? There's that little bit of delay. So modern weapons with the primer and then going into the powderless, right? You kind of need that 2 stages to really get that kind of quick result and force. So like I said, I mean, all my misgivings about the process, I do actually like this book. It has like some really nice pictures. It's very informative. It actually teaches you the history of these things, right? Because, kind of why are things, it's always good to know kind of like how we got where we are in firearms and everything, right?
Yeah, when it comes to firearms evolution, right, from the primitive to what we have for modern day. And I just want to say here, when you're taking the government approved and sanctioned Canadian firearm safety course, um, after you made your booking or what have you, you can get access to these books at the public library. That's what I did. But now you can even go to the Canadian Firearm Center and download these books in whatever language you desire, English or French, as a
It's up.
PDF file.
It's up in the link. I have the link to both up there in the
Yeah.
nest and down in the bubble. At least when I went into mine, they actually gave us a paper copy too. Though they
Yeah.
should give you a paper copy the day of when you go and sit there. So actually, I think I have I got one from each of the different, because it's the same. I couldn't remember, no, but it's the same manual for both. I think for both courses, because it covers all of them. So you'll actually end up with 2 copies if you did do both of them.
Yeah, no, well, the thing is, yeah, there's the conventional book that's
Oh no, maybe
book
there are 2
bound.
books. I'll have to look and see.
Yeah. Yeah, there's 2 books. The spine is about 3/8 of an inch or 1 centimeter thick, conventionally bound soft cover books. And I remember getting them specifically out of the library. I put them side by side, and I was flipping the pages. And there's a lot of duplication between the restricted and the non-restricted book. Okay, the restricted book had a little bit more information when it came to dealing with the handguns portion, but it wasn't overwhelming. And I remember in my version of the books, there's a number of these pages where it said, this page is left intentionally blank, and the font is large. There's a lot of spacing with the words and the pictures or the images, and it was really quick to page flip. It wasn't like you were reading a dictionary or a telephone book or even a novel. So it was quite an easy read. So I just encourage people to do the read up first before taking the course, so you have something where it's in your mind. As well, I also to mention as a common day resource is go onto YouTube and type in the Canadian Firearms course, like in their little search engine within YouTube, and there's a lot of instructional videos that were made by firearms instructors that have taught the course. And I mean, I don't have the links where I can post it or what have you, but they were going through both the potential exam questions that you would face on the practical portion of the examination, of this is how you handle the firearm from the beginning to the end. So it's a good way of getting a step up on things, to review that as you're trying to book in your course or trying to find a course provider that that can provide the sanctioned Canadian firearms course. So that's just something just to keep that in mind for that, because when I took the examination, none of those resources were available to me. The only thing that was available was the paper bound book, and people didn't really have it. It wasn't really for sale. It was actually kind of a pain in the ass. You would actually have to go to the Queen's printers, because it was an official government publication, to get a copy of the book, unless prior to taking the course, because even the course instructors had to go to the Queen's printers at the time to get those firearms course books for their students. So in this day and age, the information is more within reach. So I just encourage people to get a leg up and just review it at your own leisure, your own pace, whether you take the course within a week or within the month, because it's good orientation and it's not a difficult read. Okay, reading Elizabethan English, like Shakespearean stuff, is actually more mentally demanding than the information that's presented in the course books.
Yeah, I'll have to see if I can find the restricted one. I found an old version of it, and I'm pretty sure I have both personally, but it's still up in Montreal, actually, and my stuff. But yeah, no, I mean, unless anybody's got any other questions, and I don't know, maybe I'll run another space and Dutch and no, Lechuga's down there. At some point, I also want to run one that's more American oriented, maybe more broad, right? Because obviously there's restrictions, but at some point, maybe kind of diving into some of these same topics in the U.S., which is much more difficult because there's 50 states and each of the states are different. Luckily, Idaho's are most.
For dinner.
What?
Vado had to go for dinner.
Oh yeah, but yeah, no. And then actually, yeah, sometime around the holidays, I may start to explore 3D printing as I have time. So I might run more spaces onto this. Yeah, but I really just wanted to kind of put this out there, and we could even do it again. Like I said, it's always the first ones because like I wanted to prepare, but it's like we just kind of ran through and we just did it organically. We gotta have it all collected, so maybe we can do it like monthly or so, right? Because people are like especially even more so as people go in, it'd be good to get like if there's anything new, what people remember, kind of an update on where the process is now. So maybe it's something we'll run regularly because, like I said, it's important for people to go get it. Right? It's low cost, and even if you got those crazy questions there that you got to answer, right? Just answer them. Give the explanation there. Fill it out. Save your records.
I'm going to be that contrarian. I understand the importance on getting it, but is it not important to fly under the radar?
No.
It depends on the person. Here's where I'll answer this, and because I can understand it depends. Now, for me, originally when I was doing this, I was going to do it, and I know my situation's different, but this is just the calculus anybody has to make. So I was originally going to do it. I'm like, oh yeah, no, the PPC is great. I'm going to stay here in Canada, right? Like, because I was starting to get a little bit disenfranchised in Canada, but then the PPC came out. So I mean, guys, like, I know I seem like a one topic guy, but really, that's when I actually because things were sliding for me a while back, right before COVID, before all that, right? Like it was all going in this direction. Like I said, that's why we, if you were informed in 2019, Trudeau was already hinting at what he wanted to do with handguns there, right? And so if I had been a single citizen, right? If I hadn't had any other options, I would have completed this process. I would have taken it much more seriously. But after COVID, I was disillusioned. I'd held out hope for a while there, but I'm like, whatever, I have other options. No, I'm not trying to brag, but I'm just trying to tell you my calculus. And then at that point, like for me, it's like, well, my time here is limited. I'm not going to do it. I don't want to be on the radar. If I was going to stay in Canada, though, I would have done it. If I'd seen myself staying in Canada for even another 5-6 years, I would have done it, right? I didn't, so I didn't. But if you did, then I would, right? Like it's not that big. It's not a huge deal, right? Like yeah, you shouldn't rely on it, but it's important. Once again, you're all old. It's not about you. It's about your kids. You gotta, or your kids, your grandkids, your nieces, your nephews, right? You gotta. It's an important skill to teach them. It's important that they get used to it. It's important that they get these ideals into them, right? Like I said, it's important that they understand that firearms are Canadian, and being anti-firearms is being anti-Canadian. I'm not. So I mean, it's not just about you, there, buddy. It's about your kids. It's about all of our kids, even if you don't have kids, right? It's about the future of Canada. It's about the past of Canada. It's about Canada, right? So if you want to remain in Canada and you're not restricted. Once again, even if you fail those questions, no judgment here, right? Regardless, right? Push other people to get their firearms things. Push other people to do this, right? Because anybody who isn't doing this is acquiescing to the system, right? Once again, I mean, everybody wants to be such, freedom fighters and, free thinkers. The fact that they're making this difficult for you should make you want it even more. If nothing else, do it to say fuck you to the RCMP and the powers that be who want to make this difficult on you and say, oh yeah, well here's all this. It's like, fine, I'll do it, but I want this, right? So I mean, that it should be it's an act of defiance against the WEF or the UN SDGs or this wokeness, right? If you're not doing this, then I'm really wondering how defiant you are against everything that's happening here. It's
You know what?
required.
You know what? You just really put this into perspective to me. I've been struggling with this on how to rebel. And actually, you know what? The way that you put this to me makes me want to rebel even more and actually submit my papers.
Exactly, because we're not right. These are just important tools, but just the act of possessing these is fighting, right? Because that's what they want to do with all this. They want to, and it's even what they're trying to do down here in the States and everything, right? They want to make this more difficult, right? When my mother was in high school, now this was in Utah and whatnot, but I mean, and I won't say how many decades ago, but they had a firing range. It was probably not like rated for anything about 22s, but there was a firing range in high schools, and those firing ranges were in high schools in Canada, the U.S., in the middle of the city, in the rural areas, everywhere, right? It was a sport. It was considered an essential skill. Once again, guns built America and Canada, right? We would not have been able to move through Canada and America and all this stuff, right? We have big furry animals with lots of teeth and claws and shit, right? So, I mean,
Let's remember also that America isn't as deep in trouble as Canada is simply because they haven't been able to touch their guns.
Exactly. But and here's the other thing, right? It's we're all connected and all that stuff, right? So, if Canadians backslide into this, then Americans, even on the left and the right, will be like, well, at least we're still better off than the Canadians. And so that's a low bar to clear, right? But if Canadians start pushing back on this and start becoming more and more into firearms, then Americans are going to be like, well, we can't get behind the Canadians, guys, right? We gotta stay ahead of them. So just like how I always said, like the problem with letting Biden in is that Justin Trudeau's worst inclinations could come out more, and Trump kept Justin Trudeau in check, right? It works in the other direction, right? Americans sit on their laurels, kind of like, well, we still got our firearms. It's like, well, but look what's happening up in Canada. But if Canada pushes back and kind of it's like, well, guys, we got to stay ahead of Canada. So it's all related, right? And hopefully we get to freedom on the other side for everybody, right? So I mean, that's the importance here. It's just that, it's taking a stand. It's fighting back legally and everything else, but saying, no, I'm not going to let you take away this thing that built Canada, that was essential to our forefathers and foremothers too, right? You can't be out there on the prairies by yourself while the fella's off on a hunting trip without a gun. That's just stupid.
Yeah.
Women need guns too.
No, I just want to reiterate what Zing said. This is about preserving Canadian culture, or even the kind of culture they would find in a first world country, in a Western democracy. Okay, because whether you like firearms or dislike firearms or indifferent to firearms, private ownership of firearms is an attribute to a free society. Okay, in China, it's not a free society. You're not allowed to have private ownership of firearms. Okay, and
Same with England.
when the guns come out, it's the government imposing their tyranny on unarmed people. Okay, so if you're looking at this as a metaphorical thing to push back against the government in a peaceful, lawful way, it's a good way of doing it. And the more PAL holders out there, the better, because what the current Liberal government is doing, as well as their little lobby groups that they're claiming that they're independent, but they're not. They're being financed by the liberals. So these groups like Poly Saint Souvillon, I'm not pronouncing it right, sorry, or the Coalition for Gun Control, or the Doctors Against Guns, um, they're pushing for a social re-engineering agenda. I mean, they're coming to the point where they want to ban air guns and airsoft or what have you, because they're trying to cleanse Canada from, having any kind of gun culture. So it's kind of a cultural programming, or as part of the contemporary um, uh, modern day Marxist agenda that that the common everyday law abiding citizen shouldn't have any kind of interest in firearms whatsoever, and that they're trying to condition society that the only two groups that should have firearms is the state and the criminals. And from their perspective, they want criminals to have guns because it legitimizes the state in having guns. Okay, so if you're looking for that pushback, I would say, even if you didn't have, an inkling to buy a gun, there's nothing wrong with taking the course. You can take the course and not go any further. But ideally, you do want to get a PAL. And this is a way of counteracting the social reengineering agenda. Because I remember when I was a young tadpole, like in Boy Scouts, there was the indoor shooting range, like that Zink mentioned, in high schools, in the Boy Scout facility. It was in the basement. It was only rated for 22 rim fire. We got exposure to archery. We got exposure to 22 rim fire. I mean, they were all single shot coolies, but we shot them there. And the thing is that when it comes to modern phys ed education, firearms is like, well, you're teaching me to my kids to shoot guns. Well, it was considered to be a normal recreation activity, just like teaching your kids how to play volleyball or how to play baseball. Okay, so it is going up against the current social conditioning that the Liberal Party of Canada and their confederates with these non-organic, non-grassroots lobby groups that want to rid private firearms ownership, right? So this is kind of like a good way of giving the metaphorical middle finger to the government of Canada in order to actually get your PAL. And yeah, this is all done by design. It's not so much about public safety. They make the process so arduous and so difficult, that if somebody wanted to legally acquire a firearm for peaceful purposes or legitimate purposes, whatever you want to say, whatever the terminology is, they're purposely making it difficult, um, and increasing the threshold compared to what it was when I started to get it, because it was nowhere near all of this rigmarole and BS when I initially got into firearms, as speaking for myself. But I'm from another generation. But with that historical information, I've kind of put two and two together and see how things are changing for the worse and not for the better. Okay.
So I don't know if there's anything else people want to cover. Like it's gone on for, so we might pitch it off. And like I said, we can pick up otherwise. Like, I mean, we can pick up on more things like, yeah, like what people find. And we can even cover the kids part, right? Because if you get your PAL, then you can get, yeah, like I said, 12 to 17, they have some sort of kids one. We can look into that and see what that process is. I'm sure Mr. Nobody maybe has some understanding, but the other question, of course, yeah, like after you do all of this, what first firearm, right? We kind of touched on that a little bit, right? Like, yeah, you can go get yourself a 22 rifle, right? Everybody should have one of those. That's sort of, that works for, quite young to quite old, right? You never, right? Like farmers scoot around with some 22 varmint gun on their property, right? To shoot at, varmints, right? It never goes. I mean, 22 has been around a long time. It's an old round. It's been around a long time. It's going to be around a long time. It just works. And it's cheap. It's cheap too. So if you want to shoot a lot of something, 22, right? Then when you get into the bigger caliber, so of course we're not touching handguns here. So what do you have there? Well, there's bigger bolt action rounds. But the thing to know is a lot of it comes down to what round do you use. Well, we touched on some of that. What do you prefer? What are you doing, right, and all that. And it's also cost, right? So like 22 is obviously the cheapest, and even right when it comes to the cost of bullets, it's not just how much it costs to make that bullet. It's also what is the volume of the sales on that, right? So what's being sold to pretty much police and military, right? Those are going to be the most popular rounds. Those are going to be the cheapest rounds. They're mass produced. Everybody makes them, right? What is the police and military using right now? Well, 9 millimeter, right? That's pretty standard. 45 millimeter, not as much anymore, but historically it was, right? That's what the M1911, that Colt 45 was using. Still relatively cheap. Um, 223, or 556, right? Those, I won't get into the difference between those. More or less the same. Well, 556 can handle 223, not necessarily the other way around. That's something to be aware of. There's some guns that can take two different calibers, and that's kind of the advantage of it. Sometimes they're quite different, right? So like that's famously, 357 Magnum versus a 38 Special. They look quite a bit different, but a 357 Magnum can handle a 38 Special. Funny enough, the entire point of that is that 38 Special was cheaper than 357 Magnum for a long time because that was what police were using before they switched to 9 millimeter. But these days it's a bit more exotic. So actually, increasingly, I'm finding places where the 357 is just as expensive as the 38 Special. Now, if you want the lower, recoil and all that, then you get the 38 Special. But like, so for my 44 Magnum can actually take 44 Special, which has less of a kick on it. But if you could even find 44 Special anywhere anymore, it ends up costing as much as the 44 Magnum. So then, at least for me, it's like, well, I'll just get used to the kick, and because usually, I mean, if you want less kick, but I mean, it's also just to get cheaper bullets and stuff like that. And so there's certain rounds that get more popular, right? A lot of police departments have switched to what they call 40 Smith and Wesson, so it's gone down in price, and so that's one thing to take into account. Like, what are the cheapest rounds out there? And we can cover that because, like the cheap rounds, like I said, 22 is the cheapest. Because even other small rimfires, like 22 Magnum or 17 WMR, can be quite expensive actually, right? Because they're specialty, right? They're special, like it's when you're trying to shoot varmints from 2 miles away or something. And I mean facetious there, but so they're specialty still. They're not the volume that you have, so it's not necessarily the size of the bullet and how much it actually costs to make. It's what volume they're producing. So that's why bullets that were cheap, 50 years ago aren't cheap anymore, and vice versa.
Yeah, no, you're absolutely correct. It has to do with the volume of manufacturing, because I remember 38 Special was like the cheapest centerfire handgun cartridge that you could buy, because it was made so much. I mean, 32 Auto, like there's more materials used in a 38 Special, powder, bullet, brass, than there is in a 32 Auto. But the 38 Special was actually cheaper than a 32 Auto. When you mention about the comparison between 44 Special and 44 Magnum, yeah, the 44 Special was slightly cheaper, but not much. And even now in this day and age, it's kind of hard to find 44 Special on the shelves. And depending on what kind of who the manufacturer is, or what kind of bullet design that's in it, price per cartridge, sometimes it's more expensive to shoot a 44 Special, even though there's less brass and there's less powder used to make that particular cartridge versus a 44 Magnum, right? So there has been changes because of the volume, and the popularity or demand. For instance, if you took a box of 20 gauge shotgun shells versus 12 gauge shotgun shells, it could be the same bird shot, it could be the same number 7 or the number 6, but that box of 12 gauge, even though more materials are used in that box of 12 gauge shotgun shells, it's actually cheaper than the 20 gauge, or let's say the 410, because even though there's less materials and it's a less potent cartridge, even 410 shotgun shells are getting outrageously expensive because they're not as made to the same magnitude of volume of production as 12 gauge. Okay, so yeah, there's some cartridges that are more economical than others, when it has to deal with the volume of production. And when a cartridge is adopted by certain militaries or law enforcement agencies, um, the since these ammunition manufacturers are producing more, the cost per unit actually goes down. So, but anyways, I'm just going to leave it at that.
Yeah, the one other thing I'll say, we didn't touch on it, but like, yeah, so like when it comes, at least for me, like that's actually my biggest thing, because I'm not doing anything specialty with these guys. I'm mostly just shooting, and even if you're doing something specialty, there's probably a cheaper option out there, and I'm a cheap guy. So that's always my big thing, right? Does that gun look fun? Yes, but what's the cost to fire it, right? Because you know it's only as fun as you can fire them, right? So, like I said, yeah, the 44 Magnum, I think I pay $1.22, $1.20 for each round of that, right? For yeah, 22 mil, and it depends on Canada, but it's not too far apart on this. So, you're roughly, for 22 long rifle there, right? What we call 22. It's like somewhere 7 to 10 cents. It floats around down there somewhere. For now, there's specialty ones, right? You might get hollow points. So we won't get into that, but I'm just saying for like your most basic cheap round that you're going to go fire off the shooting range there, right? For 9 millimeter, I want to say it's about 33 cents for the cheap rounds right now. 33 cents, somewhere around there. For 45, it's maybe a bit more. It's like 40 cents or something like that. So, those that's kind of where you go up there from there, right? So 223 or 556, whatever you want to call it, that AR rifle round, right? That whatever, which is it's used even in bolt actions and stuff like that. Oh, how much am I paying for that? That one varies, right? Because depending on if you're getting like I said, there is some differences there, right? It can vary, but I think I paid 60 cents around for that one. The rifle rounds are going to cost more because there's more. There's just more bullet there, right? There's more bullet. There's more powder. There's more brass, and so. But the really common ones, so that 223. That I think that's probably going to always be your cheapest center fire rifle round. Is right now. Right now, things could change, right? Like if one of these, like the military, I guess, like with their new things, but this could take decades. It's like moving to some 6.8 millimeter thing, I guess, for their new ones because they're competing. The reasons you can go read about it. The reasons. So who knows? Maybe in 20, 30 years that one might be cheap, but not right now. But some other ones, yeah, 308 it's I think 308. It's like 80 cents around, maybe. Can't remember now on that one. So some of these ones are like more common than others. Some can get really right. There's like the 50 calibers, right? The 500 Smith and Wesson. Those ones can cost like $3-4 a round, right? So each bullet $3-4. And stuff like that. So yeah, you got to kind of know: are you going to be firing a lot of it, right? If it's a big hunting round, then yeah, you're going to fire it enough to sight in your scope, and then you're going to go out there and wait until you see a deer, right? So, even if they cost you $2-3 because you're using some bigger round there, well, a box or two of those, it's more than enough. So but yeah, for shooting things. So the reason I want to bring this up before we end. So in Canada, though, so what I usually, whether it's for, you never know when there's going to be shortages or whatever else. Like I'm trying to get different calibers there, just because this was the problem, right? During the shortages, right? Well, everybody wants 9 millimeter. Everybody has 9 millimeter. All the 9 millimeter was gone, but there was plenty of the other rounds there. So even though it's cheaper, well, cheap isn't very useful if it's not available, right? So, what are the other common rounds? I don't have a 45 yet. I'll probably get a 45. But these are so the difference between a rifle round and a handgun round there's a few differences, right? There's the neck, there's the length, and all this stuff. The one of the big differences, right, is rimmed. So there's rim fire, and that's the 22 that we were talking about. But so for center fire, there's both rimmed and rimless. They both have a little rim, but it's how much it protrudes outside the other one. And so you'll see the rimmed and the rimless, but they could be used. So the reason I bring this up is if I was in Canada right now, if I wasn't going to get a restricted, or if I couldn't get a restricted, right, it's still valuable to have a 9 millimeter, and there are actually 9 millimeter rifles and lever actions. Like, so I mentioned it before in another space. There's these weird little guns called mare's legs. They're weird on either side of the border because in Canada, where handguns are more restricted, they're classified as long guns. In the U.S., where a short-barreled rifle has all sorts of special meanings and stuff, they're classified as handguns, actually. So interestingly enough. But yeah, so like they're kind of shorter. They kind of like have a short butts, stock there. They're meant to kind of be held one-handed, but you can hold them two-handed. But they're not meant to be really put up to your shoulder or anything. But they take a lot of handgun rounds, right? So I think I've seen some that go down, but like usually it's 357 Magnum, which like we mentioned, if you can do 357 Magnum, you can do 38 Special. I think they can do both. There might sometimes like, because I don't know the tubular magazine if it can handle both, but yeah, 357 Magnum, 44 Magnum, right? And of course, like I said, yeah, these are big when I'm holding it in my snub nosed revolver there. But if you got a two-handed, right, these big rounds don't quite feel as bad, right? So, but I'm pretty sure I've seen 9 millimeter, and there's even some out there like there's the 9 millimeter Rugers that actually take pistol clips. I'm not sure what the status on those are right now, but having those other rounds, those other common rounds. So like, yeah, if you're gonna grab something, yeah, get yourself a 22. You know, and unless you're hunting, like, yeah, like there's no reason to get the fancy bullets unless you're actually going to be using them, in my mind at least. So what comes after that? 9 millimeter, 45 millimeter, 223, probably the cheapest rifle round. Otherwise 308, 30-30. I don't know if there's any others that you could think of, Mr. Nobody, that are like, unless you're like I said, hunting something specific and you're just going just to get a variety of rounds there that are common and everything.
Well, yeah, just to augment what you said here, because the lessons learned from the American ammunition crisis, I mean, we didn't have the same impact here up in Canada because we don't have the population base, we don't have the super entrenched gun culture, and because you had to have a PAL with your background check first before you could legally acquire ammunition, which wasn't the case in the majority of the various states in the Union down there. So it is very important to have a diversity of firearms when it comes to cartridge selection. All right, um, because if ammunition for what, or even maybe a certain brand of gunpowder, I'm just trying to stay on track here. If there's some availability issues, at least you have a secondary, gun as a backup. All right. And it also depends on your application. Like, the 223 Remington or the 5.56 by 55 for the metric people or what have you. That is an excellent round when it comes to long range predator or nuisance control. So for like foxes and wolves and gophers at a long distance, it's great. It's not something I would recommend. And for a lot of jurisdictions, it's illegal to use that particular cartridge when it comes to hunting
Which
North
one?
American game, right? So
Which cartridge?
the 223 Remington / 556, right, right. So it's for some jurisdictions it's considered to be underpowered when it comes to hunting North American big game, but it's acceptable when it comes to predator type game like wolves and foxes and badgers and whatnot, because they're a smaller animal to deal with, right? Now, as Zink mentioned about 22 long rifle, you can never outgrow a 22 long rifle firearm. Whether it's they're very versatile. Yes, they're economical to shoot depending what kind of ammunition you have available for it, or what is available in general. But there's lots of applications for it, and whether it's just, simple target shooting, or let's say shooting gophers at a closer distance when it comes to nuisance control, or let's say if you're someone who works on a trap line and you're using 22 long rifle to dispatch animals that are still alive in the trap because something in the process went wrong and how the animal didn't instantaneously or quickly die in the trap. So um, it's important to have that, like I said, that diversity in cartridges, because there may be a shortage of that particular cartridge in your region of where you are located, right? Because a lot of people, they may have only one or two guns, or they only had the one gun, and it was they were up the creek without a paddle, because the ammunition was not available to buy off the shelves. And if you did manage to find it, there was these scalpers who were charging an overly outrageous amount of money for simple 9mm Luger 115 grain FMJ, right? They were charging anywhere from 3 to 5 times the actual normal price that you would find on a shelf, right? So it's just good advice. And the thing is, different guns are for different applications. Like if you're somebody who likes to go after waterfowl, I mean, you utilize a shotgun. If you're someone who's into big game, you use a center fire rifle. And depending on what kind of big game it is, maybe for smaller stuff like deer, yeah, you use stuff from anywhere from a 243 Winchester up to 30-06. But when it comes to larger game like elk or moose, you want to maybe going for something a little bit larger with a lot more muscle underneath the hood as far as cartridge performance is concerned, right? But I can understand it's people, we all have our limitations when it comes to financing, but you got to think of it this way. Like some people think, oh geez, you only have like 5 or 6 guns, why do you need so many guns? It's different applications. Think of the guns as golf clubs. You have a bag full of different golf clubs, and those golf clubs have different applications depending on where you are on the golf course, right? I mean, you're not going to use a 9-iron when a putter will do when you're close to banking the shot into the hole, right? It's the same thing with firearms, okay? So yeah, anyways, I'll just leave it at that. And I don't know if anybody else has any questions or comments, or feel free to ask us. We'll do the best I can. And if I don't know the answer, I don't know the answer. I'm not here to bluff and BS. I'm here to legitimately help people. It is my way of giving the metaphorical middle finger to the government.
Or shoes. Anybody ask you why you have so many guns? Ask them why they have so many shoes, right? Especially if it's a lady, right? It's like, oh, well, I mean, that one's street shoes and that one's for church and that one's. I just like the way those ones look. Exact same reasons. I just like the way that one looked. Not even going to use it. Don't even have any practical use for it. I just like the way it looked, right? But I think the last thing I'm going to touch on, this is what I mentioned. There's the dangerous range. So one of the questions is going to be like, what's the dangerous range of various calibers, right? And there was some metric here, but yeah. So I mean, if you look at that one, and it's on page 90 of it, there are going to be. This is where the questions are. Most of them are just kind of more upfront about proper storage and safety, so on and so forth, right? Where it's pretty much the answer is the most safest thing, or blah blah blah. But this is where it is a bit more tedious, and there is a safety thing here, right? It's knowing kind of how far, right? Because this is why you don't just fire a gun into the air like you see in Middle Eastern videos and stuff like that at a wedding or whatever, right? Because that bullet goes up and it has to come down somewhere, and it comes down with quite a lot of force still in it, right? If not more so, right? Because that's got gravity and everything else, right? So like the main thing here is, yeah, you look at this little chart here. I can't remember if the questions were in I think they were kilometers, right? It shows both miles and kilometers on here, and that's the one I never got used to, guys. I still think in kilometers. I mean in miles, but so in kilometers, right? So the dangerous range of a 22 on this chart, right, is, what is that? It's about 1.5, like 1.6 kilometers, right? Every other round is dangerous at over 2 kilometers, right? So the 222 Remington is dangerous, right? It's like, looks like it's like 2.2 kilometers. All the other ones are dangerous over 3 kilometers, even over 4 kilometers, right? And I'm pretty sure the questions were in kilometers. So just remember that. So yeah, the 22 long rifle, right? The 22 rimfire, whatever you want to call it, is dangerous up to 1.6 kilometers or slightly more. Right? Let me really check this. No, it's 1. Wait, where is the check off here? Because that's miles. Like, actually, I can't even tell where this is. Let's see, 1, 2, 3.
Yeah, because 1.6 kilometers is exactly 1
Yeah,
mile.
exactly. So yeah, it's a little more than a mile. So I guess it's more like 1.8. I'm trying to figure out where they just, like, funny enough, yeah, even though they're going to use kilometers, it's actually broken out for miles, and then they put the kilometers below it. So a slight, yeah. So it's like, it looks like it's like Slightly more than like a kilometer and a half. It's like slightly more than. I mean, you can go and look at the chart, but that's the main thing. Is that I remember it being pretty stark. It's that pretty much most of the calibers were effective at over 2 miles. The only one that was effective, only slightly over a mile or under 2 kilometers there was the 22 LR. I don't think they distinguish on the 222 Remington, which is kind of in between the two. But everything else is effective at over 2 miles, over 3 kilometers, right? And that's going to be the tedious questions. That's going to be the tedious one, but it's going to be pretty stark like that. Like, if you have what is that? It's going to be pretty much like up or down type thing. So that's the one to kind of try and remember. And usually, like, I remember they gave us a pretty good rule of thumb there the day of the class to remember, because that will come up. You remember that rule of thumb, and then you'll answer that question, and you'll be fine. Might have even been 2 or 3. Like that. Like I said, I just remember those one in particular being some of the more tedious questions. Was effective range or dangerous range, whatever. If it's not dangerous, it's not effective. Or if it's not effective, it's not dangerous. But same thing. I think that's that's really the last thing I have there. So there's just some different things to think about there as you move on. Then we can cover more on this and all that stuff. And and when it comes to those kind of selections and those decisions, while there's certain concerns that make it different for Canadians, that's where Americans and Canadians can kind of trade notes a little bit more than on the particulars we've covered here. So So unless anybody's got some final thoughts or whatever, I think we'll shut this one down, pinch it off.
I think it was a good start.
I just want to thank you very much for what you did tonight, and you just basically gave me the confidence, and I hope you gave everybody else some confidence. You know what? Go ahead and go and get your PAL.
Exactly. Now, Mr. Nobody will cover this now. In general, it's good, right? Like when you are a PAL holder, don't brag about it. That's what they'll tell you, right? Because you don't want people trying to rob you and stuff like that. You don't brag necessarily. You can talk about it, but you don't brag about it. It's like, oh man, I'm packing. But on the other side of that, and you don't tell people exactly what you have, right? You don't, I guess, don't be slutty about it, is what we're saying, right? You can be loud and proud, but just don't be like, blustering about. But I think the really important thing here is, take your friends, take your family, encourage, right? It starts with you, and then, it goes from one person to another. And so that's really the emphasis here. Yeah, some people showed up. You have the space, you could share it out. It's recorded. It's out on all my feeds there. I can put the links, but if you follow me, it's there on Twitch for about 2 weeks. It's on D Live. It's on Rumble, so you guys can go to my Rumble page. You should be following me anyway. I would like it to be on TikTok, but not enough people are following me on TikTok for me to stream it out. Because you need 1,000 followers on TikTok to do the RMTP streams, which means I can do it from the computer there. So, I mean, share it out there, whatever. We can follow up in a few weeks too and everything. But the important thing is to, not just get yours, try and get it for your spouse, try and get it for your brother, try and get your libtard or whatever friends. We'll try and be nice words there. Like I said, that's what I got. It's like, oh, well, just come along with me. It'll be fun. We'll go. We'll make a day of it. We'll have lunch after, we'll have dinner afterward. And you just know about it. It's all super safe, right? Just try to get everybody to go to it. Like I said, we'll even cover it later on. Like, what for the kids, the 12 to 17s there and their licensing, but it's you're not even firing the gun. Yeah, you can go and then rent guns and go to the range there and rent and try different. That's what I did when I went and bought my 9mm. I went and I tried luckily they had like a deal where like I think it was like something like $50, and I got to try like I could take 2 out into the range at a time. So I tried every 9mm they had before I picked mine out, right? And of course that's a handgun, but it's there's places where you can go and you can rent and try different ones, like different makes and models. Now handguns, like it's very, people are very particular there, but they rent other like long guns and stuff there too. And so like you can try it, but like the main thing more than anything else, get yours, but then it doesn't just stop there. Get other people, get everybody you can, even libs, even NDP, even Greens, and even immigrants, right? Like we found that. I wasn't sure on that, but it says right there, even somebody who is not a citizen, right? Who has just been here. I think it said like for 5 years or something like that, or whatever. Or even if I don't even know if it was 5 years. Like I think, like there's things there. So if you just know somebody who whatever, right, has a PAL license, or even your American friends, right? They can get their PALs. Maybe I'll go and I'll finally get mine now too, and everything else, right, and whatnot. Because if I do go up there, or whatever, I still like it. It's still a form of ID. If nothing else, guys, it's the coolest form of ID that Canada offers you, right? Instead of you flashing your stupid little healthcare card or your driver's license like you're a 16-year-old girl, or you could flash your PAL license. Should you do it? No, I don't know. Some people have different opinions on me. For me, it's like if I'm just going into a convenience store, right? Like, yeah, like I mean, it's ID, right? It's an ID, and it doesn't have your weight on it, ladies. If you're concerned about that, it doesn't have your weight on it. It's just your height, just your hair color, right? You don't have to. Well, I'm going gray, but it's blonde or whatever. Nope, it's just it's much more preserved, right? It's just height and eye color.
And no address either. A PAL does not
Exactly.
have your address, as like a driver's license would have your address. So they specifically made that change from the FAC to the PAL poll, is that the purposely did not put the person's address on it, just in case you lost it or it was stolen. Then it's like, oh yeah, they know my address, so they know where all my guns are, et cetera, et cetera. So as a security feature, it does not have your address on your PAL. Okay, and when it comes to firearms talk, I typically don't talk about it. I mean, I'll talk about gun politics and gun law when it's appropriate, but I don't want to be seen as a single issue person. Like I've come across, whether it be on Twitter or wherever, where they only are fixated on this one topic and one topic only. And when I want to come into these forums, yeah, I want to listen to what happened with the vaccine thing, or what's happening currently with the court case with Tamara Lynch and Chris Barber, or what's happening with whatever, okay, or the million-person march. So, and it is like with me, it's just I just have this apprehension about talking about guns because um, I'm not ashamed about it, but it's just the less people, the less the common people know about you, the better off you are when it comes to this. I mean, the only reason why I'm being vocal about it is because I'm trying to nurture. I'm trying to legitimately inform and educate people. Try to encourage people in order to get over this hurdle when it comes to this process to legally acquire a firearm within Canada. And it's a good thing for even Americans to get it, whether you're coming up here for a hunting trip or whether you're commuting from the continental United States to Alaska, or let's say you're going to a gun auction and in Canada, that you can go buy the gun, you leave that day with the gun, and then you just make your declaration at the border that you're importing a firearm into the United States. So, I mean, we had that talk about Red Deer. Well, some Americans came up into Red Deer for Bud Hayden's gun auction to buy stuff, and they needed a PAL in order to legally purchase it and to export it out of Canada, right? So, whether you're Canadian or American, it's a good thing to have. Mind you, with the Americans, they have that obstacle because when it comes to the actual course and examination, I don't know anybody within the United States that offers the Canadian version or the Canadian approved version of the course, as well as the administering the exams. So that's just something to take in consideration. And with me, I mean, I'm grateful. I'm appreciative of what I have, but I never let it go to my head. And it's just there's just some people, like I said, they're just single issue people, and I don't want to be one of those people who have that kind of stigma where I can only talk about one thing and one thing only, unlike some other people, right? It's important to have I don't want to say diverse, a cosmopolitan view on things, or cosmopolitan knowledge base on matters when it comes to government or current events or whatever. So, but yeah, is there any like last minute questions, comments, concerns from the audience?
No, you guys pretty much covered quite a bit tonight. there's a lot of food for thought and a lot of work to do before anybody's more comfortable to go beyond the basics again, right?
And like I
Okay.
said, a bunch of the links, and you can find some of it from some of the other links. I put a bunch of the links down in the bubble, up in the nest. Also, they're out on the stream too. They're both on. They're on the Rumble info, and they're also there because I have a little chat there on Rumble, and you can actually see them. They're probably small, but if you see it on 1080p, you should be able to actually see the address there and everything. So the links are all there for the various different kinds of things, right? Finding and structure, the firearms license, the forms. What else is there? The transporting and displaying, which is a lot of the test questions are going to be around that. That is the sort of integral part to really sort of understand with this stuff more than anything else, just for the right storing it, transporting it, right. We covered the difference and yeah, with all those, and then the two bigger manuals, which like I said, they're very nice, well illustrated manuals. They cover all sorts of stuff, just even the things about just all of it, the history, the different types of guns out there, right? Like if you go through that, you can probably feel pretty confident that you can kind of fake your way through a gun conversation, right? You understand all the bits and pieces and things like that of it, and so it's a good book. You'll get a paper copy, I'm pretty sure, when you go in for the thing. But yeah, kind of just go through and thumb it. Just go through and thumb it. Like I said, the pictures will guide you through most of it. The prove, that'll be the important part, right? But that's in big diagram and it says it. And then, like I said, the tedious part, the only tedious part that's obviously kind of is just those dangerous ranges, and those do come up and everything else like that. But beyond that, it's a pretty easy read. You don't have to read it cover to cover and everything in it. Like the pictures guide you through most of it, and so and then like I said, yeah, maybe in a few weeks, a few months, we'll follow up here, find out, if people, if anything's changed or any other tips for people who've done this more recently, kind of, and that's one thing, kind of keep it in mind there and everything else. Cause that's, just kind of tips and everything like that, kind of what you encountered, any catches, right. And, or even if you fail, right. If you failed, that's fine. It's fine. But, share the knowledge, right. Where they got you, right. That kind of thing is even useful to know, right? Kind of what the catches are and all that stuff. So it's all good, and then we can expand out from there and everything else, and then yeah, more than anything, though, yeah, just get more people going. Because actually, and just to finish off here, the reason I want to run this and I keep thinking about it, there's a guy down in the States named Madge Tour, and he runs a group called Black Guns Matter, right? It's obviously a satire of Black Lives Matter and all that stuff. But what he's specifically trying to do is kind of the same thing, but it's a different situation, right? He goes into inner cities there where, with all the gun crime right now, it's very much thought there that if you're a good, productive member of, the Black community in these cities, they hate guns, right? Guns, there's no legitimate reason to have a gun, totally Democrat, all this other stuff. And he's going down there and he's trying to do the same thing here, where he's trying to get them reacquainted with it. This is your rights. This is something they're trying to take away from you. Most gun laws in the US were always created first against Black people and then following from there, right? Once again, even that law around felonies and all that stuff, right, was targeting them first. And so they very much tried to discourage them from voting and from owning firearms, because those are the two things that make you American, right, is voting and firearms. And I'll die on that hill. But so yeah, he's trying to get them to embrace that, to see it as something responsible, something necessary, right? Like, I what was it was like a retired police chief there in Minnesota who was murdered in the streets during the riots there and everything, right? Now he, of course, I don't know, maybe he wasn't armed that day, or he just jumped him, right? But the main thing is, even if he got the jump on him, right? None of that stuff would have happened if people in these communities were armed, right? Like, and everything else, right? So that's what he's trying to get them to do and everything else. And so somewhat different situation, but that's Canadian guns matter, right? And it makes you Canadian. It's anti-Canadian to not have a gun, to not want a gun, even if you can't have one, for whatever reason, no judgment. But to not want one is a moral flaw. I'm going to be very clear on this. It's a moral flaw. There is
Well,
something wrong
not
with
just
you.
that, Sink. If they're like, you don't have to go out and buy a gun just because you get your pal. It just gives you that right in case one day you do have bears in your community, per se.
Exactly. But I mean, that's the thing. if you don't like it, like here's the only acceptable reason. Like if you genuinely don't like it, I find that hard to believe. I don't know how anybody couldn't, but like for whatever reason, like I said, guys, I'm a shaky, jumpy person, right? If you see me hold, like I mean, I'm a jittery person. Um, if I'm one of those guys, like even right now, I'm one of those people who shakes their leg all day as I sit here. But you know, when people find out just kind of how simple, right? There's mystique around this, right? That's the same thing he's trying to deal with. That's what we're trying to deal with here. Most people have just misconceptions about these. They don't know why they don't like it. They just know that they've been told. They've been told all these horror stories, right? So that's the first step, right? You get people in there, and this is the safest course in the world. There's no activated guns there, right? You're literally holding, deactivated guns that could never fire again, right? And it's just like holding, you know, it's just a lump of metal and wood, right? People get used to it. It's like, okay, yeah, this isn't spooky in and of itself, right? It's not running around, right? Like, guns don't kill people, right? It's not like jumping up at me and like, you know, forcing me to do things or anything, right? It's just a hunk of metal and wood, and they get used to that, and then they kind of move on from that, right? But it's just, and there's situations and everything else like that, but it's just, inform yourself, right? Inform yourself, go in there, know what it is even, right? Like you can even sell to the leftists, like, well, if you're so against guns, inform yourself, really know how to speak to it, right? There's probably a way to make it sound less aggressive. It's like, oh yeah, you should go, so that way you could really, get back at these gun rights guys, because they always come out with these big words like muzzle and velocity and, you know, jewels and all these other big words, right? You got to fight them fire with fire. So let's go to that gun safety course, so we can really show them we know why these are evil creatures that will, whisper things into our ears at night, right? Trick them in there, trick them in there. It's a gateway drug, guys. I'm not gonna lie, it's a gateway drug. I'm
Don't
trying to
feed
get
it
y'all
after
addicted.
midnight.
Exactly. I'm
Yeah.
trying to.
I just wanted just to augment what you said. Like, yeah, there is that guy Maj Torme. I don't think I'm pronouncing it right. With the Black Guns Matter, and that he's a gun rights advocate in the United States, where he does his little circuit in urban America, trying to inform people. It's not just open to blacks. He's trying to inform the common person or the lower income demographic about guns and gun safety, etc., for that particular state when he tours around the United States. Okay, and yeah, there's YouTube videos on him and stuff like that. So yeah, please check out Maj. There's another guy who has a YouTube channel. He's Colin Noir. Um, I know I'm buggering that pronunciation up. He's another guy. There's a lot of these channels on YouTube, the gun channels, and there's plenty of them. There's that Paul Harrell guy. He's another one. There's the Yankee Marshal. He's out in Washington State. I'm just throwing some stuff. Oh, Tools and Targets. That's another one. Forgotten Weapons. That's a really good channel when it comes to historical guns, and he does a wide variety of stuff. Even these like really unique guns where he's at the auction house actually doing his video because that gun is so rare or super expensive. But there's another gun advocacy group in the United States to check out. They're the LGBTQ plus kind of, well, I'm going to say LGBT or LGB groups, and these are the Pink Pistols as well as Armed Equity. So these are the groups that are trying to appeal to that particular demographic of society when it comes to introducing guns and safe gun use and ownership within the LGB community. So that's another resource to check out. I mean, they also have their corresponding Twitter pages as well. So that's another way, or Facebook. So just to educate themselves there. Now, like I said, they're American based, even though there is one Pink Pistols chapter in Toronto. Okay, but yeah, there's a bunch of these other advocacy groups, and it was nice that Zink mentioned about Maj, because the origins of gun control started in the United States, It was kind of like your the precursor to Jim Crow in regards to because the purpose of gun control was to limit Negroes from legitimately owning guns um, uh, at that time in that era because he just didn't want to be lynched, right? So that's the origins of gun control was to keep guns out of a certain demographic within the United States. But unfortunately, their ultimate goal is to disarm the common person. And the thing is that I'm not fear mongering. It's not fear porn, because for the amount of time that I've been exposed to it, um, living through it, that's their ultimate goal is the complete civilian disarmament uh, program. And that's something that you can actually do a little research with the United Nations because that's where it's originating from is from this United Nations disarmament thing. And they're not talking about disarming rogue nations or children soldiers or these little third world armpits. They're talking about disarming Western, democracies from their citizens from owning and using firearms. So that's just some other resources I want to put out there. But I know they're more American based, and that this is more of a Canadian content based, firearms forum. And I'm really glad that Zinc and Andromeda are hosting this to legitimately educate and inform people and not to get bamboozled and bewitched by the anti-gun propaganda that's out there. So, and I'll just leave it at that for now.
Thank you for bringing your knowledge to the conversation, Mr. Nobody. We appreciate it immensely. Zinc, we
Thank you.
miss. Oh, sorry.
Sorry. Yeah, no, it just like I'm not trying to up show or try to,
Oh, of course
you
not.
know, steal away from Zinc. It's just to me, um, I found out about this just a few hours ago. I knew that this was in the work for the last couple of months, and I just want to legitimately help out and inform people
Oh
as
yeah,
my
no, you're you're
countermeasures.
you're you're massively appreciated here. So don't
Yeah,
worry
it
about it.
just yeah, because I mean, this is your guys' deal. I'm glad that you guys didn't take it the wrong way. That I'm not trying to step on anybody's toes, or like in some of these other spaces, you always got some person who wants to hijack the space and thinking that this space is their own narcissistic playground, and that's not me. Because I mean, usually when you go by my modus operandi, I'm more of a listener, not an active participant. But because this issue came up, and I just want to alleviate people of their lack of knowledge base as well as any kind of apprehensions. It's about getting rid of the fear of the unknown because that's what these um, contemporary Marxists want to do is capitalize on your fear of the unknown and that knowledge is power, right? And nobody's paying me this. I'm just doing this out of the kindness of my heart. I'm not trying to do this to hustle likes or whatever. I'm not trying to do this to expand my base. I'm just trying to do it as a service to the community in order to maintain um, a free society that we all want to live in, and not a closed, despotic, totalitarian type of society that we all want to not get under the envelope under. But thank you guys, both Zinc and Andromeda, for showing leadership and having the gumption on having a space like this.
Well,
Absolutely, and thanks for coming there.
You're
And
awesome.
yeah, no trouble. Always feel free. Like I said, I mean, yeah, it's that's all about sharing information and what we all got here and what we all remember and everything. I was just here to do the dry part, the tedious part, going through the forums. Like I said, it's just yeah, get people. Yeah, it's not hard. It's easy enough. But up in the nest, of course, next Monday I will be restarting the book space. We might do some shorts too, but this is a book I was currently reading. It's related to everything we discuss. It touches on everything, right? Yes, it's a fictional book, but I find that fiction is better about good fiction is better about conveying an idea than nonfiction, right? Anybody can write, dry nonfiction, and it should only be 50 pages long. I mean, I read technical manuals all day, right? But when you really want to get at the heart of something and really drive home a thought, right? You frame it, you put it in a story, you narrate it, and it makes it much more compelling. So that's what's up there. It covers so many different topics we cover in here and everything else. Guns? I don't know about guns. I'm trying to remember. No, well, a little bit. It's not central, but everywhere. But so yeah, that's up there in the nest. Everybody's welcome to come. Doesn't even matter political persuasion, whatever people may think of me. The book club is always my attempt to just open discussion, and even the people in there who usually come, we're maybe of the same political persuasion, but like I said, we also discuss narrative fiction. It comes down to just the style. It comes down to the characters. It comes down to more than just the topics at hand, right? There's so many levels at which you can discuss this stuff and really dive in, and even people that normally agree can quite heartily disagree. And it never gets heated though. I mean, because it's not a safe space intentionally in the sense that we don't want to hurt anybody's feelings, but it's safe in the sense that we're talking about fictional characters, and so you can expose your personal life as much or as little as you want, but you can talk about these things in a way that's not personal directly for everybody and everything else. So, I mean, that's why I push them, and that's how I think. I mean, that's how I relate to the world. Is this stuff allows you to explore things that you can't explore otherwise. And so I can't really emphasize it enough. I know people just think it's silly, and it's like, oh, especially science fiction and fantasy. But if you get good ones there, then there's things that they can do that nothing else can do, and it's not frivolous. And like I said, you can find these on audiobooks. You can be doing other things during the day while you listen to these, and it's because dry technical manuals like I often read. You got to stare at them. You got to do whatever, right? But with a story, right, you can be doing your laundry, your work, whatever you're doing, right? And if you have an audiobook, you zone out there for a minute with something, you can quickly go back and re-review it. It's not the right, because this is what I tell people, like, is like, don't make things more difficult than they are, right? So maybe if you like reading, but this is how I got on audiobooks, right? Because when you sit down and you read, you just got to sit there and you got to read, right? And even if you zone out listening to an audiobook, well, you go back and you keep doing the other things and you'll eventually get it in there, right? Whereas you can't do that with reading a book, right? You just got to be staring at that page. You can't be multitasking. And yeah, should we all slow down maybe, but do I have time? I don't know. So that's just my thoughts on that. So like I said, I encourage everybody to come do it. It's always very cordial and everything. It's always very, like I said, this is my attempt, guys. This is my attempt. But strangely enough, I don't know. Maybe it's too controversial. Maybe the most controversial thing I'm asking people to ever do is to read. Maybe that's the edgiest thing I've ever said on Spaces. Hey guys, let's read some books and discuss them. That's the bridge too far. Everything else, people pretend to get offended, but they like it. But reading a book, my God, no. That's too much, buddy. And I'm not judging if you're too busy, whatever else. But guys, this is the one thing, right? Everything else we do on here, I don't know. Sometimes I debate the value of it, but I'm proud of the book space. I'm proud of this space because once again, it's sort of like the book space, right? We're discussing a book here, a topic, a set of forms, and everything else, and giving our pointers on it. And it's a similar sort of thing. You can do it with anything, but it's valuable. So I'm just gonna keep pushing it, and just gonna keep pushing it. It's just going to be me and the same two other guys. I see Carlo down there. Adrian comes to it. Sometimes some other people come to it too. And everybody's welcome and invited and everything else. So really want to emphasize that. It's fun.
Or listen to somebody while they read you the book.
Same thing.
No, it
It's the
isn't.
same thing. It absolutely is. It's better.
Well, it's still better.
They're
I mean, getting out of social media and into your mind so you can have an imagination as you read a story is far better than social media. Yes.
Well, here's the main thing. Does it make you think? That's the importance of all these. I guess that's the heart and core here. If I'm ever telling anybody how to do things, it's how do you think, right? That's I find the root of all problems. It's not what people are doing or whatever. It's the lack of thinking skills. And whether you read the book or you listen to the book, and it's different for different people, but both of them, if you're thinking about it as you go along, right? Does it make you think, right? So there's some books I listen to that are mindless and don't make me think, but they're amusing, right? And the books we try to discuss in these spaces are ones that do make you think. That's, I guess, the way to put it there, right?
Do you know what I love about reading? Like actually reading is that it's better than an actual movie in my own head. And I
Absolutely.
also skip all the little words.
Absolutely.
but
I haven't found a
but
movie yet that was better than the book. I mean,
well,
even
I read the Robert Jordan series. Oh God, that's my
Wheel of
favorite thing.
Time.
Yes, thank you. The Wheel of Time. And I've read the whole complete series like 15 times. Like I actually waited for the last 4 books like consecutively.
That were written by a Mormon.
Yeah. They were. But I listen to those on Audible. I have them downloaded and I like to listen to them because I already have the movie in my head. Now to listen to a new book with the monotony of someone maybe not making the right expressions or that would go on in my head. So that's how I feel about Audible books. Manuals by Audible are awesome.
It
Well,
can
if I could
it
just
can
say
vary.
something about your sorry, go
Sorry,
ahead.
sorry.
I want to say something about your book club after. Sorry, go ahead.
Oh
Oh
yeah, no,
no.
I'm just saying like there's no one size fits all. For me, it's just with the way I am these days. Like, yeah, no, I mean, I'm just not one to sit still for that long, right? Like I got to be doing something else, right? Like usually, if I want to pay attention, like I'll actually zone out reading a book. I have to be doing something monotonous while I read. So like if I'm doing something like really busy, like I'm working or something, then yeah, that's why I put on spaces or something where I don't have to pay attention. Or there's other books I have that are ones that I can really zone out on. But when the ones where I want to pay attention, if I want to pay attention just because of the way I am, I'll play something, some tedious phone game or something, or something, or do some tedious thing like cooking. That's the only reason I cook is with audiobooks, right? I can only endure that with an audiobook. So like if I'm doing something like that, but I have to be, because actually my mind will wander if I'm only just reading a book. I have to be doing at least something else. Pooping also counts.
Yeah.
I just want to say while you have all these people in here, if you haven't looked into Zinc's book club, I mean, social media is great, and staying, in the political realm, so you know what's happening with the world is great as well. But when you can step out, and he always picks I mean, they're not, they're very interesting books. They will expand your mind, and Zinc is very well read when it comes to literature, and every book, even though I haven't been able to finish them, the books because they read too fast, these guys. But so that's where audiobooks would be better, because I do take my time with a book, and life is busy. But I would encourage everybody in here to check out his book club, and even just try one book and see if you like it, and then we discuss it afterwards, and all the different you get different perspectives, because that's the cool thing about books, is that we all have a different perspective from what we get from the story, and then we discuss it, and then you actually find out more about the book, and it's just expanding your mind, and it's a good thing to do, because there can be so much negativity on social media, and reading books is still one of those things that expands your mind. You can learn things, and it's a positive thing, and they've never looked down on me, or had any negative comments about if I didn't understand something. They're all very helpful and educational, and so and they help to lift you up and to learn stuff. So I'd encourage everybody in the space, and tell your friends too, that like it is a good book club. So you should maybe try just one book, see if you like it.
I'll also explain it this way. The value of these kinds of books is that they endure, I think, right? Good books last forever, right? Some knowledge is fleeting and unimportant, right? Like you'll find these books that the super important topic almost seem quaint, right? Like 30 years later, it's like, oh, the coming something, right? You know, like any of these ones, all like the Fauci book, right? Like, will anybody really care? I don't know. But good literature, right, lasts forever, right? Sometimes it's all that lasts from a a previous era and stuff like that. And it's also comes down to like, will you remember the stupid articles you read in a magazine or in a headline or stuff like that? But do you remember, like a book that really, really changed you and stuff like that, right? Because like the title there, I could never find a better title, so I keep calling it the Gulag Book Club. And the reason for that literally is that, you know, during the I mean, somewhat during the lockdowns, but during the QR codes, right, when the unvaccinated weren't able to go anywhere, and I went nowhere. I stayed home, and all I did was listen to audiobooks, right? Yeah, during the convoy, I tuned in for that stuff, and then when the convoy went where it went, of course, for better or for worse, right? I just went back to the audiobooks. I was not very active on Spaces back then, but yeah, the audiobooks and books and things like that, it's what got me through that, right? And of course, the other thing there was like, I mean, whether or not it was going to happen, we saw them building the camps, and I always just thought, I mean, if you're stuck in the camps, what are you going to think back on? What are you going to amuse your thoughts with when you're in that situation? It's going to be those. It's going to be those books. It's going to be those, and whatnot. So I mean, it's what of course, yeah, experiences with your families and all those other things, right? Like, yeah, those are the things you'll remember. But the other thing you'll remember there when you're, you know, in miserable situations is just stories, right? And that's what it is, right? So there's value in that, I guess, is what I'm saying, is that those are the things you're gonna sort of remember back on and all that stuff and whatnot. Yeah, like real experiences, but not every experience, like real experiences, but sometimes stories let us experience things we never can, never will, always wanted to, right? It that's the value of these things, right? So that's why it's called what it's called, right? And that's why I continue to let it be called that, because it was during that time that I realized that, yeah, like all these headlines, yeah, stay informed, whatever else, but that stuff's fleeting. It comes and it goes, right? A good book that written 200 years ago, was probably a good book. It was probably what got people through other difficult points, and it still endures and stuff like that. So that's sort of the point, right? Like what information is valuable to keep in your head? What information stays the same, right? Like, yeah, like I read technical manuals, right? Some of those technical manuals won't even endure 5 years, right? If you're working in software and stuff like that, that information has no value in 5 years. Maybe some of the concepts, right? Being able to pull the concepts out, maybe that'll endure, but the actual information, right? Nobody cares if you were an expert on this language. Nobody uses anymore in software programming, 50 years later. But knowing these other sorts of things still makes you sort of interesting. You still have something to talk about when you've read a good story there or something like that. So I guess that's the final sort of value there, is that it doesn't feel useless, right? When I look back and I think of all the different bits of information I've put into my head and let go, right? And because I'm very bad about retaining information I don't need. The information that my brain does retain is this stuff, right? More concepts and sort of generalities of other things I've learned, but then the details of various books I've read over the years. That's what my brain seems to think is valuable.
So can I kind of flip the room around a little bit? What about this 1 million person march?
No, so I'm just going to say, because we're going to finish it here, because this was mostly about the gun space, but I wanted to preview it because, of course, the book space is my essential thing there. Somebody else might be running a space on that. We've talked about that before, so I'm just going to say, like, yeah, somebody else can start a space on that, because I'm going to end this one. This one's streaming, so that's what this is about. This is about getting Canadians to buy their firearms and to own their firearms and to get involved in firearms, because it's anti-Canadian to not want firearms. I'm just going to say that one last time. I'm really going to drive that home. And then also, read, expand your mind, people, and then whatever else. So I don't know if somebody else wants to start a space on that, or if there is another space on that. I saw Mikey was in a space. I don't know if that's what it was or something like that. But yeah.
He was doing the round table, the NCI round table, so he'll probably
Yeah.
have
So,
an extra space.
yeah. So we can probably cover that there, because he's
That
covered.
was a very respectable comeback. Thank you.
Oh yeah, no trouble. Like I said, yeah, it's just this was recorded, but yeah, I was going to do my own narrative push here. I was going to lure you all in with discussions of PAL and firearms, and then force literature down your throats. But I reserve that right.
See, sometimes he shows his big soft side.
So yeah, thanks for everybody for coming. Thanks again, Andromeda, for co-hosting, and we'll follow up on all of this stuff in a few weeks, in a few months, maybe. Like I said, I'll always focus it on Canadians, because we want it. The Canadian situation is different, but we will maybe expand it out into more general topics that appeal to both Americans and Canadians, and even some that will be only applicable to Americans. Like I said, if I get into 3D printing there, unfortunately, that is not quite available to Canadians at this time. Maybe one day, but it starts with what we're discussing here. You got to get your pal. You got to get your pal. You got to get your neighbor to get your pal, and then from there we can grow out. But yeah, thanks again, guys. And I'll see. I'll probably end up in another space soon after this. I'm gonna go make lunch or dinner or whatever time it is. Whatever the meal is, it's meal time. And then, okay. Have a good one, everybody. Thanks again.